അതിന് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാം സ്ക്രീനിലെ കാണിച്ച് നമ്മളിപ്പോ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തല്ലേ ചെയ്ത്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അത് മാറാൻ.
ഇങ്ങനെയല്ല, ഇതും ബാക്കിലേക്ക് പോവാൻ കുറെ പ്രാവശ്യം അമർത്തണം. ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യമല്ല. Hello. Good morning, everybody. I am inviting the kind attention of all the audience, please. Because, for the last many years, for the last 25 years, I was continuously giving the training program, and I have a bad habit of I can take the class if and only if I will get the attention of the audience. Please. Okay. I am Dr. P. Sushila, former professor of Kerala Agriculture University. I was doing research as well as the training programs in the field of high-tech cultivation. And after the retirement also, I am conducting the training programs and giving consultancy in the field of high-tech cultivation. And first and foremost, I am very much thankful to the authorities for inviting me and for giving the chance for presenting this particular paper. I'm supposed to talk about hydroponics at this moment. Actually, I can just open a window, and in order to get the clear idea means you have to attend the very detailed training programs, then only you will understand the things. But I will just opening and what is hydroponics that I am going to tell. And here, the subject is role of soilless farming in urban agriculture. And hydroponics is a soilless farming technique. Instead of soil, we are using soilless media. It may be substrate or maybe water or air we can utilize as a media. If we are using substrate means substrate cultivation, water, nutrient film technique and deep water culture. Whereas if you are using air as the media, it is aeroponics. And actually, this particular technology has started about 2,600 years before by Mayans and Babylonians. But it was not in the present condition. They are just using the soilless media. But nowadays, AI is utilizing for planting, harvesting, spraying, grading, packing. For each and every activities we can utilize. And the most important factor of hydroponics is wherever the man is going or living, we can do the cultivation, whether it is space or in sea or in, if you are living in a flat at a elevation of 25th floor anywhere, there will be water availability. Then you can cultivate this either indoor or as outdoor we can cultivate hydroponics. And in hydroponics we are providing balanced nutrient mix. That means it contains all the macro and micronutrients in a balanced condition required by the plant as well as the human being. We can say that the most nutrient-rich product that is available in the world is hydroponics. Even though you are cultivating in the soil or in aquaponics system, you will be getting safe to eat products and very tasty product also. But even more taste will be in hydroponics. And in this particular methods, you are getting safe to eat product, but we have to doubtful whether it is very safe. Because continuously if you are having that product alone for years means surely you will have nutrient deficiency. Many of the people are suffering many pain, many problems due to nutrient deficiency. So nutrient, because if in the soil proper nutrient availability is not there, means plant may not get. And fertilizer application, whether it is organic or inorganic, there is no difference. Because the plant is taking the nutrients in the form of ions, isn't it? Then there is no difference. But in the soil, surely you have to provide organic fertilizer that is mainly for the health of soil, not to the health of plant. Actually, integrated farming, integrated nutrient management is the best criteria for soil cultivation. Then only the microbial population as well as carbon nitrogen ratio will be better. But we should give the nutrients according to the need only. In the soil, if we are applying the fertilizer, some of the nutrients will be leaching below the root zone, some will be escaping to the atmosphere, some of the nutrients will be reacting with the other salt and becoming unavailable form. And because of that, only 30 to 40% of the nutrients will be available to the plant. But in case of hydroponics, we are providing the nutrients which is completely soluble in water. Along with that, we are providing dissolved oxygen. And it is moving, and since we are providing aeration, all the time the water is moving within the nutrient tank also. So the nutrient particle will be very minute, and when this particular nutrient is dissolved in water, it will become ionic form. There no microbe activity is not at all needed. But in soil, if you are providing a nutrient, the plant will be getting that particular nutrient if and only if the microbe is converting it into available form, that is ionic form. If you are providing organic fertilizer, it will take more time. Chemical fertilizer means slightly lesser. And at the same time, always we are doing a very big mistake. Most of the organization, everything, I am seeing that we are providing a package of practice for a particular crop, for tomato, for brinjal, like that, different crop. But whether we can give the nutrients like that, because no, in case of tomato, there is varieties providing 1 kg and at the same time 25 or 30 kg or even more than that. Then so we are asking the farmer to use the hybrid seeds, and at the same time the fertilizer application, if it is not sufficient, means surely you will get 1/10 of the yield, isn't it? And we will be blaming the technology. That is not correct. Always for the success, it is very much essential to obey the protocol. What all protocol is telling, surely I always thinking that if you are releasing a breed, at that time there should be a recommendation for the fertilizer also and the package of practice. Then only it will be useful for the farmers. In traditional cultivation, we are utilizing soil, but in case of hydroponics, we are using soilless media, and along with that, nutrients as well as the water and insoluble form it is giving, and because of that, the plant will grow very fast. And in case of lettuce, in hydroponics, we can harvest is 25 to 30 days, whereas in soil, it will take 60 plus days. In aeroponics, we can even cut short the duration of the crop, especially in case of leafy vegetables, half to 1/10, like that. Or different crops, different. Like that, it is there. And this particular technology will empower individual as well as community to take control on their own food, and they can get a more resilient future. And it is giving provision for utilizing the time, especially in case of retired people, as well as the housewife who is having children more than 7th standard or 6th standard, like that. They will get a lot of time, leisure time. And at that time, they will feel stress because they will lose the self-confidence because they are not, they are having a feeling that they are not utilizing the time effectively. Yeah? Okay, I will see. Okay. Many of the people have asked me, I want to study hydroponics because I am staying in 25th floor in Dubai or America or in other Bombay, like that. I am a retired person. I want to be engaged in a particular thing which is giving positive energy. We can consider this as a tool for mental and physical strength, physical health. That is also there. And in many of the countries, usually in schools and all, they are giving hydroponics as a project. Because this contain physics, chemistry, biology, agriculture and technology. And if they are involving that children after 4th or 5th standard, even in the house also, if you are engaging that particular children in that particular activity, their interest towards the screen will decrease, because I am very much knowing that thing, because all the trainees participating in my training program, they were also telling me. One person who is attending one training program again and again is attending another trainings also, and they used to report me their interest towards the mobile as well as the TV has decreased drastically. And more than that, the most important power or the quality of a person, I am believing that it is observation power. Because of the observation power of some people, we are sitting here and utilizing so much of facilities. Otherwise, now itself, we will be in the forest. Isn't it? And their brain will become sharp, and their attention towards the nature will increase, and their attraction towards violence, they will not become drunkard or drug addict. Like that, it can help to develop actually in the schools after 5th standard. Surely we have to implement these techniques. Many of the schools are doing this in their wall and all. They are fitting these things, especially in many of the countries. They are giving project like this, and we have to explain them what is happening there when we are applying certain things. We can regulate the light intensity, duration, quality, all the light property depending upon the type of the crop. And then we can control the carbon dioxide, then fertilizer, foliar application, if you are giving certain things, how the plant is behaving, like that. If you are in that mode also, we can utilize hydroponics. Now urbanization is occurring very fast. Flat culture as well as housing colonies, that is also increasing very drastically. And by the year 2050, the population may reach even up to 9 billion. Now itself, we are not in a position to feed the all mouth, and hence we need a technology which will produce food faster, at the same time safe to eat, nutrient rich. Undoubtedly, we can say that hydroponics is a dependable technology. And what is the importance of hydroponic cultivation? Because nowadays people are very much aware about the problem of pesticide residue, or even though you are getting a safe to eat product, it will be reaching you after 3 weeks. Then its nutritive value will be decreasing. But in case of hydroponics, if you have your own system in your own house, you can use the same thing on the same day, the product, the day in which you are harvesting the product, the same day you can transplant it. Turnaround time is not there. Because if you are keeping ready the seedlings in the net pots, you can just take the that particular net pot which is matured, on the same day you can keep the other plant there. So that is also there. And the unpredictable climatic condition is a big problem because of that drought, and as well as the water table is decreasing and soil degradation is there, time to cultivation is less, then land availability for conventional farming is decreasing. And because of all these things, it is very much needed, this type of technology. Then what all things we have to be follow for the success? Consistency in production is very much important, because simply very small unit, commercial basis means you cannot succeed. At least 1 acre is needed to give the product continuously. If you are not providing the product, if you are not bringing the product in the market continuously, never you can succeed. So there is in each and every cultivation method, there is at least a dependable area. That area is very important because for ensuring the continuous supply, and the quality of the product is very important. Then only the market will receive your product. Then ensuring optimum yield. If and only if you are ensuring the optimum yield, then only you can keep your word. Then knowledge in the farming is very important. That is management of your system, your labor, your market, protocol, that is plant care, everything should be known very well. In case of traditional farming, it is seasonal. We have to plow it. Seedbed preparation is needed. Basal dose application is needed. Then production is based on the amount of nutrient, sunlight, as well as the water availability. Then unpredictable climatic conditions that we have already told these things. Suppose if you are not water scarcity is another problem. Then hydroponics, we are providing the nutrients, water, as well as the oxygen in precise quantity at a correct time. And nutrients and water, since nutrients and water as well as the dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen is oxygen availability is very important for the plant. If there is sufficient oxygen, then only the plant can take nutrients as well as the water. And it is very much needed for the strength of the root also. In soilless farming, you can see that all the roots will be white in color and it will be active. It will be making a bunch of root and it is not extending the root outwards, and because it is getting all the nutrients and air as it is needed. So it will be more concentrating on the upward growth, not to the downward growth. So more energy is utilizing for making the yield. Since we are not using the soil, what all pesticide or fungicide you are using for controlling the pest and diseases not at all needed, and weedicide or herbicide, that and all is we can avoid. Hydroponic substrate cultivation, that is most widely used. We can have, in case of substrate cultivation, there is passive method as well as active method. Passive means simply you are keeping the substrate, soilless media mix in a particular pot, and you are planting the crop and providing the balanced nutrient mix by your own hand. You are not at all using any external energy. Like this in the rooftop or anywhere else, you can keep the soilless media and you can pour the nutrient mix. Or otherwise, you can use still solution hydroponics also. That means in a particular pot, you are mixing the according to the correct pH as well as the EC of the needed by that particular plant, and about 3/4, and then side you have to provide a hole for entering the air, and on the lid of that particular pot you can keep the net pot, and in that you can put the media and plant the crop. And you are not further you are not adding the water or anything. Finally, as soon as the plant will be taking the nutrients, the level of the nutrient solution will be dropping, and after that you are harvesting. Like that you can do. Then you can also adopt wick irrigation. In this case also, nutrient solution you can keep either in the nutrient tank or in the pipe or in the bottom pot, and you can keep that particular wick. Wick is made of glass wool covered with a net, and then it is some of the portion will be in the nutrient solution and the other portion will be extended up into the growing media, and by the capillary action nutrients will be sucking. And for doing substrate cultivation, you can adopt open top type grow bag, ordinary type pots, whether it is mud or plastic or anything, or you can use closed grow bag. Closed grow bags are available in different sizes, 40 centimeter, 1 meter, 1.2 meter, 2 meter, like that. But most commonly used is 1 meter. And this is the slab, that orange color, no, that is the slab inside this, that particular this. A covering material will be having more than 300 micron, that white color top and black color bottom. Black color bottom because it is not allowing the light inside. Actually, now you have to cultivate in a transparent pot. Microbes never like light. I have observed that if you are planting the same type of crop on the same day in a transparent pot as well as in a black colored or black pot, under such condition the growth in the opaque that pot will be about double. I have seen like that. Then you can see at the top, after pouring the water, it will expand. There are different grade coir pith available in the market: first grade, second grade, third grade. First grade EC level will be between 0.5 to 1 millisiemens per centimeter. Anyway, if you are purchasing block, surely you have to buffer it before utilizing that. Similarly, this closed grow bag also, you have to buffer it. Without buffering, if you are using, EC level may be more, then the plant may not come properly. Many times I have seen that the crop is not coming properly in many of the fields because they are not bothering about EC. But actually, very professional hydroponic farmers, each and every day they are checking EC level. EC and pH level. First step that they are doing in the farm is checking the pH and EC level. And there are equipments available. In our center itself, we had an equipment which can control 60 solenoid valve. In that, we can feed pH as well as EC and the time. How much time that the nutrients has to go. Like that. Usually in substrate cultivation, you have to irrigate about 6 to 10 times a day. That means at a particular time, very few minutes only we will be irrigating. Just wetting that media, and only very small leach out is coming. Or otherwise, in certain cases, that leach out they are collecting and recirculating. But many of the farmers, they are not doing if it is a big farm. Otherwise, it is to be disinfected before coming to the nutrient tank. Then after that particular day of operation, the last irrigation should be done with the fresh water. That is very, very important, because that is for removing the unused salt. Okay. Then only if otherwise it will make toxic, because no, antagonism, you may be knowing, if one nutrient is more means it will block the some other nutrients. That and all I am not going to explain. And here at the bottom you can see, in the closed bag there is opening that is for growing the plants, and then the trough that is at the bottom, trough you can see. Trough is very economical. Economical means it will last more than 20 years or 25 years like that. Its thickness is more than 700 micron, and it is UV stabilized for the rooftop cultivation or in the polyhouse or greenhouse. You can use it. And you can see that it will be available in the roll form, and you can fold it like this, and that thread will be available in bundle, and that stick will be available on the side. Stick is there. Pointer is not working, I don't know. Which one is the pointer? That stick you can see, I think. That stick and that in the thread, if it is available at a different depth, different width and depth. That is, depth means 15 centimeter as well as 30 centimeter depth is available. And width 30 centimeter, 40 centimeter, 80 centimeter, 1 meter, 1.2 meter, like that. Troughs are available. That holes at the bottom is provided for drainage, and up to that hole you have to put the aggregate, that is either 8 mm or 20 mm aggregate you can put for ensuring proper drainage. Above that you have to put the media, coir pith, perlite, vermiculate in the ratio 3:1:1. Then in all these cases, irrigation is to be done as I told you, and EC level you have to fix based on the type of the crop, stage of the crop, as well as the climatic condition also you have to consider. That these and all will be very much vigilant. And even though you are using that is also important, even though you are using an equipment which will control the EC, pH and time, you should know that it is not giving the correct answer. That's why farmers are doing every day, they are checking, because all the sensors are liable to the atmospheric condition, and hence you have to check whether you are getting, you have to collect the leach out also, and you have to check what is the correction. That correction is to be applied. Like that all the farmers are doing, and they are telling that equipment is very blessing, but at the same time it should be operated by only 1 or 2 person, and he should be very vigilant also. Otherwise nobody can very correctly that particular time owning, offing and making EC level everything. But every week they will be changing the EC level also according to the stage of the crop. This one is trough, and you can see the collector. Many of the farmers are not using collector because they are not recirculating. They are allowing certain leach out, very small quantity. And this is tomato. This one is rubber made of pots for substrate cultivation. Very good result is giving. This is 1 meter grow bag, closed grow bag. Tomato. That block, nowadays people are using that type of blocks for putting the seeds. It can be open at both sides. Initially top side will be opening and put the seed, and after, at the time you have to transplant the crop. At that time they will open the bottom portion also, and then keep on the particular crop, particular grow bag where you will be making the that opening. All of you may be knowing that in case of tomato, there is determinate, semi-determinate, indeterminate variety. We will be using indeterminate variety and allowing only one branch in case of tomato in high-tech cultivation. And they will be allowing the plant only to raise at a height of about 2.5 meter. Since we are using the greenhouses, we can cultivate the plant vertically, and because of that, we can accommodate more than in what all plants you can accommodate in 8,000 square meter in outside. In 1,000 square meter, you can accommodate that much of plants in poly houses or greenhouses, and we will be leaning on a particular side, and for that and all hooks available and supports are available. All the suckers are to be removed, and the leaf below that bunch of plant which will be harvesting after 1 week means that also to be removed. Some of the crops, these are all crops in our center itself. This is English cucumber. English cucumber is parthenocarpic, and you will be getting the fruit at each and every node. It will be flowering after 25 days, and you can start harvesting after 35 days after transplanting. It will be in each and every node. There will be flower. All the flowers will be female flowers. You can have 1 fruit to 14 fruit. That type of varieties are available in the market. And the duration of the crop is about 3.5 months. And it is very much suitable crops. And these are different varieties. We have tested about 12 varieties at our center. Lot of varieties are there. Mini type, long type, then very small type also available in the market. This crop everybody will be familiar. This is Ujjwala of KAU variety. I just tried in our center just to know how it is behaved as per the instruction of Director of Research. And actually I got good result in case of Syrah, but Ujjwala will be coming only up to about maximum 75-80 centimeter height, but in poly house in hydroponics it has come up to 3.5 meter, and in one node we got about 14 fruits. This also capsicum, we have tried 4 varieties as an experiment and tried many colors also, but as an experiment 4 colors only. These are used for experiment purpose. This is cherry tomato. Cherry tomato is using for salads, and it is more costly compared to the other tomato. Like this also we can do substrate cultivation in your house if you are having gutters, rainwater gutters available. You can cultivate the salad like or leafy vegetable, everything, even microgreens like this you can cultivate. Like this also you can in the rooftop. In the rooftop you can keep the bricks, and lining can be provided at both ends. The pipe drainage may be there means, and you can cover it by plastic like that also you can do the substrate cultivation. This is multi-tier grow bag developed at our center. At 1.5 square meter you can accommodate 52 plants. This is multi-tier grow bag with a composting facility. In this we can cultivate as well as we can make the vermi wash also. Since time is not there, I can't explain much. This is Dutch bucket system. In Dutch bucket system means that is comparatively cheaper, and nutrient tank, from the nutrient tank it is circulating, and then the leach out is coming back, and aeration will be provided. In this case also 4 to 6 times, 10 times you can irrigate, and if possible every day you can wash it with the fresh water. Last irrigation. Never give irrigation after 4 o'clock. This is from our center, Dutch bucket system, 3 steps. Another system. This is NFT. In nutrient film technique, nutrient tank, then aeration will be provided in the tank, and at the other end we will be providing the nutrients, and then it will, a gentle slope will be provided, and then it will be coming back, drainage water is collecting, and again it is coming to the nutrient tank and recirculating. Like this, a gentle slope is to be given. Here one thing you have to keep in mind is that net pot should just touch the nutrient solution. If it is more immersed, means top will get wetted. It should not happen. That will damage the crop. Sometimes stem rot will come, or sometimes the growth will get affected because of algae growth also. Just touching that's why nutrient film technique, like that it is. If it is a big system, means filter as well as disinfection unit is to be provided. These are the crops from our center. NFT usually using for leafy vegetable, but if a big unit, if you are using, means big pipe, means you can even fruiting plants, but yield may not to that extent, like a substrate you may not get. These are the different plants cultivated at our center. This is deep water culture. Deep water culture means you are making a channel, lining it, and then on the top polyform or styrofoam is keeping, and net pot is keeping inside that, and growing the plant. In this particular case, not only in the nutrient tank, but also in the case of tank, that bed also you have to give the aeration, because all the roots are submerged condition. Always the roots will be white colored roots. This is our crop only. These are all our crops. Then aeroponics means here we are injecting the nutrient solution to the roots. And then we are providing a mechanism, misting mechanism. The droplet size will be very small. Every 1 to 5 minutes, we have to mist on the roots, and on the it will be placed inside the container, which is watertight, and we can also provide the nutrients as foliar application also. This method is very costly, and at the same time very precisely. In this particular case, since we are completely isolating and doing very precisely, pesticide application is not following, and this is very nutrient rich and very fast growth also will be getting. In case of low pressure and high pressure systems are available. Low pressure means 100 micron droplets, and high pressure means 20 to 50 micron, usually 30 micron. For that, nozzles, foggers, or ultrasonic transducers are using, and root will be inside and the plant outside. Some support will be given like this. This is pyramid. It is growing very fast. This one I didn't do much experiment in aeroponics, only 2 times I have done. And this picture I got from a person who asked me to associate with him many times. He was in Singapore, and he had sent this picture to me, and he is telling 12th day ginger is on your table, like that. In this one crop itself, you are getting 155 kg of sweet potato. Then on conclusion, commercial application means aeroponics. To that extent, it is not commercialized because the cost is more, and to that extent, the people are not getting price in the market. Whereas substrate cultivation, it can replace the soil cultivation very well. NFT leafy vegetable means it can, they can replace, because it is a very clean product, very nutrient rich product. Undoubtedly we can have that thing. No need of using any pesticide in, we never used any of the chemical pesticide in our field. That is not at all needed. We were leafy vegetable, that is salad type leafy vegetable means never, no need to. If you are providing proper aeration as well as the temperature of the water is keeping properly, that and all. If in a fan and pad system or controlled condition like a container farming, if they are doing, no need of using any of the chemical pesticide or organic pesticide. Crop type, any type of fruits or vegetables can be cultivated by using substrate. NFT leafy vegetable. In aeroponics also you can do any of the crops. Drip irrigation is needed in substrate, in the other case no need. Then investment cost is moderate because initial cost is there, but once it is installed means it is not at all giving much laborious work. And even a 14-year boy or a person who is more than 65 or 70 years or a person who is physically handicapped and moving in a wheelchair can also do. Running cost is moderate in substrate, and NFT is also moderate, but aeroponics is high. Growing risk moderate, slightly more in NFT, but I don't think much because only one month duration maximum. And if a person is doing hydroponics, if he is raising the leafy vegetable, not much risk because we are using balanced nutrient mix. But in this particular case, EC level changing may not be much because the nutrient demand of the leafy vegetable is very less. But if you are cultivating tomato, you should be very knowledgeable and what all changes are happening, that you should be very watchful. According to that only you have to do, because the tomato is the most nutrient demanding crop. Okay, thank you very much for the patient hearing. And if any question means you can ask.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving detailed insight into the hydroponic system of cultivation, its benefits and challenges. So, a few questions are welcome from the audience.
I can't hear.
Madam, no irrigation after 4 o'clock. We would like to know why and what.
Because no, we are doing the hydroponics cultivation in a greenhouse. Either it may be poly house or glass house or acrylic house or polycarbonate house. In that particular house, if you are irrigating after 4 o'clock, humidity level will increase. It will invite the fungal diseases. In case of greenhouses, light coming is only diffused light. So you can irrigate very well during the daytime.
Thank you, ma'am. So, because of short of time, we are going to the next section. So, I invite Dr. C. Bhaskaran, Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Extension Education, to hand over the memento to Dr. Sushila, ma'am, as a take-on of our appreciation.
Okay. Can I move?
So we are over to the next section. I invite Dr. C. Thomas, former chair and Kerala State Biodiversity Board and former professor KAU, and he'll be delivering the talk on the topic, different dimensions of urban biodiversity and city biodiversity index. So I welcome you, sir, onto the dais.
Good morning, all of you. Distinguished guests, honorable members of the faculty, and my dear students. Well, let the slides come. So meanwhile, I tell you something, or I will start as an introduction. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sridhaya to take a project like this or a topic like this, especially urban agriculture. So if you travel length and breadth of Kerala, you may find that most of the places are a continuum. There is no, you may not be able to distinguish a village, a town, or a corporation, or a city. It is actually a continuum. And probably, if you go to Idukki or Wayanad, you may find some plantations. Or if you go to Kuttanad, again, there may be a little bit of village nature. So in future, as UN predicts, so now itself, they say about 55% of the world population is living in cities. And by 2050, around 68% of the world population would be living in cities. By 2050, at that time, the population would be 970 crores, and 68% of that people would be living in cities or in urban areas. So there are some differences in the definition of urban area, city, and so on, but I am not going into such details. And I would like to complete my presentation within 20 or 25 minutes. And if I take more time, you can very well point out so that I'll be able to cut short my presentation. Okay. Well, next one, please. Please, next one. So I can do this. Am I right? Yeah. So I have to start with the biodiversity because we are talking about urban biodiversity. I'm not going into the old definition of biodiversity. This definition has been given by Convention on Biodiversity, which was signed in 1992. So the last sentence, that is more important. Diversity within species, between species, and of ecosystem. So you might have heard or you might have read in the today's newspaper our national highways, what happened to the national highways. At the planning stage itself, the principles of these kind of things, ecosystem services, environmental resilience, environmental impact assessment, etc. should be done and properly executed. Otherwise, these kind of things would be there. Provisioning services. Here comes our urban agriculture, probably which you were mentioning, hydroponics, protected cultivation, cut flowers, fruits, vegetables, these kind of things. Some people, they grow in the suburbs, probably in the core region of the cities. This may not be possible, but you can do it in the peri-urban or suburbs. Dairy cows, some people maintain dairy cows, some people maintain cut flowers, such kind of things. And of course, biodiversity everywhere supports pollination. The vegetation in the cities, they also aid in pollination. And of course, there are opportunities for recreation. This is what is happening in a botanical garden, in a zoo, in a biodiversity park, or city park, or in an avenue, or even lawns. Green spaces also act as gathering places for people. So if you go to zoo in the nearby areas of a zoo or a botanical garden, you may find several people. They are walking, enjoying in several other kind of activities. Even our zoo, if you go to the zoo and the museum, there is a excellent botanical garden also. Biodiversity education and awareness for city dwellers and the students studying in city schools. This is the only avenue, this is the only opportunity for biodiversity education and awareness. And of course, economic benefits. So when we talk about economic benefits, we talk about nature-based solutions. Nature-based solution, we often say nature-based solutions can cut down the cost by 50%. And there are several possibilities of greening in urban areas. So usually we talk about urban gardens as some terrace gardens, potted power plants, or potted agriculture in potted pots, or even some bags. In addition, the flora, fauna, and the birds. There are several birds nesting in urban trees, the so-called heronry. So these are to be protected, or even we should plant more trees so as to act as the heronry. So urban green belts. Well, for cities again, you can have a biodiversity management committee. See the biodiversity board, they create biodiversity management committees in every local institution. And for that matter, cities and towns, municipalities, they should also have this biodiversity management committee. And a biodiversity management plan is needed. Probably sometimes we say local biodiversity action plan. So you can have various interventions like botanical gardens, zoo, biodiversity park, home gardens, butterfly gardens, roadside trees, lawns, schools, public places, all water bodies, all these kind of things can be included in your biodiversity plan, urban biodiversity plan. Well, there are some national initiative for greening cities. Well, in 2020, Government of India came up with the Nagar One Yojana. So accordingly, 400 Nagar 1s, means city forest, and Nagar Vatikas, city gardens. So the difference between these two is the size, area. For Nagar 1s, a minimum area of 10 hectares. You can imagine 25 acres. You may not be able to get in a city, but in the suburbs, in the peri-urban region, you may be able to get that. And similarly, a minimum 1 hectare is there for Nagar Vatika. Again, 2.5 acres. You may not be able to get in a city, but in the suburbs or in certain pockets, you may get that. So if you are able to garner this much area, then you can be part of this national initiatives. Whatever be the situation, there are 25 such programs in Kerala. In addition, Kerala Forest Department, they have their own programs for urban areas wherein 10 cents is the minimum. Probably as a part of the plan, state plan project, they are giving assistance for city gardens. Well, now how will you compare cities based on urban biodiversity or urban nature? Of course, quite recently, these are not all, quite recently, they have come up, scientists have come up with certain leases, and a breed of indexes is called urban nature indexes. Urban nature indexes. So they are metrics or sets of indicators designed to measure and evaluate the person's quality and benefits of nature in urban environments. So in certain indexes, in addition to biodiversity, they may also take care of other which are involved, the spaces, the situation of water, and other kind of things. So Green City Index is one. It is also a nature index, Green City Index. So it was developed by the Economics Intelligence Unit in association with the Siemens. It's a project. So it covers a wide range of environmental areas. Approximately 30 indicators are used, coming under 8 to 9 categories. You can rank the cities based on this Green City Index. You can rank them. Another one is Urban Habitat Quality Index. Well, this is a big project, and a model is available, which you can, if anybody is interested, they can download it and use it for calculating this Urban Habitat Quality Index. It's a composite indicator to assess the quality and health of urban environments with a focus on habitat suitability for biodiversity and human well-being. So this INVEST model is natural capital project. So you can see this. It is modeled by Stanford University. So this is the INVEST model. So you can download, if you need some 20 functions, you can utilize this to achieve 20 functions. Another is one by IUCN. IUCN, of course, you know, International Union for Conservation of Nature. Those who are behind the rare and endangered species and so on. So they developed these urban nature indexes. So they calculate, they have used 30 indicators to measure and gauge progress in urban biodiversity. 30 indicators, and under 6 thematic areas: consumption drivers, human pressures, habitat status, species status, nature's contribution to people, and governance responses. So the most important one is City Biodiversity Index. Of course, in the title of my presentation, it was given dimensions of urban biodiversity and city biodiversity index, because this one is backed by Convention on Biodiversity, CBD. So CBD COP. See, COP is famous. COP in relation to UNFCCC's most famous. But there are COP in relation to CBD also. So in the CBD COP in 2008, it was conducted in Singapore. So that particular gentleman, Mao Bo Tan, he proposed the establishment of a city biodiversity index, and they worked along with the CBD Directorate, Secretariat, and came up with, of course, it was taken over by National Parks Board of Singapore. And they came up with a composite index, and that is called, now it is called Singapore Index. Singapore Index. So it is a index to, so here in this city, in this Singapore Index, more emphasis on biodiversity rather than others. Of course, in the recent version, they have included climate aspects also, climate and other kind of things. So 28 indicators are there. It measures native species, ecosystem services, and governance. Governance related to biodiversity. That means whether there is a biodiversity management committee, whether they have a local biodiversity plan, such other kind of thing would be there. So you can have a self-assessment based on this city biodiversity index. So because Singapore was in the forefront to suggest an index like this, now the name Singapore Index has been adopted, and it is being followed in many countries. First version was released in 2009. A recent one, a modified one, was released in 2021 in a handbook form. And of course, if anybody is interested, you can download this handbook from the internet. It is available for free. Handbook on the Singapore Index on Cities Biodiversity, also known as the City Biodiversity Index. So Singapore Index is a synonym of City Biodiversity Index. So it helps achieve in 3 ways. It allows cities to measure the current state of their existing biodiversity pattern and to monitor and assess them, number 1. Number 2, it serves as a common platform from which to launch biodiversity awareness and campaigns. And 3, it acts as a portal between different departments, those who are involved, local NGOs, biodiversity boards, various line departments of the government. So it has 2 parts. The first part provides background information about the city. And the second is a set of 28 indicators. Okay. Not more than 5 minutes. Okay, I will conclude within 5 minutes, don't worry. And there are several subcomponents also. So you go for indexing now. And after 3 to 5 years, again, you can go for you can measure and find out an index, and you can measure how far you improved in your biodiversity efforts. So the maximum score a city can achieve is 112. So each indicator, I told you there are 28 indicators, and each indicator will get a point of 4. Okay, from 0 to 4. Indigenous biodiversity, 36 point, 1 to 9. Ecosystem services provided by the biodiversity, 20 points. Then governance and management of biodiversity, 56 points. Altogether, 112 points. Okay. So to conclude, see, probably you may be thinking, people are not hearing this, probably some of you. Of course, you may have heard, but many of the common people may not have heard much about urban agriculture. And if you're not aware of urban agriculture, what would be the fate of urban biodiversity or even biodiversity? Okay, anyway, so in future, we hope that people would come forward and they may plan to protect their biodiversity, to conserve their biodiversity and improve their biodiversity in various ways. So urban biodiversity not only contributes to environmental sustainability, but also improves public health, economic vitality, climate resilience, and quality of life and for urban residents or urban dwellers. Tools such as the City Biodiversity Index, which I have mentioned, or various urban nature indexes, empower cities to measure, monitor, and guide their biodiversity efforts. And number 3, through integrated urban planning, community engagement, and government initiative like the Nagar One Yojana or the small-scale city gardens initiated by the Kerala Forest Department and, of course, the Kerala State Biodiversity Board. They have their own biodiversity parks. It starts with 5 to 10 cents. You can transform cities into greener, more resilient, and more inclusive spaces. So I am concluding my presentation here. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for detailing on various dimensions of urban biodiversity and how to integrate it with biodiversity framework and also various urban biodiversity indices. Now, a few questions are invited from the audience. If no questions,
Of course, the questions are reserved.
Okay, sir, it was a wonderful presentation, a mind-boggling one, packed with a lot of information. See, we are doing something in Kerala as part of our Haritha Kerala mission. We have completed 1,000 Pachathur. 1,000 Pachathur. We have also started the Miyawaki forest. So can you classify them somewhere in our urban forests, Pachathuruthu, as well as Miyawaki we have established in many places, also as Pachathur. Can we, Pachathuruthu and Miyawaki as urban forests can be classified like?
See, Miyawaki, there is a problem with Miyawaki, it is very costly. And such kind of costly forests are not needed for Kerala, which lies in humid tropical forest. The ordinary Pachathuruthu type of gardens is enough. Pachathuruthu. Green forests launched by the local self-governments. In my opinion, that is enough because you can cut down the cost by 1/10. That is the main problem with Miyawaki. And Miyawaki, of course, in other states, in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, or Uttara Indian states, where the soil, the climate, etc., are not congenial, for probably in such places, this Miyawaki may fit well. That's my opinion. When I was in the Biodiversity Board, we tried to develop 5 Miyawaki gardens, and there were, of course, for 5 cents of Miyawaki garden, we spent some 5 lakhs for 5 lakhs. And even then, there were not takers to do a Miyawaki. So such kind of costly forest development is needed. That's my humble opinion.
thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. P. Shalini Pillai, Associate Director of Research, Regional Agriculture Research Station, Southern Zone, to hand over the memento to Dr. George Thomas as a token of our appreciation.
Of course, the full text of my presentation is available in the proceedings. You can go through them. Okay, thank you very much. ആരും ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നും എടുക്കാനില്ല. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. So moving on to the next session. Next session is by Dr. Ajit Kumar R, Director, Center for Digital Innovation and Product Development, Digital University, Trivandrum. He'll be delivering the talk on the topic Smart Farming in Urban Spaces, Role of AI, IoT, and Decision Support Systems in Shaping Resilient Food Systems. I welcome you, sir, onto the dais.
Yeah. Done.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Is it on? Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Are you going to give this or? It's okay. Fine. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate the organizing team, especially Dr. Sridhaya, to choose this wonderful topic, especially of high relevant area. In fact, it's the need of the hour. We're talking about the urban and peri-urban agriculture prospects in Kerala, especially on the getting wider acceptance across the globe. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this area. Probably I'll be sharing something on, we have been talking about the last two sessions, you have been hearing more about the controlled environment, especially when you're talking about greenhouse, aquaculture, hydroponics, and, more like controlled, managed environment in agriculture. So, first of all, I am not an agriculture person to take a bail advance. I'll be sharing some of my ideas and our experience on the last 20 years on this area, especially on how technology is going to drive you in the future agriculture prospects, especially when you're talking about the urban agriculture as one of the core, topic of discussion. The pandemic has actually given a lot of lesson to all of us. One of the great lessons in the pandemic was the supply chain. The supply chain from the rural to the urban was one of the great challenge we have faced. So we had learned a lot of lesson during that time, because you have a production, but you are not able to deliver to the consumers. So how to reach the consumers from a farmland to the consumer household consumption, it was a great challenge. So there was a thought, probably people might have thought about how can't I do something to make localized production. So that drives a lot of, kind of inspiration and motivation to people to talk about on agriculture in the urban area. If you observe, last talk, George sir was mentioning about the relevance of, biodiversity, especially in the urban space. And also, Sushila teacher was talking more about the technological aspects about the hydroponics and, controlled environment production systems, etc. If you look at it very close observation, when you travel across the state, you may feel that many of the high-rise buildings nowadays, all the real estate teams and all major builders nowadays, they focus something on vertical farming systems as part of their construction itself. You might have observed that. That gives a lot of motivation and inspiration to people to think about to do something on the urban agriculture, can do something on our own, space. So I'll be taking you, I'm very sure I'll stick on to my time frame. So you can stop me, Dr. Naveen, in case if I exceed my time. So I'll be taking you to some of the, is it getting? Is the changer working? Excuse me? Okay, fine. So let me start this with one of the quote. If you look at it, the future of the food may lie not in the countryside, full window. Okay, so this is a statement. Nowadays people, it's a globally people talking about this topic. The future of the food may lie not in the countryside, but on city rooftops and digital dashboards. So I'll be talking about the last two words, how this digital dashboard is going to help you to make your urban agriculture happening across your rooftop. And so if you look at the evolution of farming, from the last several decades, we started from the traditional agriculture to the mechanization, as you know. Then we have the precision agriculture, then it converted into a digital transformation process altogether. Then we have something, now we are talking about the buzzwords, something called AI, IoT, decision systems, etc. So all this AI, all this intelligence, all this IoT, all this environment makes you more comfortable, affordable, and monitorable, or you can say that within your own, environment, you can control your production system. So all this technology, if you're talking about, is nowadays people are thinking about your artificial intelligence, your IoT, or your decision systems. Everything is driving towards an intelligence and autonomy for your production system. That's what nowadays people are talking about. If you look at the scale of the smart farming data, there's a huge volume of data is being generated, knowingly or unknowingly, if you know it. If all the smart systems working nowadays, if it is a greenhouse production systems or aquaponics or hydroponics everywhere, there is a bit element of technologies involved. The moment you say that there's a technology, there's a huge data is being generated. That means the farms, especially the smart farms, they generate a substantial amount of data. And the data is coming from various diversified sources. Like, for example, if you say that the data is coming from sensors, you have different types of sensors that are being, deployed across various locations. You are getting the data from the major resources. You are getting the data from the machine. You're also getting the data, a lot of environmental metrics data is like your weather data and other parameters also coming to the picture. And if you look at it, there's a drastic growth in the volume of the data, as I said. That means if you're looking at sensors, let's say if you have 10 sensors, if you mount or deploy it in a field, it means that every seconds, it is capturing a set of data and is being transmitting to your environment. That means your data, the volume of the data is enormous. That means you need to have a systems in place to manage this data to make the insights happen. So, and also if you look at it, the lot of thanks to the electronic systems and intelligent electronic systems and IoT, the sensor networks has become a buzzword nowadays. Everywhere if you go, it has become a sensors. For example, the device what you have in your hand as a mobile, no more it is a mobile device for a communication. This is a computing device. Please understand, the device what you are having in your hand as a small device of a mobile is no more a communication device. It has become a computing device for you. That means is as equal as a computer. That means it has a computing power, it has a sensors inbuilt into that, it has so many data which has a capability to capture and transmit. How many of you know that the mobile what you have is supporting a data aggregation platform and supplying to various vendors? Believe me, yes. The moment you are traveling one place to another, in fact, your device is capturing the data and it is giving to the particular vendor saying that this is the environment across various locations. For example, if I am traveling from Trivandrum to Kasaragod, my mobile data, my mobile device collects through my sensors, it collects the data about the various climatic parameters, maybe a temperature or maybe a rainfall, etc. It gives to somewhere. I'm very sure some of you are using the Google map, right? If you want to really check whether you have a traffic in a particular location, the Google map is giving you the details about the traffic, right? How do you getting? Google doesn't have a satellite running and capturing the data. No. Google is capturing this data through a device like you. That means something like an edge device, from various places, from the people. So this is how they aggregate the data. That means that n number of sensors are coming. The network of the sensors has become much more powerful. So that becomes more and more important, especially in this area. Now, if you understand the smart data or the farm, smart data which is coming from a smart farm, if you look at it, as I said, is a high volume. The velocity of the data is very high and the variety of information is coming from particular. For example, one sensor gives you different types of information to you. Similarly, you need to have a strong infrastructure in place to manage this data. And thanks to our cloud computing platforms and scalable platforms nowadays, very affordable. So you can manage the entire data sets. You can collect the data, aggregate it, compute it, process it, analyze it, and take an insight out of it. And this has become a very key to the precision agriculture process. Now, you feel like it enables the data-driven insights for basically an optimized farming practices. This is where it is leading to. Now, why we want to talk about the smart farms, especially in the context of urban farming? The reasons are very high. As rightly mentioned by Thomas sir in the previous talk, if you look at it, the study says that in 2050, 60% of the cities become urban. That means the urbanization, 68% of the cities, it will become 2050, 68% of the place become the urban. That means you have to plan something to do something on the, urban agriculture process. The climate volatility and pandemics disrupt supply chain. As I said, it has a lot of problems you could expect even more and more. The pandemic can come and again. So how do you address this? The supply chain from the rural farms to the urban consumer end is going to be a big, process. So how do you handle this? The solution is start the practice by your own. Then you need to have a resilient local food systems in place. The sustainability is also important point as mentioned by the previous speaker, like you need to have a less transport potential for the waste of use. If you think about, we are getting the agriculture produce from the neighboring states or even from the importing from the other countries as well. Look at how much carbon emission we are handling. Looking at the wastage of the fuel. So all talking about sustainability. So it's very important to think something on that context. And also the access to the food. If you look at it, you need to have a better nutrition in the cities. So there is going to be something like a personalized food intake. Believe me, I'm very sure 99% of the people who are sitting in this audience, you are depending on a ChatGPT kind of an environment where your generative AI environment is driving you most of the advisories for you. Even if you, for example, if you are a patient, you are very concerned about your diet. You discuss something with your ChatGPT. He will understand. He will learn from you. Your, symptoms, your parameters, everything is being fed into the platform. Once you fed into the platform, next time onwards, he will ask you a personalized diet plan for you. How it is happening? Because nowadays, everything is driving through a generative AI process. For example, if you are scientists and, professors and faculty members here, I'll give you one example. You have a package of practice released by Agriculture University. That is your Bible, right? Just upload the package of practice to your ChatGPT or any, this kind of an environment. You just upload it. He will learn the ChatGPT. You are ready to work a conversation chatbot for a farmer. Good enough. He has the capability to learn everything. He will be able to ready to give you a personalized advisory for the person. That's so simple. The generative AI has become much more powerful nowadays because you have a strong computing infrastructure in place. So that's how the things are moving. So the entire document, for example, most of you, I'm very sure students may be using it because I am also faculty, so I know how students are doing nowadays. If you give them an assignment, first point they're looking at whether I can get at this same stuff in the ChatGPT or not. Now the faculty members, we feel, finding it very difficult to get whether it's a GPT-enabled content or it's an AI-generated content. So that has become more challenging nowadays, right? So this is very important thing that technology is growing very fast. Unless and otherwise we move towards the technology or along with the technology, we are going to be low. So if you look at it, what is smart urban farming? I just use a word called smart. Why it has become smart? One is, the smart is become purely because the entire smart farming has become tech-driven, technology-driven. That means it's probably powered by sensors, powered by AI, powered by data, powered by big data, cloud, etc., etc., etc. It's totally a technology stack is driving you for the smart farming. And second one is, you can bring a high level of efficiency. That means you can optimize your water usage, you can optimize your nutrient, you can optimize all your index. All your inputs will become optimized. Then you have a totally controlled environment. That means you can often indoor or a vertical or a rooftop or wherever, doesn't matter. Still you have the control over your practice. And your data becomes smart. How come? Because your decisions are based on a purely monitoring environment. You are taking a decision not by an assumption. You are taking a decision purely based on the data. That means when to irrigate, what to irrigate, or what to fertilize. Everything is decided by your system, not by you. That means you have a system in place to support you to take your practice on time to time. And urban located, that means in cities, not in local farmland. Or purely you talking about the agriculture process in the urban area. Now, I am finding it very difficult this case. What are the key drivers if you're talking about the urban smart farming? One is you have enables farming in the urban spaces, as I said. You have it supports purely automation with IoT and AI, okay? And it promotes local sustainable food systems, as I said. And you have a very less dependency on rural supply chain. You need not wait for the truck to come from the rural to your household. No. You can have whatever the cultivation based on your food plan. You can cultivate yourself at your home, your own rooftop or your own vertical farm, wherever. And you can bring food production closer to the consumers. Or you can reduce the gap or distance from a long gap to a very short span. Then, of course, it leads to an environmental sustainability and it supports 100% eco-friendly and low carbon agriculture process. Now, we have been talking about AI, IoT, etc., etc. Let me take two important aspects of IoT. I don't know how many of you heard about IoT. This is called Internet of Things. The short form is IoT, Internet of Things. Nothing but is a set of connected devices. It can be any devices. Suppose you have 100 sensors. Imagine you have 100 mobile phones in this room. Each mobile has a sensor. If I connect all these mobile phones together, it becomes an IoT connected sensors environment for me. Similarly, it is a connected devices, is a physical objects online. Please remember, the moment you connect, you become available to be monitored. Your data is captured and shared across the network. That is how we call it as connected devices and network. The data exchange, yes, it has the capability to send and receive the data. Yes. That means if you are mounting a sensors in the field, it has a capability to capture and send the data to the particular location wherever you want. It is all insights gain. It means analysis of the collected data. That means not only collect the data, it has also the capability to analyze some extent. And of course, the interaction happening in the remote space. That means you are monitoring and control from afar. You can monitor your farm wherever you are, right? So that is how the Internet of Things have become. And if you look at the deployment of IoT in smart agriculture, most of the cases, if you're looking at this precision farming, nowadays, I mean, Sushila teacher was talking about in the morning session, many of the aquaponics or hydroponics or a greenhouse farming nowadays, a smart farm, is controlled by technology, is supported by the precision farming activities are 100% supported by technology. And you have a smart irrigation systems nowadays, you'll get it at a very affordable cost. You know, most of your irrigation systems become smart. And you also have a vertical rooftop and indoor farming. So you could even monitor your crops even through your mobile apps remotely. So that's the space where we are talking about. Okay. Now, if you look at this urban farming, what is this IoT does? Basically, as I said, you can deploy any kind of a sensors anywhere you want, whether it is a greenhouse or a grow bag or whether it is a vertical, wherever you want. So you can have deploy your sensors. The sensors have the capability to capture your soil moisture details, your climate, water quality. So you could even nowadays, even you can go and do a Google or you can even go to Amazon where you will get your crops very cheap cost nowadays. You know, you could do even, you can try as an agriculture student, I would strongly recommend you can try it out. You can buy a very low cost, thanks to China market, they are deploying it, coming into the market in a very affordable cost. You can try with this, most of these crops are available in the market. You can try it out. And if you look at it, the fertigation, nowadays, most of the smart farms, 100% of your fertilizations are controlled and monitored and system driven. It's a software driven. You know where you don't have a worry to, spend the time on your irrigation, your fertigation, nothing. It's totally controlled by your systems, right? It's a programmed, it's a pre-planned. And also based on the demand of the crop and not by, particular schedule. No, it's no more a schedule driven, it's purely become demand driven. So the nutrient sensors and hydroponics have become most, available across almost all the systems nowadays. You have source systems available to remote monitoring and alerts, automated greenhouse control systems is all available in place. It has become most popular nowadays in the most of the cities. Now we are talking about AI. AI is a buzzword. All of you know that. So it can do a lot of things. As I said, it can trouble you as well if you don't feed them well. So what it does basically, it analyzes the sensor plus your external data. Not only depend on your sensor data, it also looking at the other aspects. For example, you have a sensors, 250 sensors is coming to your farm, and the sensors are collecting the data and sending to your server. And same time, how AI is taking a decision? AI taking a decision based on your package of practice, right? The farm level data from the crop, you have a package of practice which has your core guide, and you have the system knows what advisory is supposed to give it to the based on the data. So this is how the AI works. Now, it can predict yield, diseases, all your crop loss in advance. You need not worry. It will take you to the right time where your crop is getting, problem, or your crop is in the right sense, or you are getting, this is the estimated yield you are going to have after a few days. Everything will be predicted by the platform. And also, if you look at it, nowadays, one of the most important aspects of the AI is computer vision. The computer vision is totally deployed across many of the agriculture farm field applications called plant health monitoring. Whether it's a disease prediction or a pest disease monitoring, etc., the computer vision has become a most powerful technology platform. AI is no more a buzzword. Please understand. Everybody talking about AI is no more a buzzword. It's beyond the hype. AI offers a very tangible solution, believe me. I'm very sure, we never thought that, ChatGPT kind of an environment is going to drive, or a DeepSeek is going to drive, or even a Gemini is going to drive in our academics or your industry, business, or everywhere, right? If you ask a question to Gemini, I have a product, please tell me how to market the product. He will take you to the right direction. He will tell you, he will explore more from you. What is the potential market for you? Why don't you try this way? Why don't you try that way? So the different options are coming from the platform, right? So he understanding. It's a transforming from a futuristic concept to a present-day tool. So no more is a buzzword. It's a part of your life. If you don't catch that bus, we'll be missing the bus. Please understand. So you have to sim along with that system. The focus is shifting how AI solve agriculture challenges. This is where, for example, if you look at it, you may have so many problems in front of you. Just think about it. One of the problems where AI can solve you. There are 100 use cases and case studies, reports are available in many of these platforms. How AI has solved many of the agriculture related problems. It could be a production related problem. It could be a crop health monitoring related problem. It could be a market related problem. It could be a harvest related problem. It could be a post harvest related problem. There are many such aspects. So just to think about what applications give you more excitement on agriculture. This is very important. So there is an answer for each question, right? So now, as I said, it's transforming the agriculture. As I said, the AI-driven insights has become smarter. It's a totally data backup and farming decisions nowadays. The precision applications are optimized to resources, like as you say, water, nutrients has become very precious for you, and it has the optimum usage is ensured by the AI platforms. The early threat detections are being handled by the AI platforms. As I said, the computer vision kind of a programming environment has a 101% proven capability to take care of your early detection of your problems of the crop. Okay? And also you have a predictive analytic capability where it can predict the market opportunities for you. For example, the system has, nowadays we look at it, a very intelligent smart farms, especially driven by the corporates. The entire aspects, starting from your plant to your harvest and your marketing, is completely controlled. The system knows when actual sowing happens, when the actual harvest happens. Accordingly, he will look at the external market and find an opportunity for you. He says, even he will suggest you when to harvest, when not to harvest. So everything is driven by the platforms and data, purely based on the data. So there are a lot of autonomous operations are happening across the world, wherein if you look at it, AI-powered automation is 100% giving you more efficiency. You look at it, the robotic, many of the robotic operations are available in the agriculture operations, especially in the, maybe a social teacher knows that many large enterprise level farms or, aquaponics or hydroponics or a greenhouse operations, there are robots are being deployed. And finally, it is now taking to the advisory role as well. As I said, your chat GPT, if you look at it, you ask anything in the chat GPT, sometimes it be wrong, but you can correct the chat GPT. You teach them, you ask them to learn, then he will come back and say, yes, you are right. So there is become an advisory role as well. Nowadays, this kind of an environment has become more powerful for the advisory as well. We have been doing a lot of works, especially on this area. And so these are the areas where we work, especially on digital university. We have a strong lab work on. We have a crop recommendation engines. We have 8 products we have released exclusively on agriculture space on recommendations, exclusively on AE and generative AE. And we have a computer vision-based pest disease detection platforms already available. And generative AE-based interactive models, like you have a exclusive chatbot for agriculture to interact with. And a lot of LLM, large language model-based decision supports also being implemented in our lab. I'll just take you one example what we have done for you. We have done these projects with the support of Government of Kerala, where we have done this one, something called a crops. It's a mobile app, basically, in the farmer level, but it's powered by an AE. The farmer can use as only a mobile app, because he doesn't know whether it is an AE or backed up with a big data or cloud or etc. He doesn't have to bother. But it is a AE powered. We have covered 22 crops, around 200 plus pest and disease symptoms capability the system can diagnose for you. Please believe me, 22 crops we have covered. It has a capability to diagnose more than 200% diagnosis. Diseases, you can diagnose it. And also, we are moving little far ahead. Not only text, we are able to capture the audio as well. That means no more you need no type. You just spell out. We'll understand your language. You tell your problem in your app in a local language. We will take you, we will work on you, we will understand what the farmer is talking about, what is his problem. Then you will understand, my system will take care and diagnosis and give you the result. Okay? And also you have a very strong dashboard to monitor the platforms like this. So, can I have this one, please? Look at this mobile. This is just 1 to 30 seconds video, how this stuff is working. It's a mobile app, okay? If you look at the mobile screen, you can see that how an AE is working. So you might have seen many applications like a Plantix and things like that, okay? But it is a little more powerful than the Plantix. I'll tell you why. So this is purely tested in the Kerala environment, where you could even see, I just given one image. My system will be able to understand what exactly the image is all about, this crop. So it has a AI-driven self-diagnosis process. You just upload. And also we have a 2 capability. One, you just upload an image. My AI will run and bring you the stuff. The second one is you also give an audio talk. You give an audio, your audio tag will be taken care and you just record an audio clip. My system will understand your audio and spell out your problems and it will become more user-friendly, so you can take any, aspects on that. So, for example, just wait another 20 seconds for this. I'm not sure whether you can read it or not. This is talking about a bungee top disease about banana. Well, this is a pest in case. Okay? So, this is how we are training the system, right? The farmer doesn't know where you have 2 different models. One is just to take a photograph and do it. Other one is when the farmer says, I'll give you a set of disease symptoms to him and ask him to confirm it, so that my system also will get trained accordingly. So you can choose the language whatever you want. And in fact, for your information, we have tested this, 8 languages, Indian languages. We can do it in Tamil, we can do it in Kannada, Telugu, or any language if you choose, we will be able to do it. So this is something very, important. I just wanted to tell you how these things are working, that's all. Okay, let me move on to this. I'm talking about decision support system, right? So we talked about IoT, we talked about AI, we talked about a decision. So decision support system is an outcome of all these things together, right? So you need to basically a system to take a better decision, right? This is what you want. So it integrates IoT, AI, data analytics, big data, cloud, everything is coming to picture, right? So it will become more and more accessible to you. And you also have another solutions like if you have a supply chain, you want to have a traceability. You have so many systems in place like a blockchain and all. So you can even still establish a traceability from the farm to up to the consumer level. The traceability is nowadays very important, especially we are talking about One Health aspects. So yeah, decision support systems are nowadays available and it integrates IoT, AI, data science, data analytics, big data, everything is coming to one platform, right? It gives timely insights and recommendations to you. You need not wait. The system will understand what exactly when you want the information, he will feed to you. It supports purely a planning and operation side. You can purely depend on this platform. It will help you to plan your activities. And informed decisions and predictions are going to be one of the important aspects of this. Okay. Now, if you look at the if you look at the decision support system, it has a lot of capabilities actually. A lot of capabilities, in fact. If you look at it, it can combine agricultural data with so many other data. For example, looking at a scenario where you have an integrated farming system, where you have a homestead farming, where you have a few crops, you have a main crops, you also have an intercrops, you also have a livestock, you may also have a piggery, you may also have a poultry, or you may have so many other aspects, right? So if you have a decision support system like this will help you to plan your integrated farming in a very well manner. We have done a use case for this. So the entire your planning, your operations, okay, your input on all these aspects is being integrated into one platform. Not only your crop systems, you also have so many other integrated systems as well. And it analyzes the data with the different models, right? In fact, all deals are working based on a pure models, right? Is the machine learning models are there in the backend. The AI and machine learnings are driving the facts, and it has a models to validate, and it will help you, yes, you are right or wrong, right? It offers decision recommendations on time to time, and it supports very specific farm tasks. For example, you are planning only for a fertigation. Yes, the decision supports to take care of managing your entire specific fertigation process. And it optimizes resources and output, as I said. It's going to really helping you exclusively for the precision agriculture process. And actionable insights leading to agro-intelligence. That's how it normally happens. And some of the examples where the DSS are being implemented, if you look at it, the precision irrigation systems, as I said, 100% success on precision irrigation systems nowadays. And nutrient management, as I said, the entire fertigations are also nowadays controlled by these kind of systems. Pest and disease management, it can predict the outbreaks based on the sensor data, suggest interventions, etc. on time to time. And crop selection process itself, the planning level itself, it can help you to choose the right crop for your right farm. And farm management software supported by an ERP platforms like this, it provides operational insights. And yield prediction is going to be another important area where the system will tell how much yield you are going to get. Okay? So this forecasting capability also has one of the important aspects. In the future, this is my last slide. And if you look at the future outlook of this urban smart farming, it is going to be driven by your AI, your IoT, your decision system. It all brings together an agro-intelligence for you. And you can also have a blockchain traceability to establish your supply chain from your products to one place to other. And also you can have a circular truck-enabled food ecosystem. My last statement is the conclusion is you can have produce your food locally. You can bring your green cities. It becomes a sustainable future for you. Thank you very much. You can raise to me if you have any questions. I would like to take the questions from you. Please. But I can't hear you. If you could. Please, ma'am.
Actually, we are utilizing sensors for the prediction and all. And I have seen that the calibration is a must because it is giving wrong data.
You are right.
And even though we have calibrated within a short interval of time, it will be giving wrong answer. And because of that, the farmers are every day they are checking, and after that they are making the correction. And in my research also, I have utilized more than 300 sensors for measuring different parameters. And whether better quality sensors are available. And at the same time, I want to ask one more thing, that many of the problems that the plant is facing is due to nutrient deficiency. Actually, you have mentioned about the pest and this pest attack, that and all. But deficiency symptom, actually, according to my knowledge, what all that is, we are providing the nutrients at a different EC level according to the stage of the plant and type of the plant. There is no sensors which can sense the EC level up to that extent. Very small level only we can use the sensors. Whether any availability of that type of sensors, because in hydroponics, if we can identify the level of nutrients at different stages of each and every nutrient, there is offline equipments are available. We were also having. We can test what is the potash or nitrogen, phosphorus, zinc, like that. That is available. If we are having an equipment which can sense the level of nutrient at that particular condition online, and at that time itself, by using the injectors, correct that particular level, you can maintain the hydroponics. Most of the problem can be solved, and with farmers will be very easy to adopt. According to my knowledge, it is not there. I want to know whether it is there or not.
Okay. Thank you, madam. I'll answer all your three questions. The first question you were asked about the availability of the sensors, the quality of the sensors. You said right. Any sensor or any electronic device, when you make, especially talking about an IoT device which is linked with an AI platform, you need to have a very strong, learning process. And when you talk about an electronic device, the calibration or the precision, what we call it as, is very important. It cannot come overnight. It requires a lot of environmental testing, different parameters to be tested at different levels. Finally, but you are said right, madam, all the sensor-based solution providers nowadays, still they do the calibration management in the field level. Even, for example, they claim that 90% of the sensors in one environment may not be 90% accuracy, you may not get in the other environment. The reason is very simple. The reason is the environmental impacts, the environmental parameters have to change. For example, you have two different grow bags. You have two deployed two different sensors. The first grow bag A, you put a sensor. The same sensor you put in grow bag B. Both the grow bag, you make it a different, the calibration result will be different. The reason is very simple. But there is a solution for that. The solution is the marketly, that is where you need to have a backup of the people who really wanted to calibrate and refine the process again and again to make it an optimum calibrated environment.
But
you are right.
Yeah, but many of the people are not knowing.
Right.
Even the professors.
That's right. So that is why the AI research is, we normally call it as a never-ending research.
They are blindly believing that what the sensor is giving, it is correct. That
Right.
is misleading actually.
Right. And the second question you are asking about the EC, the measurement of the EC. Yes, there is a sensor available to measure the EC as well. We have tested the EC by using a sensor. But again, as you said, the EC level at a different environment is also. In fact, we have a Professor Venugopal is closely working with us, and he is the person who really tested at our environment. So as a soil scientist, he would be able to tell us whether this is the right sensor or not, or right calibration or not. In fact, we are doing it in a refinement in every day. We are facing a lot of problem. Then the EC level, the market, highly costly available, sensors are available to get a highly precise sensors. But if you look at the cost wise, probably it will be a little more higher cost. That's the reason.
But all the time, farmers as well as the users should be.
Right. But I believe that, madam, on the coming days, the electronic device industry is coming with more and more. The chip industry is coming more and more economical. I'm very sure probably another 2-3 years of down the line, this will become more economical and the precision level also will be very high.
Many of the
That's an
equipment
assurance.
calibration facilities not there. Some of the companies are providing buffering tablets or
That's true.
solution and all.
Yeah, madam, that's the reason is, there are a lot of the field level validations and testing. Many of the products probably be missing. If you really, that's where the quality of the sensor. For example, you can buy a mobile phone in 3,000 rupees as well as 30,000 rupees. The difference is the functionality will be same. The difference is the quality of the products and the components which goes into the device that makes you the difference in the price. So that's where the same thing electronic device also, the chip industries also, or the manufacturing, chip manufacturers or chip industries also getting into that, more and more refinements in the process. I think especially intelligent IoT is coming. It's a buzzword called intelligent IoT. That means in the chip level itself, the intelligence are being built on. That means less refinement is required. The chips, the intelligence are inbuilt into the chip level itself, in the manufacturing level itself. That means assume that the interventions will be less. So, so that intelligence is going to be, in fact, we have released one chip by Honorable CM last year, just called a chirally chip. One of the area what we are trying to do is called, agriculture is one of the area where the chirally chip is going to be exclusively used for that. So we have a mechanism, the refinements are happening across the researchers. I'm very sure this is not an overnight problem can be solved, but it will take some time to refine it. Because based on the demand from the public, obviously this research has to happen, madam. The third question I would like to answer from the other way is like the availability of the sensors on, now primary nutrients, the sensors are well thought and well defined and well tested. But in the second, yes, primary nutrients. But for the secondary and micronutrients, still research is going on. One of the scientists from our lab, he's from Indian Institute of Science, and he's working on a micronutrient 2 element, and probably he will come, he would have reasonably good result, and we are trying to get that, next level production process.
Whenever the software engineers coming to me for discussion, I used to tell this thing we have to do. And one Netherlands company also approached, they were bringing another problem. And at that time, I told them this has to be done. Last moment, I withdrew from that. Actually, I also was supposed to associate in that. I only have given that idea to them. But it is very much essential. And at the same time, if the sensors are releasing without any facility to calibration, that is misleading the farmer, actually we are doing a harm.
Right. But there is another opportunity for you. Suppose you have sensor is only one source of information, but you can also depend on other external variables which you can even depend on it. For example, the sensor, for example, the temperature status inside the greenhouse can be used by one sensor. Assume that it gives only 70% accuracy. You have another sensors, you have other parameters outside temperature. My AI can work out a composition, the difference between the temperature status between these two environments. So all this recurring data sets, the training data of the machine learning process and prediction models can easily help you to solve some extent of this. Not purely hardware based problem, it's a combination of hardware plus software related problem.
What we were doing means we are standard equipment we are utilizing for calibration.
Okay.
Every time, and farmers also doing like that, but many of them are not knowing.
Madam, I would suggest that your benchmarking process has to happen in a different environment. Then you will know the actual. You need not depend on one benchmarking data sets. Probably your benchmarking data sets have to be in different environment. That will solve most of your problems. That's what I feel. I'll happy to help you on this. Thank you very much.
Any more questions?
Any other questions? Please, sir.
Say, what I felt after listening to you, that by and large it was a theoretical exposition. You are speaking about putting one sensor in one grow bag. My question is whether an ordinary farmer say, as a retired person, my own case, if I venture into this type of farming, is it affordable for me? Number one. Number two, you were speaking about smart farming data. Is it being collected in our state? Is it being compiled? Is it being shared for use of other farmers?
Okay.
These are the two questions.
Okay, sir. I'll answer both the questions. The first one is the affordability of your device. As I said, sir, this electronic chip industry, because sensor is purely working on electronics chip and, couple of electronic components working on it. And I'm very sure next 5 years, thanks to the policy of the government of India as well as the state, our hardware policy is coming up. In the international, globally, the hardware cost is coming down, especially chip cost. And I'm very sure probably next 5 years down the line, maybe, I'm not saying that probably happen over the 1 or 2 months, but eventually the hardware is going to be, or the sensors are going to be highly affordable. Highly affordable. Because even now, people with a very marginal cost, you could able to buy a sensor exclusively for certain purpose. There are certain purpose which you can still use the sensors. For example, your primary nutrient sensors will be available to 600 rupees. So there are sensors available for some level. But I'm very sure from 600 rupees, probably it will come down to 100 rupees. Maybe on the coming line. So that will become more and, more affordable. So the second point of your question is the sharing of the data, which is collected by a, centralized environment. I think state government is also now planning. And in fact, Honorable CM has put a mission forward to have all this kind of a data into a centralized data platform. We are also part of that process. Probably, as you said, sir, most of the relevant data probably will be available how to share among the people. I think some initiatives are happening. I think that will be available exclusive in Kerala. I think the new policies are coming up. Electronic, especially data policy is coming up. One of the data, primary component of the data policy in the state, the first state going to have an open data policy that all the data which is collected and available in a platform will be accessible to the needy people. So that is going to happen.
Excuse me.
Please.
I'm Sunil Kumar. Do you have a working model with you or in and around so that somebody interested they can visit and see?
Which one you're talking about?
Not the protected cultivation or precision farming with
we have a deployed in the site environment in our lab, not in the farmer level, but we have the software part. We have you are ready to welcome to visit at any time. You will be able to show it. We have. You are welcome to visit at any time.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ajit Kumar, for the insightful presentation into the smart farming processes and the integration of technology into smart farming practices. Now may I request Dr. Roy Stephen, respected Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, College of Agriculture, Velayani, to hand over a memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Ajit Kumar.
very good. How are you?
Thank you, sir, for the kind attention of all delegates. Now, next would be the last lead talk in this session. And after that lead talk, we will be dispersing into 4 venues for various theme presentations. Theme 1 will be in the indoor stadium itself. It will be chaired by Dr. P. Indira Devi. The co-chair will be Dr. Anil Kurula. And the theme 2 venue will be Smart Classroom in the new academic block. Venue is the Smart Classroom, new academic block. The chairman, Dr. George Thomas, co-chair, Dr. Sunil. Theme 3, the venue will be the Kite Hall in the social science block. The chairman would be Dr. K. Susan John, co-chair, Dr. R.C. Pradeepika. So the venue would be Kite Hall, the social science block. Theme 4, The presentations will be in the seminar hall of the social science block. The chairman would be Dr. Sushila and the co-chair Dr. Ajit Kumar. Team 5 in the indoor stadium itself will be chaired by Dr. C. Bhaskaran. Co-chair will be Dr. Seduraman Shivakumar. So all the participants are requested to move to the respective venue for the oral presentation after this lead talk. Please note that after the oral presentation, evaluation of the posters will be done. So the poster presentation participants can return to this venue for the evaluation of their respective oral presentation. I repeat, all participants are requested to move to the respective venue for oral presentation. Please note that after the oral presentation, evaluation of posters which are exhibited in this hall will be done. The poster participants can return after the oral presentation to this venue where the evaluation of their respective posters will be done. Now we move on to the last lead talk of this session by Dr. Vinitha Kumari, Deputy Director and Head Center for Gender Studies in Agriculture, Manage, Hyderabad. The topic, Gender Inclusive Extension and Entrepreneurship Models for Urban and Peri-Urban Farming. Over to you, Dr. Vinitha Kumari.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates of this international seminar. Myself, Dr. Vinitha, I am heading the Center for Gender in Agriculture, Nutritional Security and Urban Agriculture at Manage, Hyderabad. So we have a dedicated center where we do academic activities on urban farming, research activities. So, and also we are working on gender. So today I'm going to talk about how gender can be addressed, mainstreamed in urban agriculture. So I'll be sharing some of the perspectives, some of the insights on this topic today. Can I get my slides here? I'll try to finish my presentation in the dedicated 20 minutes because I know we are running quite far away from the scheduled time and a lot of things to be covered today, being the last day of the seminar. So I'll just try to bring important things into discussion through my presentation. So as I was saying that gender means men and women both, we have to ensure that whether it is rural agriculture or urban agriculture, women are an important pillar of agriculture irrespective of the geographical area, the setting, and we have to consider this dimension in every aspect, in all perspectives. So now being the day 2, it is needless to mention the different benefits of urban agriculture. There are multiple benefits, and what we have, I'm depicting here in the presentation, in the slides, it is much more than that because every benefits I have not kept here, but there are many benefits, and considering the fact that urban population is tremendously increasing across the globe, so that's why urban agriculture has become a very important topic to be discussed at all academic forums now. So why we are now bothering about urban agriculture, why the world is now trying to focus on urban agriculture? Basically to address food and nutritional security. We are talking about nutritional security, but much before that, food security comes, where we see that although many of the countries, including our country, India, we are food secured at the macro level, I say, but not at the micro level. At the individual level, still we see that there are a lot of food insecurity, and particularly in slum areas in the cities and town. When we talk of urban agriculture, in peri-urban areas, in slum areas, food insecurity is still a challenge. And this is one of the solutions that gives us a strategy how we can promote urban agriculture so that food security can be ensured at first place, followed by nutritional security. And also we see that other benefits that like climate resilient, climate change, global warming, all these are other impacts that come in place once urban agriculture is promoted at a very visible scale. So coming to the gender dynamics in urban agriculture, we see that, why is it moving on its own? Whether it is urban or rural agriculture, our traditional agriculture, we see that land is a very important gender dimension, where we see that particularly in case of India, we see that the total land ownership by female in India is only 13% as per our government data statistics. Only 13% of the women own land either as independent or as joint owner. That is one of the very important challenge and that holds relevant even in our cities and towns, where we see that might be because of the policy that the government has brought in of incentivization to encourage female registration in the name of females. It has worked, but still control is not there. Even where access is there, control is not there. So that's how land becomes a very important challenge. Why is it moving on its own? Move last slide. Is it being controlled from there? Can we move to the initial slides? Sorry? From where? But it's not changing.
Slide number
Slide number maybe 4 or 5. I was in 4 or 5. No, I will tell where to stop. This is not working. Back. Yeah. So as I was mentioning about the land, that is a major issue, and considering that women are having triple burden from the gender roles perspective of productive, reproductive and community management. So time is also one very important aspect that women, whether they are in cities or in villages, they, because of the multiple roles that they are into, time becomes a very important constraint for them. So that is how we have to focus on women from a different perspective rather than having a common strategy, common approach for them. Next one. So as I was mentioning, land being an important factors, credit becomes another outcome in terms of the limitations and the constraints that women face a lot of difficulty in accessing the credit facilities to promote their enterprise, and that is very relevant even in cities and towns, not only just for our rural women, but for urban agripreneurs also. And I think last year when we had the international seminar on food and nutritional security, we had invited some women entrepreneurs from cities and towns who had been doing their agribusiness from Hyderabad and around Hyderabad. So such type of educated, literate women also reported that when they approached the bank for credit facilities, they were asked to include the name of any male members of their family or as a member in order to get the credit facility. So even though the schemes are there that collateral free under Mudra it is provided, but at the reality that is not happening, and women are still facing the challenge of getting credit facility to promote their agri activities as an agri entrepreneurship. Next. And here we can just see that what are the different dimensions that overall impact on the women's entrepreneurial activities in agriculture. Yeah, like some of the factors here, socio-cultural factors. Socio-cultural factors, gender is all about socio-cultural phenomena, and that is all related to whether it is in village, rural background or urban background. We see that gender stereotypes, gender social norms, cultural norms still relevant in most of the countries across the globe. It is equally with different degrees of relevance or extent, but these are inhibiting factor for women to rise in agriculture as well. We are talking of women-led agriculture development. SDG 5 talks of gender equality. So, but these social cultural phenomena are one of the hindrance blockades. So and these are all completely attitudinal change, behavioral change that takes a long time to be addressed. So that is how we have started mainstreaming gender, because that is a very slow process, and only we address 50% of the population are women. We have to agree that we are equal population in most of the countries with small little change variations in the proportion. So, but women are not benefited equally. The benefit sharing is very unequal, unfair, and that is how, and women being leading the agriculture sector now because of urbanization, migration and all, most of the things being carried out by women, whether in cities or towns or village. So that is how we have to work on women in these areas. Next. So when we are promoting urban agriculture, we have to see that how we can, because we say leave nobody behind, and gender is very important dimension, and within gender also we have intersectionality in terms of the age, in terms of the caste, in terms of the class, in terms of the rural urban background. So intersectionality within gender also has to be addressed in order to mainstream it. And the digital platforms definitely have a very bright and potential scope to promote not only urban agriculture, but in general women farmers. Women farmers will be greatly benefited, but where are the women in digital literacy? What is the level of digital literacy for women in general, irrespective of rural urban background, is something that we need to think over. To what percentage of the women in cities and towns? We can do a relative analysis or perspective study, also retro inspection of the things, that to what percentage of the women have access to these digital devices, and what percentage of women are having actual control in the usage of that, and those who are using it, for what different purpose, functions are they using it. It's not just only because smartphones, as we know, it's not only for making calls, for sending SMS and receiving SMS. It is the whole world we can do from. But do the women really know the all features? And only when they know, they can really promote their entrepreneurship activities by making the utmost use of these digital platforms. Community gardens, we know that we have community gardens, like in the village we have women food security groups. Women food security groups are being promoted under Atma. So under Atma they are in the model of SHG, in similar model they are mobilizing the underprivileged women who are single, widowed, from the poorest of the poor background, such type of women, and given the community land where they can engage themselves into some food growing activities, anything, not only cereals, vegetables, or anything that can be consumed, including bee, honey, apiary, or fisheries, or horticulture, anything. So that is, in similar models, we can think of promoting urban agriculture in cities and towns through these type of community garden model or approach, where, because we know that because of the social, cultural phenomena and the constraints, women alone has lot of inhibitions, in lack of confidence, shyness, hesitation. But when they come together as a group, they become a very empowered force to bring any possible change they wish for. So that's why when we are trying to address gender, community approach, group mobilization has always to be thought of, whether it is in urban agriculture or traditional agriculture. And as it is the era of agri startups, so we have to create that startup ecosystem that enables, that facilitates, that favors women equally as men, because we know that there is much more competition in cities and towns than the rural areas, and women with these challenges and constraints that they are working with, it is very difficult to sustain in the competitive ecosystem of the startup ecosystem that is there in the. So we have to create such type of ecosystem environment in which women get equal opportunity to get benefited, to make use of the available resources. This is what an enabling environment is very important for the eco startup, because the urban agriculture, it's just not about growing anything food for individual or household consumption. We are looking at it from the commercial perspective also, and we have a lot of urban kisan and so many such type of things are there in cities and towns. So women, to sustain in this competitive environment, they need to be equipped favorably so that they too can withstand in that competitive ecosystem. And our lot of such policies are there, like Atmanirbhar, smart cities, and different national and state missions are also there. National Urban Livelihood Mission, State Urban Livelihood Mission. So these are some of the policies that enables our promotion of urban agriculture. But there is not so, I would say, a serious attempt to look at it from the gender perspective or gender lens also, which we should now start looking at it for realizing a more impactful outcome. So here, previous slide please. So as I was mentioning about these National Urban Livelihood Mission, State Livelihood Mission, so these are some of the under the Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs. So every state through the Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs, they are promoting these type of missions where they are promoting urban agriculture. Even our state horticulture department, they are also promoting in every state. 100 smart cities are there. So 100 smart cities in India has to be created. So when we are trying to work through these schemes and programs, we have to ensure that equal number of beneficiaries are there in terms of getting benefited, whether it is smart city also, where rooftop garden, balcony garden, all these are being promoted. So we should see that at least 50% of the women are also the beneficiaries of those where the government is supporting these type of initiatives. Next one. So in order to have a gender inclusive extension model that favors urban agriculture, we have to see that, as I've already mentioned, community approach has to be, or group mobilization approach will work equally good in urban agriculture also. Learning from the success and examples of SHG movement, FPO that we are currently working with, and such many women collectives that we have. So those type of which have already worked and proved to be successful model in village settings, that can also be thought of in urban agriculture context as well. And technology is something where women are really lagging behind, whether it is in terms of digital literacy. Now we are talking of AI and whatever, but whatever the technologies are available, whether it is the software related, or it is the equipment or the machineries related, hand operated, machine operated, women, or the improved package of practices, the innovations that are there, women really needs to be. And as I say that women has a completely different demographic features, characteristics as compared to men. So we need to have a specific our agenda plan of action to address women, whether for urban agriculture or for traditional agriculture, because their level of knowledge is different, their exposure is different, the social factors under which they operate, that is very different, their understanding level there is very different. So we cannot have a one size fit all for our women and men similarly, and that is why women are still left behind and they don't benefit much from these common action plan that we design for our activities. And when we say of inclusive, as I have already said, intersectionality also is very important. Age, class, caste, things that work within, and different economic layers that are there in that. So everything needs to be addressed from gender lens. So we, as I was talking about the community-based group mobilization, here we can see that in our traditional culture, Krishi Sakhis, Pashu Sakhis, all these women para-extension workers, they have worked, bank Sakhis, they have worked very well, and now these Krishi Sakhis and Pashu Sakhis are being targeted to initiate or implement most of the schemes that the government is implementing in nowadays, because they feel that these Krishi Sakhis and Pashu Sakhis, those who have been trained and have become master trainers, they are a very important source to reach out to the rest of the women community, whether it is rural areas and urban areas. So similar things which have worked effectively in the rural settings, we can adapt it to our urban settings also, because now we see that for the Namo Drone Didi scheme, that is also one of the very important scheme that is being promoted by Government of India. The training is being given to the Krishi Sakhis and the Pashu Sakhis for the Namo Drone Didi scheme. Whether it is the natural farming, which the government is promoting very enthusiastically, for that also the government is targeting the Krishi Sakhis and the Pashu Sakhis. So similarly, things which have already worked and that system has already been created, so we can use such existing setup system that have a successful model for promoting urban agriculture in our cities and town also. And for this, we also need to train our women entrepreneurs, women agripreneurs who wish to take up as a micro or a medium or small enterprise. So for them, reaching out to train them is very important. And I think that the municipal corporation, state horticulture department, state agriculture department, they are doing a lot. Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs, they are already taking up in different states to give them free training and to give them a startup kit where they give some all the initial kit, including seed and the different gardening tools and the potting mix and all those, to just start with that at a very subsidized rate. So that subsidy is also being given by the government in different states to promote rooftop gardening or urban agriculture. So we need to adapt these things in our urban agriculture context. And here already when we are talking about the gender responsive, so some of you might be aware of the agri clinic and agri business. I see a exhibition stall there under ACABC scheme. Unfortunately, I was unable to communicate with the lady who is who has put up this stall because of the language barrier. But ACABC, that is Agri Clinic and Agri Business Center, it is also one of the scheme of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, which is being implemented through Manage. Manage being an autonomous organization under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Many of these schemes of the ministry like natural farming, agri clinic, agri business, RKVY Raftar, and so many such type of Desi program, STRY we are implementing. This is one. So this is very relevant in our urban setup also. So we can encourage more and more women to come for this free residential training where many trades are there. Almost 40 plus trades have been identified in agriculture sector, which they can undergo free residential training, and then they are also given handhold support, DPR. They will be submitting the DPR to the lead bank of their area, and NABARD will be supporting through subsidy of 44% for women beneficiaries and 36% for the male, but 44% for the female beneficiary. And then the bank will also be providing loan on the project potential, based on the project potential. So this is and I am very happy to see that one stall I could see here under ACABC, promoted through ACABC scheme. So that is very vital that we can think of in promoting urban agriculture from the entrepreneurial perspective. And many apps are there nowadays. Before me, Dr. Ajit, he was already discussing about all the digital tools and AI and different apps that is being used for agriculture and urban agriculture. So as we know that market is one of the challenge, it is one of the constraint for women because of the mobility issue, because of the time constraint, because of the multiple roles. So digital tools, this becomes a very effective and alternate strategy to overcome the marketing challenges. And above all these things, social cultural norms, where women are not so freely allowed to go for marketing in the physical space, where the men will also be there, which is not liked by many of the or preferred by many of the families. So digital and these apps and all, that's why I'm focusing that today we have to focus on digital literacy, we have to focus on financial literacy, because these are the two important areas, pillars, which we need to work with the women group, whether irrespective of rural or urban, but it holds relevant in both the aspects, so that by being at home, just by having a smartphone in their hand, they can get connected through the world, and they can carry out all the required transactions and the business that is required to transform themselves as a successful entrepreneur. So we have to focus on this aspect also, which is very important to make it truly gender inclusive. So as I was mentioning, there are many other such successful things that has worked in our rural settings, like farmer field school. We can think of such type of plan for our urban women also, where we can have urban farmer field school from gender perspective, separately for women or men or mixed type. But these type of things can be thought of. And also we can think of the different help kiosk, where women who do not have the required knowledge, competency, acquaintance in making use of these things, at least they can take help of these kiosk, that similar to what we have in the village level also, we can think of like that. Next one, please. So these are some of the gender inclusive models for urban agriculture, where our focus should be on urban and peri-urban areas, and it should be the participation of women, youth, and others can also be taken. And our point of location, entry point where we can work, it should be mohalla, it can be the rooftop, it can be any housing colony. Now we have the residential complexes. So these are some of the areas, entry points that can be targeted through these participatory peer-to-peer. Next one, please. So we are things that we look at. You already have learnt about all these things. So the terrace, balcony, and different types of platforms, digital platforms. We move to the next one, considering the time constraint that is there. So when we are trying to promote women agripreneurs in urban agriculture, so these are some of the entrepreneurial avenues, opportunities that are there, that if they want to go look for organic and bio inputs, then composting units, bioenzyme making, urban agriculture, vermicompost. If it is for the produce, microgreens, hydroponics, exotic, as you can see in the table, processed goods, urban food services, and eco enterprises. These are some of the areas in which women agripreneurship can be developed through urban agriculture. Next one, please. So the value chain is also very important. When we look at the agriculture value chain from gender perspective, whether it is for rural agriculture or urban agriculture, we see that the women are mostly engaged in the production stage, post-production stage, but when it comes to the logistic, transportation, selling and all that, then women are not there. But to make it a value chain to be gender inclusive, both men and women should operate right from the pre-production to the production, post-production, marketing, and till it, that is from the farm to fork, what we say from plow to plate. Every value chain, both men and women should have equal access to operate, and there should not be any gendered division of activities based on gender. So this is something that FPCs are working. Most of these FPCs, exclusive women FPCs, has to be promoted at a very large scale, and wherever the women FPCs are there, we have to ensure that it is truly a women FPC right from the CEO to the stakeholders, and it should not be that some in the remote control should be in some male member of connected to that, and they just remain there as a stakeholders or as a board member. But CEO has to be a woman if it is a women exclusive FPO. Next one, please. We can skip this one. This one also just kept some successful examples. We can skip this slide. So coming to the business opportunities in urban agriculture, so we see that now most of the SAUs have this hub, incubation hub, including Manage. At Manage also we have the incubation center where the prospective entrepreneurs, they come, they get trained, hand-holding support, mentorship and all. So this type of thing needs to be promoted and made it accessible to men and women both, so that the startup culture that has evolved in India and other areas also, so that startup culture is reaches the women also, and they get benefited through proper mentorship and hand-holding, because that is where they need the support. Because as I mentioned, that when they reach the financial institutions, credit institutions, there they face the real challenge to further upscale their business. And we have a lot many such already things. Yeah, just 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm finishing in 2 minutes. Next one, please. Next one. So coming to the levels at which we look at the national level, we have so many opportunities through which we can promote urban agriculture. As I mentioned, all these different schemes of the national government of India, through which we can reach. We have state level, and we have also at the housing and the slum areas also. Next one, please. So this is the role that different institutions can really play to promote urban agriculture, like state agri horti departments, which I have mentioned. Even the women and child development, they work a lot on food and nutrition security of women and children. Through that, they can promote all these type of concepts through Ministry of Rural Development, Housing and Urban Affairs. We have the Manage. Manage is mandated for the capacity building of the officers. So Manage at the district level, we have KVKs, Atma. State level, we have Samitis. So these are some of the areas who can do the extension of these type of innovative concepts through capacity building. Next one, please. So this I have already mentioned that these areas where needs really proper capacity building of women so that really they can get trained in these areas under production, innovation, marketing, financial and digital literacy, so that they are fully and confident enough to take up as a women entrepreneurship. Next one. So language is very important because women are not, because of her less exposure to outside world, they are very much limited with the regional language only. They do not know the common languages of English, Hindi or any other. So language we have to work, and we have to have lot of such visits and exposures for our women entrepreneurs. Next one. And these are some of the things that we can work through ensuring a safe, safety is very important wherever we work, taking proper care of the crèche service for the children. That is also very important when we work with women group, whether it is urban or rural. This type of support service is very important and will be very effective. Next one, and considering their timings, flexible timings, home-based activities. Next one. These are some of the indicators through which we can ensure that gender is being addressed in our, even in our urban agriculture. But these are some of the indicators in terms of knowledge, access, decision making, income impact, and financial inclusion. That how we can understand that gender is being mainstream. There is a gender inclusive approach in our urban agriculture. We can look at these, some of the indicators. Next one. And these are some of the final recommendations that can be there, that how we can gender budgeting, gender cells. These are very important because we are talking of allocation of resources. That allocation of resources comes only through gender budgeting. When we have proper gender budgeting across all ministries, all departments, all cells, then only proper proportionate reallocation of budget resources will happen. Then only women will be benefited. Otherwise, that resource allocation does not percolate to women equally as men. Next one. These things I think I have already covered. Next one. So these are some of the roles that I have already listed out, how each institutions can, and we at Manage, we are doing training programs, webinars, academic activities like seminars and conferences on urban agriculture. So this is how Manage is involved in urban agriculture, and we are promoting this innovative technology. Next one. Next one, we can move to the next. Finally, this is the last 10-point action that we can develop. City-level urban farming missions, launch a gender and urban farming national campaign, create urban farmer-producer groups, establish women-led urban agri incubations in cities, design rooftop farming kits tailored to women beneficiaries, set up urban agribusiness corners at municipal markets, pilot urban and nutritional farming projects in the identified 100 smart cities, reward best practices in urban agriculture on gender basis, promote research, IEC and knowledge on women-led urban agriculture, and collaborate with global urban agri networks for better exposure and scaling of ideas among women entrepreneurs. I think that's my last. Yeah, final. Thank you. I think I might have exceeded my time limit. So if there is anything, I'm open to answer any questions now.
Thank you, Dr. Vinitha Kumari, for that truly insightful and thought-provoking session on gender inclusive extension and entrepreneurship model for urban and peri-urban farming. May I request Sri V.R. Janardhanan, Treasurer, Achyuta Menon Foundation, to hand over the memento to Dr. Vinitha Kumari. Thank you once again, ma'am. We now proceed to a very important segment of today's program, the technical sessions. These sessions are being held simultaneously at different venues, and we request all delegates to proceed to their assigned locations accordingly. Here are the details of the sessions. Section 1 on the theme Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture for Sustainable Cities will be held at the indoor stadium. Chairperson Dr. P. Indira Devi, Co-Chairman Dr. Anil Kudivila. Technical session 2 on the theme Climate Resilience and Ecosystem Services through Urban Agriculture is scheduled at Smart Classroom New Academic Block. Chairman Dr. George Thomas, Co-Chairman Dr. Vishalakshi. Technical session 3 on circular food systems and sustainable value chains will take place at the Kite Hall Social Science Block. Chairperson Dr. K. Susan John, Co-Chairperson Dr. R. C. Pradipika. Technical session 4 on the theme Technology and Smart Solution for Urban Agriculture will be conducted at the Seminar Hall Social Science Block. Chairperson Dr. Sushila P. Co-Chairman Dr. Ajit Kumar R.
Good afternoon, everyone. We now commence technical session 1, which focuses on a theme that is becoming increasingly vital in today's urbanizing world, urban and peri-urban agriculture for sustainable cities. Presiding over this session are two esteemed academicians, Chairperson Dr. P. Indira Devi, ICAR Emeritus Professor, Kerala Agriculture University, ISAE Fellow 2023 Director of the Kerala State Farmer Welfare Board, and former Director of Research KEU. Co-Chairman Dr. Anil Kurivula, Professor and Head, Department of Agricultural Economics, College of Agriculture, Vellayani. Guidelines for oral presentation. All accepted oral presentations may be limited to 10 minutes, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer. Guidelines for poster making. Poster size should be approximately 90 centimeter into 75 centimeter. It should be clearly visible from 1 meter distance. The title should be capitalized in Arial bold with font size 34. All additional lettering should be Arial font in 20 size. Numbers and letters included in figures and tables should be in befitting manner, preferably same size as in script. The title of the poster should follow the names of the authors and their affiliation. The text should include introduction, objectives, materials, and methods, results, and discussions, including figures, tables, charts, or graphs, and conclusion.
Good
For
morning.
the first oral presentation,
I'm sorry, I just want to take 2 minutes to set the stage. So, good morning to all of you. And this is a session on sustainable cities, urban and peri-urban agriculture. And yesterday's session, we have seen the importance of research and knowledge creation in popularizing urban agriculture. So we are on to hear the researchers who are going to talk on the concept of sustainability and some technologies and some social aspects regarding the spread of, that facilitate the spread of sustainable cities. So there are 6 presenters. May I request the presenters to come over and occupy the stage so that we can save time. One is Nikhil KS. He will be presenting on sustainability assessment of auction system on banana value chains. Nikhil is there? Is the presenter here? You are there, okay, please come. The second presenter is Eseki Muthu M. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name. Please come over to the stage. And he is talking on policies, policy framework. And the third presenter is Tasnifa Binti Sharif. Is she here? Tasnifa Binti Sharif. She's here? Yeah, please come. And the fourth one is Dr. Udaya Kala. Dr. Udaya Kala is here. Please. And Dr. Suresh SK on leveraging the social media. Suresh is here. Suresh is here. I think he's not here. So Neetu JS, empowering agri exports. Neetu JS is here. I think she's also not here. So there are right now 4 presenters have reported And as already announced, the presenters can take 8 minutes for presentation and we will receive some questions for them to answer. So here we go. The first presenter is Nikhil KS, Sustainability Assessment of Auction System and Banana Value Chain in Peri-Urban Regions of Palakkad, Kerala. Nikhil.
Respected dignitaries, teachers, faculties, and dear friends, myself Nikhil KS. Today I would like to discuss you about my research topic, that is sustainability assessment of auction system banana value chains in peri-urban regions of Palakkad district. Before going to the presentation, I would like to showcase the relevance of the study or importance of Nendran banana in Palakkad district. This is a newspaper cutting from Malayalam Manorama in 2022, which is showing the importance of production and marketing potential of Nendran banana in Manarkad region, Palakkad. Coming to the introduction part, we know that we are paying a lot of money for a food commodity, but this actual amount of money doesn't enter into the hands of a farming community. Where should we focus or where it is? While we focusing the flow of commodity from the initial production stages to final consumption stage, we can see a lot of actors and activities and there are a lot of taking place. This is value chain. And agri value chain is a collection of value-added value-added activities that is necessary to transport a product from the initial production stage to the final consumption, which include various steps and like production, marketing, processing, and a lot of value is added to the value chain, to the product in terms of money value, time value, or position value. Coming to the major objectives of the study, the major objectives are mapping of the major banana value chains in Palakkad district and their sustainability assessment, and finally a formulation of a sustainable framework for the banana value chain. Coming to the methodology part, the study employed major three methodologies to identify the value chain actors and their linkage between the actors. A participatory market chain approach is employed, and to map and measure the information flow or the relationship between the actors. Social network analysis is used, and finally indicator method including 4 dimensions, that is economic, social, environmental, and technical indicators were employed for sustainability assessment. Coming to the indicators under 4 pillars of sustainability. First one is economic indicators. There are 14 indicators coming under the economic aspects of sustainability. These are the social, environmental, and technical indicators coming under sustainability perspective. Coming to the result part, while identification, more than 10 value chains were identified from the Palakkad district, which include various actors like farmers, processing unit, wholesalers, retailers, export agency. And we can see 3 types of flow in a value chain. Which one is, first one is information flow, second one is product flow, and third one is money flow. And information flow is bidirectional in nature, and product flow and money flow in unidirectional in nature. And from the more than 10 value chain, I have identified 7 major value chain from the district. The first one is raw and ripe banana value chain, and the second one is auction system value chain. The pictorial representation of the value chain is follows. And this is the third one, chips export value chain. Fourth one is chips bakery value chain. Fifth one is banana product mix value chain. And the sixth one is banana export value chain. Seventh one is banana powder value chain. The naming of the value chain is done according to the major process or the major activities that take part in the value chain process. Coming to the first value chain, that is raw and ripe banana value chain. In the left side, we can see the left, this is the social network analysis of the value chain. This, in the left side, we can see actor codes, and in the central portion, we can see the social network analysis. Here we can see major actors in the value chain. This actor is interrelated or connected to many other actors. This social relation is depicted by using this linkage. And the right side figure showing the community diagram, that is a virtual community diagram of these actors in the chain. Coming to the second one, that is important value chain, that is auction system value chain. Here we can see an important actor, that is a VFPCK market agent in the value chain, which act as a hub in this value chain. That is, this particular actor sharing information with the farmers, vendors, processing units, consumers, retailers, etc. Here we can see that the hub of the VFPCK market act as a hub in the value chain, and this community diagram showing most sustainable value chain because of the information sharing. Coming to the third one, that is chips export value chain. Here we can see the community diagram and social network linkage between the actors. This is the fourth one, that is chips bakery value chain. This is fifth one, and this is sixth value chain. This is seventh one. This is the sustainability index values for 7 major value chains. And this is the classification. Here we can see that the second one, that is auction system value chain, exhibited high sustainability across all dimensions, and raw and ripe banana value chain exhibited very low sustainability, and the remaining 5 coming under medium level of sustainability. This is the pictorial representation of the value chain, and we can see a perfect symmetry for the auction system value chain for 5 dimensions. Coming to the key features of auction system value chain. For the economic dimension, the virtual platform created by this VFPK market, and they are getting better profit for the farmers, and there is opportunity for bargaining. Therefore, the fair transaction and transparency in transactions, it is there. And under social dimension, better bargaining power due to the group-wise transactions, and they are maintaining a good stakeholder relationship. Coming to the environmental dimension, the actors are well aware about the environment, and they are aware about the agro-biodiversity conservation, soil health management practices. In the technical dimension, the major actors are equipped with the IPM and IDM, and also they are well aware about the knowledge about banana farming technology. They are also using recent micronutrients and botanicals for the farming practices. These are the implications of the study. The auction system value chain exhibited highest sustainability because of the platform created by the VFPCK market. There they can interact with the other vendors and ensure a transparency and fair transaction between the farmers, vendors, and consumers. This is the sustainable framework developed for the study. This is actually a modification of sustainable framework developed by FAO. Here we can see the core value chain process like production, procurement, processing, distribution, and 4 pillars of sustainability. Concluding the presentation, optimizing this kind of market support mechanism and processing facilities, the socio-economic status of the farming community can be enhanced, and this kind of framework can be implemented to other major crops in Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, hello. Now we can take the questions. Please stand up so that you get to this cordless mic for raising your questions. Please. Someone is asking.
Okay. See, it's a very wonderful presentation, and it is a very useful presentation as far as Kerala is concerned, because you have taken value chain systems in banana. Now, there is an acid test for this value chain and the auction system. You mentioned about the banana auction system.
Yes, sir.
And you have worked out the sustainability on economic, social, technological dimensions and all. I have only one doubt. See, before the auction system was introduced, what was the quantity of transaction? And what is the quantity of transaction now?
Sir, before going to the auction system, the farmers are completely transferring their commodity in the first case. That is simply selling their product to the wholesalers and retailers. But before, after coming to the auction system, they are brought their commodity into the VFPCK market, and there are auction taking place. Also, in the case of both in the case, they are 100% their commodity is sold by using auction system, and before and after, the entire commodity is going through auction.
Is there any increase in the quantity because there is an auction system?
Yes, sir. While this auction system was introduced by the VFPCK market, more farmers are entering into the market, and they are more interested to sell their commodity through this auction system. Sir.
That was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
When you say banana, which type of banana is it?
Sir?
What is the type of banana? Is it Nendran banana?
Nendran bananas.
It would be good if you mention in the beginning itself. So when you say auction, is it VFPCK auction that we are talking about?
Yes, there is a VFPCK Swasraya Samadhi market is there.
So that is it a new system? It has been in existence for a few
No,
years, or?
It's not a new system, sir.
That's right.
It's already
It was there. It was, okay.
Existing there.
Did you work out the share, the price spread, or how much share of the consumer rupee that the farmer is getting in each of the channel? You have done these 4 aspects, actually 4 indicators that I agree, but still, did you work the price spread in each of the channel?
Sir, under economic dimensions, I have calculated the profitability, market orientation, and
Now, how did you work this profitability?
profitability is measured by using their benefit cost ratio method, but I didn't enter into the price spread because this is due to the time limitation. This is the MSc study. I have calculated this profitability, fair trade, market orientation under economic dimensions.
So you mean to say that the auction system was the best one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Nikhil, that was a very good study, I must say. But could you please educate us as to how the findings can be applied under the urban agriculture setting?
Ma'am.
Yes, I presume it's under the rural setting.
Yes, sir.
Because large volume of the produce is coming to the market.
Ma'am, the main urban agriculture is widely fragmented and dispersed. The commodity produced in the urban area, we can come into the common platform, and there they can perform this kind of auction system.
Okay, you mean to say that the auction system should be there even in urban settings to ensure the sustainability of the interventions. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nikhil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Madam, you want to ask some questions? No. Now, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, and then we will pass on to the next presentation. Nikhil, we hear.
Before we begin, a quick note for all presenters. Each oral presentation is allotted 8 minutes. A warning bell will ring at 7 minutes and the final bell at 8 minutes to help manage time effectively.
Now we pass on to the next presenter, Dr. S.K. Muthu, on policy frameworks and institutional models for sustainable agriculture, a comprehensive analysis.
പക്ഷെ അവിടെ അവിടെ കാണത്തില്ല മോണിറ്റർ വെക്കാത്തില്ല. Respected Chairperson, Co-Chairman, and dignitaries on and off the dais, a very warm good afternoon to everyone. As of the presentation topic, it flows on the institutional models, policy framework with reference to sustainable agriculture, a comprehensive analysis. As we know that in sustainable agriculture, it is mainly for the economic health, as economic viability and environmental health. These two aspects playing a very, very important role. At the same time, the purposes we need to meet the basic foods and how we can able to meet out these foods with reference to various resources. Basically, when you say urban and peri-urban agriculture, it is with reference to how the food production systems, the system itself, it is surrounded by mainly the cities, and it is mainly referred as in metropolitan cities, how we can able to address the food insecurity as in India, as reported by the FAO in 2020. As the same case, it has been reported over the 4.4 billion over the global figure. Out of that, 477 million populations in India living in an urban area where we could not able to reach. It is a projected case, at least half of the population by 2050 as per the PRC report 2024. It brings the main significance. It is stated by 2 to 4% of the degree Celsius with reference to the green roof topping systems where the cultivation is take place with reference to the greens, microgreens and vegetables. It reduces
0.5% tons of the carbon sequestrations per hectare. And it is also supporting the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, number 2, as mainly for the zero hunger, and number 11, it is sustainable cities, as reported by Milstead et al. Next one, please. The objective of the presentation is mainly flowing on mainly how we can able to draw out the policy framework, mainly for we can able to facilitate or enabling the sustainable agriculture in the context of UBA, mainly for urbanizing in Indian context. Second one, what are the institutional innovations with reference to various levels, be it at the municipal level, cooperative level, even at the grassroots level, how the UBA can able to facilitate. Third one, we can able to analyze the gaps and opportunities, how we can able to derive or decipher a framework when we come to using this policy guidelines for the facilitating the policy makers. Next one, please. The methodology is mainly where you are using this approach. It is a rapid literature approach. It is mainly, I consulted over the 52 research papers, be it from the scientific source, government reports, and many other published data with reference to the data during the year of 2022-24. For this, the selection criteria mainly used, the priorities given to the Indian context, the key focus is given to the UBA will be mainly focusing on the policies and the institutions, mainly for the evaluation outputs with reference to the sustainable agriculture policy findings. And the analytical method is thematic synthesis will be used and mainly look into the policy effectiveness and what are the roles played by various institutions and the UPA mainly facing the challenges with reference to deriving the evaluation of the application network. As a result, I derived with the one scoring matrix will be there between comparing the quantitative and the qualitative measures. With reference to the quantitative data, land use, it is the key parameter it is considered, and the qualitative insight is mainly the stakeholders report is taken consideration. And because where I can able to compare India with the global level with a different benchmark, normalizing the range of 0 to 1 as a scale range. Next one, please. If you look into the framework policy, mainly at the sustainable agriculture, be it with the number UN SDG number 2, mainly boosting the agriculture productivity, mainly for the doubling the agriculture productivity, and number 11 is mainly promoting the urban food system, where we can able to reduce or control over the interdependency over the 150 cities as reported by UN in 2015. Whereas in the urban food agenda as reported in the FAO, it is mainly for the urban planning, which is it is very meticulously executed by the Nairobi in 2020 in Urban Agriculture Act, which is at the zonal level it has been formulated, and mainly as a result what happened, they could go able to increasing the food supply at the local level. This is the greatest success as reported in the FAO 2020. As the same case in Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, which is in 210 cities, it has been implemented. Same case as one of the main cases, the Bangalore, it has been increased. The increased rate of adoption is increased. As a result, what we take from this output, it is mainly how we can able to address the policies with reference to various farming system and lagging behind. As far as India is concerned, we have to lagging behind the global standards, mainly to allocating the various resources as per the PRC report 2024. Next one, please. If you look into the national and even at the state levels in various states, we can able to make the comparison at the national level. There is a national level sustainable agriculture mission. It's over the 1.37 lakh crores for the year 2025-26. It has been allocated. Though the main focus is mainly the urban areas, it is limiting to mainly the integration of the various components. Same case as a Delhi as a main metropolitan city, we take it up as an union territory. They can able to focus mainly with the reference to the various campaigns. More than 12,000 households, they individually they trained, and over the 500 tons of vegetables they produced annually. The only big constraint is that lack of land tenure. It is the biggest issues. The same case in Kerala context is that the Harita Nagaram 2021, which is the subsidized over the 10,000 urban gardens, it is mainly boosting the vegetable supply with the efficient land use 0.1 hectare per farms. This is the published data. Next one, please. If you compare with this data at the national level, global level, with the global experiences, where in the NOC Urban Agriculture Plan, over the $10 million annually, where you can able to boost over 200 cities, mainly with the help of the community garden, establishing the community garden, and supporting the economic viability. Same case, if you look into the Singapore, by 2030 as a global level, the scenario is they can able to highly producing the 50 vertical farms, mainly producing the different hydroponics and vertical farming, those type of scientific approaches they'll be following. As a result, from India, what we can able to imbibe from these studies, mainly the allocation of the less urban land compared than global counterparts, which is probably the hindering the resources with reference to the efficiency point of view, as reported by the ORCs. And next aspect is the institutional mechanism. It is the second perspective of the presentation with reference to the various governance structures. The municipal food policy level, and it is a special case in Toronto, over the 100 urban farms, they can be able to make it into sustainable farms. Whereas in India context, it has been absolutely, it is not implemented level. Second is a multi-stakeholder partnership. Here what happened, it is mainly, with reference to 2023 is concerned, we can able to engage more than 2,000 stakeholders with reference to the Mumbai city alone, over 500 rooftop gardens, mainly promoting the collaboration with various agencies. Same thing at the cooperative levels also, it has been supported. Over the 10,000 farmers are, they can able to coming out with a good successful urban product, and they can able to facilitate with the help of the urban market accessibility. Also, it is the one key important accessibility mechanisms. As a result of that, where we can able to promote the public-private partnership with reference to Maharashtra as a typical case, where we can able to invest over the 500 crores with the reference of 1,000 potential urban farms, they can able to boost the economic viability. This is a few output where we can able to take it. Here what happened, we can able to have the collaboration with even at the NGOs with working with the different municipal level, even supporting at the global models. Next one, please. These are the evaluation criteria with reference to the analytical framework is concerned. The scoring procedure, as I mentioned earlier, it is a mainly normalizing procedure of 0.1. It is a mainly taken into level. The 6 criteria will be measuring for the sustainability and the impact assessment. Next one, please. Those indicators are, mainly the critical indicators are environmental sustainability, economic viability, and inclusive equitability with reference to the Indian context and the global benchmark. It has been covered, where we can able to, the next slide, please. The next 3 parameters, where we can able to stand 0.58% out of 1 with reference to the sustainability, using mainly highly effective use of the resources efficiency. Here, the main critical gap is that the inclusivity and the institutional support, mainly for the structured policy framework. It is an essence and right time to get into this evaluation criteria. Then only we can able to boost these findings. As a result, next one, please. As a result, what we can able to do that, we can able to find out the critical policy. As a result, mainly we can able to address the food security. Then only we can able to delineate the climate resilience agricultures. Same things, there are certain models. It has been already developed and successfully implemented, which is already reported by the European Commission also in 2023. Next one, please. And here the main thing is that how we can able to mitigate these issues with reference to the climate, the emerging climate issues. Mainly we can able to target mainly the cool cities in India, probably like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Mumbai and Delhi. Those cities where we can able to first phase we can able to cover up all those cities. As a result only we can able to reduce the carbon emissions. At the same time we have certain barriers with reference to the land, and again the specific institutional intervention, which is very much essential. Probably we need to evaluate the finance. It is one of the key important area. Then only we can able to scale up these type of policies for the further. As a result, how we can able to way forward for these particular issues with reference to the policy is that we can able to secure the farms with reference to urban plans. We have to have the specific guidelines and policy issues with reference to the urban area, and mainly then only we can able to have the targeted approach. This is the one key solution we can able to focus. At least in 2030 we can able to promote more than 10,000 cities. They can able to come out with this type of issues. The main vision is that we can able to take the decisive actions to addressing the urban farmers, ensuring the food security as well as the sustainable and inclusive growth for the futures. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It was a very good exercise. Any questions? Questions, please.
So actually it was a good presentation.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
would just like to know a little on the score that you have depicted here. India 0.58, Singapore 0.85. What is that score? How do we, what implications it means that score?
Ma'am, actually there is already a framework is there approach, published approach is that. In that framework only I analyzed over 52 published documents with reference to the data. From that only we normalized the scoring procedures. From that only I can able to derive 0.1. Sometimes what happen in, probably in the land use pattern, all those things we will get a good scores. Whereas in the policy and institutions we are getting the low scores. Those areas we need to focusing on that. Probably the specific guidelines, it is one of the key approach missing. Whereas Singapore is far better in these aspects.
So probably your study means to say that Singapore has a better policy framework to address
Than India, yes ma'am.
Than India.
Yes ma'am.
Because I see that Singapore hardly produces any food. That's why they have come out with 30 by 30. That by
That is the agenda they proposed.
By 2030, they should be able to produce at least 30% of the food requirement of their country.
Yes ma'am.
So in spite of the fact Singapore has a high score in this, so that's what
Because they're having the structured policy approach, and the governance also, it is very much structured towards the UPA.
So India is much behind in the policy framework approach. Your study is coming out with that fact.
Yes ma'am. We need to focusing on those key areas.
So what are the recommendations that you have included in your study to improve the, make the policy framework more effective?
Ma'am, that is the reason we are focusing in the first phase. We need to focusing on the cool cities. We need to promote it on the targeted approach. Then only we can able to focus on the municipal level and at the grassroots levels.
Excuse me, I'm just intervening. I know this is a very interesting topic, so we will continue the discussion during the lunch time between you both, because we are lagging behind the time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So, any other question?
No, that's all from my side.
A very insightful one. My question is that 52 articles that you selected
Yes, ma'am.
for review, are those also from urban and peri-urban agriculture,
Yes.
published from India?
Throughout the globe.
This
Yes.
is what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
52 articles you have taken from the globe and ranked India based on that literature.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
is that possible?
Ma'am, actually the thing is that in the selection criteria, in the methodology, I'll be giving the preference to only the Indian context. The Indian approach is the first one we are giving the preference. So based on that only, I can able to come out with the normalizing the scores.
I understand, but the scenarios that you are taking are for India, but the 52 articles are not from India.
Yes, ma'am. Because most of the articles from there, but again, the focus is many of the countries, they already following the well approach. The data is supporting only towards the developed nations. We need.
So if India doesn't have data, how do you score? That is what.
Ma'am, actually in India, we do have the land using other qualitative parameters. The problem with the policy aspects, those aspects only we will be keenly focusing on this. Because the scientific report also saying the same things only. There are studies, they saying the limitations as it is one of the institutional interventions. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good attempt, I must say. But I was just wondering whether land being a very limited resource as far as the urban sector is concerned, you are arguing for more land allocation for urban agriculture. So please think it over. And one thing, one more is you have suggested some 1,000 crore allocation. Is it based on some scientific database? Or
Yes, so scientific data, published data from the scientific reports.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please occupy your seat. We'll move on to the next presenter, Tasnifa Binti Sharif. Smart bees, sustainable cities, bees in cities, very interesting topic it seems. Please.
A very good afternoon to you all. I am very glad and grateful for this opportunity. Today I am going to talk about the smart bees, sustainable cities. Can you make it into the first slide, please? First slide. First slide, please. Today I am going to talk about an innovative approach Presentation mode. A very good afternoon to you all. Today I am going to talk about an innovative approach which, okay, fine. Innovative approach which actually incorporate the entomology, sustainability and community-led participation. And in this, the presentation title is Smart Bees, Sustainable Cities, Community-Led Artificial Insemination for Hybrid Honeybee Development. Next slide, please. So what if I tell you that the sustainable or smarter cities can be built by the honeybees, a tiny, teeny honeybees? We know that even though our city is growing and the landscape or concrete landscape is expanding, a quiet revolution is taking place, which is urban and peri-urban agriculture. During this time, the tiny, teeny honeybees are left unnoticed. Even though they are the major pollinators, they thrive or they struggle to exist in the urban ecosystem. So today I am going to tell you about an innovative approach by artificial insemination. We could enhance the growth of these honeybees in urban ecosystem. Next slide, please. So we all know that the control mating is essential to achieve the goal or to achieve the goals of any selective breeding program. In the honeybees, it is instrumental insemination technique where we could select the desirable traits and we could ensure that that has been passed on to the next generation. The main objective of the study is to standardize the instrumental insemination technique of the Indian honeybee Apis cerana indica in order to enhance their honey production and hygienic behavior through selective breeding. So, is urban bees matter that much? Yes, of course they do, because they play a major role in pollinating the urban ecosystem such as the rooftop gardens, parks and many more. And about 1/3 of the crop, more than 70% of the crops in the urban ecosystem is pollinated by the honeybees alone. So they are much important, and what we will see what is the potential. Next slide, please. Now we will see what is the potential of this artificial insemination in urban beekeeping. We know that in urban ecosystem there is limited habitats or fragmented habitats and limited availability of drones, so that the natural mating is unreliable. So through this artificial insemination, which becomes a powerful tool for urban beekeeping, we can handpick the traits such as heat resistance so that they could survive in the highest temperature of the cities, and low aggressive colonies so they could coexist with the humans in the urban ecosystem, and many more characteristics. So by this controlled breeding, we can produce a hybrid line which is most suitable for the urban life. So for our urban ecosystems, we are about to create a hybrid bee line in which we are selecting two types of parental colonies, hill type and forest type colonies on plain types. In hill type colonies, we have more desirable traits such as disease resistance, hygienic behavior and honey production, but they cannot be colonized in our ecosystem. So by obtaining the semen from the drones of the hill types, we will be inseminating it onto the plain queens, and we will produce the hybrid bees which will be having the desirable traits of the hill type colonies, and also they can be colonized in our urban ecosystem. So now we will see what is the current status of the India in artificial insemination technique. As you can see, the Poland is the leading country which is producing about 90,000 inseminated queens in a single year, whereas our India hardly inseminate about 300 to 500 queens. So there is an urgent call for this artificial insemination has to be expanded in India in order to make in the top order. This is the equipment that is used for instrumental insemination procedure. It is known as clay instrument. It requires a compatible microscope along with a carbon dioxide cylinder. Now we will see the insemination techniques briefly. We need to maintain a high quality drone and queens in the colony, and before the insemination procedure, we have to anesthetize the queen with 2 doses of carbon dioxide, and then we need to collect the semen from the drones at an appropriate age, and it has to be inseminated onto the queens. And to check the success rate, we can dissect the spermatheca, which is a reproductive part in the queens, and we could see that whether the color, due to the color appearance, we can state whether it was success or not. And the queen bees which is left in the colony after insemination, we could look upon the egg-laying behavior. This is one of the 4 papers that has been published in India, which occurred in Assam, where they compared the performance of artificially inseminated and naturally mated colonies. And they observed some parameters, and they found that all the parameters such as the strength, pollination, behavior, and everything was higher in the naturally mated, artificial inseminated queens than that of the naturally mated colonies, which implies that artificial inseminated colonies are more powerful than that of the natural mated ones. Next slide, please. So we know that the true innovation doesn't start from the center of the lab. It has to be started from the communities. So we need to train the local beekeepers and the citizen scientists by providing the tool and knowledge, so that we could incorporate them into these type of scientific approaches, and we can emerge decentralized breeding labs with affordable artificial insemination kits, so that the complete reliance on the centralized labs from the people can be reduced. And we can also empower the women, youth, and urban gardeners, so that the passive beneficiaries could be changed into active agents of change. So these type of innovation, next slide please, not only educate, but it also uplift the society. And this artificial insemination is not only a scientific advancement, it is a catalyst of socio-economic and ecological impact. We can emerge women-led micro-enterprises in the cities where they could sell the artificially inseminated queens and uplift some society, small business. And also, if there is better colonies, it means better pollination. So we could improve the crop yield, and also we can enhance the biodiversity of the urban system. And lower colony loss means we should not need to replace the beehives immediately. So we could save some money from that also. And by incorporating many peoples into these type of practices, it will increase the environmental awareness in them, and they will see bee as a partner for creating resilient cities. So as we are in a digital era, we could incorporate technologies too. We could give a QR code for the queen bees in order to get complete details, and citizen platforms and for hive health monitoring can be given, and open source for artificial insemination training and data sharing. Next slide. So the major advantages are, we could conserve the endangered bee species by taking the semen from the drones, and we could preserve them, and also we could replace the queens, older queens and unhealthy queens by healthy ones by instrumentally inseminating. Next slide. So our vision for the future of city is one where beekeeping will become a form of ecological activism, where every hive will be a statement of commitment to sustainability and biodiversity. Next slide. Coming to my conclusion, artificial insemination in bee is not just a science, it is a tool for smarter, greener city. When it is guided by community and ecology, it builds resistance and boosts the food security, and it will empower the people too. So smart bees can truly create smart cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please? Thank you. I think, yeah, very insightful one again. My question is about, yeah, you found the 4 papers from India.
Madam, just see whether it is working. It's not audible. Yeah.
So you said you found only 4 papers from India which has this some technique of and how it is useful and all that. For urban agriculture practice, I wanted to ask whether, because we have also seen the continuum from rural to urban, that the diversity increases in the urban area. So by artificial insemination, are we going to hamper the diversity of bees in urban areas in some sense? Because you are going to only breed safe kind of species, right? And because that is what is helping the diversity of plants, that is, you know. So that is one question. And also another question is the risk of, natural mutation being destroyed in the bees. So if the natural mutation and natural process of species evolution has destroyed, then we know what are the implications of that on the environment. So are those studies are also, those type of studies are there anywhere, or have you also looked at it anytime?
No, ma'am, till now I didn't go through anything about the natural mutation and all. Can you just repeat the first question?
This question is that in at least in Bangalore, our colleagues have looked at the spectrum, like, from rural to urban, how the bee diversity changes. So they have seen that in urban areas, the diversity of bees is more than rural because of many flowering plants in the urban areas. We know.
And longer flowering season is there in the urban areas.
So by doing this kind of a technique in cities, will you affect that diversity of bees? Because
No, ma'am, no.
You will be doing more of one type of breeding.
No, if we do more of one type breeding, it will cause to inbreeding depression, as we all know the genetics. So we will be taking it from different colonies, the desirable traits from the different colonies, and the drones from the healthy colonies will be selected. Otherwise, inbreeding depression will happen in the same process itself. So urban is having more diversity because pollution is less and longer flowering season is there. So it won't be affected, ma'am.
Any other question? I have just a clarification as to these bees are very smart bees for smarter cities. So it's not a health risk. I have seen many of the urban people trying to find out someone to get away with the colonies that are formed naturally in apartments. So is it not a health risk to human beings?
No, ma'am.
Colonizing in urban centers.
No, this is not at all a health risk. No, this is not. Ma'am, I asked about the health risk, right? Health risk of human side. Health risk of human side is, ma'am, what asking? No, ma'am, this is not going to do any impact on human beings. There won't be any health risk.
They will not bite to the human being.
No, for urban ecosystem, we will be selecting the colonies with a low aggression, because in urban ecosystem, we will be keeping these colonies in rooftop areas or in such areas. So we will be selecting low aggressive colonies.
Okay, that you should have highlighted in the beginning.
I have highlighted, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And the next presenter is Dr. Udayakala. She is talking on empowering women, enriching agriculture, exploring NGO representation and impact.
Namaskaram. Respected chairperson and co-chairman, all dignitaries, I am going to present women and NGO representation in the field of agricultural development. We know that Kerala has emerged as a model for social development in India with high human development indices and progressive gender indicators. In recent years, women in Kerala have played a transformative role in agricultural development through collective farming, self-help groups, and innovative partnerships with government and non-governmental agencies. This paper explores the critical role played by women in agriculture and examines how non-government organizations, that is NGOs, have contributed to empowering women and enhancing their representation in the field of agricultural development. Despite being integral to agricultural labor, women face systematic challenges such as lack of access to resource, land ownership, and decision-making roles. NGOs act catalyst for change by offering training, financial support, organizational structure, and advocacy to uplift women and enable their participation in sustainable agricultural development. Role of women in agriculture. Women engage in a wide array of agricultural activities, land preparation, sowing, weeding. In many regions, they are also responsible for managing livestock and gathering fuel and water. However, their contributions are frequently regarded as unskilled labor and remain unpaid or underpaid. Challenges faced by women farmers. Slide കുറച്ച് പതുക്കെ. Challenges faced by women farmers. Land ownership. Women often lack legal rights to own or inherit land. Then financial institutions are hesitated to lend to women without collateral. Women are frequently excluded from training in modern agricultural practices. Women face a double burden of agricultural labor and domestic responsibilities. Then women are often excluded from farmer unions, cooperatives, and policy forums. Role of NGOs in empowering women in agriculture. NGOs have played an instrumental role in challenging these inequalities by forming self-help groups, that is SHGs and cooperatives, providing microcredit and access to financial services, offering training and capacity building programs in sustainable farming, irrigation, and organic practices. Successful NGOs initiatives, case studies. Seva in India. The Self-Employed Women's Association helps organize women workers to achieve self-reliance through cooperative farming, agro-processing, and access to health and insurance services. M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation in India focuses on promoting eco-friendly farming technologies and building leadership among women farmers. BRAC in Bangladesh empowers rural women by providing agricultural extension services, input supplies, and training on climate-resilient agriculture. African Women in Agricultural Research and Development Award, that is, supports female scientists and leaders in agriculture through mentorship and research funding. Policy and government support for women. The success of NGOs is amplified when supported by gender-responsive government policies, national and international development agendas, including the Sustainable Development Goals, emphasize the need to power women in agriculture. Programs like India's Mahila Kisan Shakshistan Pariyojana MKSP aim to enhance the participation of women farmers through skill building and infrastructure support. Impact and outcomes. Economic empowerment, then social empowerment, then agricultural productivity, community development. Women-led groups have catalyzed the change in local governance and environmental conservations. Historical context and gender dimensions in Kerala agriculture. Traditionally, women in Kerala are involved in rice farming, plantation labor, and homestay cultivation. Then land reforms in the 1960s and social movements helped democratize land ownership and enhance female literacy. However, rural employment declined in the 1990s, prompting a need for new livelihood models, especially for women. The Kudumbashree mission and collective farming. Kudumbashree, Kerala's poverty eradication and women empowerment program launched in 1998, became a cornerstone of female-led agricultural development. Collective farming model, women organized into joint liability groups, lease follow land and cultivated it collectively. Over 70,000 JGLGS operate under Kudumbashree as of recent years. The model provides access to bank credit, subsidies, training, and market support. Key features: democratic decision making within the groups, integration of organic and sustainable farming techniques, profits shared equally among members, impact of women-led agricultural development. First, economic impact. Revived fallow land and improved rural food production. Women gain steady income and financial autonomy. Diversification into value-added products like pickles, curry powders, and snacks. Its social impact. Enhanced leadership and self-confidence among rural women. Increased participation in local governance in panchayats. Then improved family nutrition and children's education. Environmental impact. Adoption of chemical-free practice and indigenous seed varieties. Soil and water conservation promoted as at the grassroots. Then role of government and NGOs. Kerala State Poverty Eradication Mission, that is Kudumbashree, provides subsidies, training and market links. Kerala Agricultural University offers technical expertise and extension services. NGOs like Development Society, MSSRF support women with agroecological training and marketing. Haritha Kerala Mission collaborates with women farmers and organic farming and waste management. Case studies. Case study 1, Malappuram district. Women leased 10 acres of land for paddy cultivation, tripled income in 3 years and became land seed producers. Then case study 2, Ernakulam Organic Farming Group. All women collective practicing integrated farming with vegetables, fish and poultry. Markets produced under a local brand with the eco-labeling. Challenges and limitations. Market fluctuations and middlemen affect profit margins. Difficulty in accessing large tracts of cultivable land. Lack of cold storage and value addition infrastructure in rural areas. Balancing household duties with collective farming responsibilities. Recommendations. Expand training in digital marketing and agro-entrepreneurship. Improve access to land through land banks or leasing reforms. Strengthen rural infrastructure and farmer-producer organizations, FPOs. Promote gender-sensitive policies in agriculture at the national level. Conclusion. The Kerala model of women-led agricultural development offers valuable lessons in inclusive growth, gender justice, and sustainability. By combining grassroots participation with the state support, Kerala has empowered thousands of women to become farmers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. Strengthening and replicating this model across their regions can contribute to national goals of food security, rural development, and women's empowerment. Thank you. എന്നോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ മലയാളത്തിൽ ചോദിക്കണമെന്ന് അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു.
Any questions? Thank you, madam. Please take a seat. And whether Suresh SK is here for presentation? Suresh SK or Neetu GIS? If they are here, they can come and make the presentation. Otherwise, we are concluding this session with a summing up by my colleague, Dr. Anil Kurula. He is going to summarize the presentation and conclude.
Good afternoon to all present here. We were listening to the technical session 1 of this seminar with the theme Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture for Sustainable Cities. We had actually 4 oral presentations, but only 4 presenters were here. And we have listened to 4 different aspects. One was on sustainable auction system for a particular commodity, that is banana in Palakkad, which showed that different value chain systems were studied and which found that the auction system was the best one in an UPA, urban peri-urban situation. So he has used different analytical methodologies, and he stressed the importance of optimizing market support mechanism in urban or peri-urban agriculture. It was presented by Nigel. Then we heard Dr. Isakimuthu presenting on the policy support for sustainable agriculture, focusing on the UPA integration. And he has studied it was sort of a review paper which reviewed the institutional models and they analyzed the gaps and opportunities. And one point that we could listen to from him was that India's UPA policies allocate less urban land than global counterparts. And that was hindering resource efficiency, according to him. And we have seen some of the problems or with regard to these policies. Especially we found that the problems were inclusivity and institutional support in those UPA policies, and it has immense potential. That is how he concluded. And we found we heard from Tasnifa Bindi Sharif, an innovative technology option for urban and peri-urban agriculture, which requires further discussion and and she has presented on an interesting topic on urban beekeeping. That is why urban bees matter, especially with respect to the artificial insemination for hybrid honeybee development. And the last paper that we had was that was a paper with a gender perspective by Dr. C. Udayakala, where we heard about the Kerala's experience and also other NGO, how they have contributed to women empowerment, especially in this context. So how NGOs can be a catalyst for change, that was what she was presenting. So I thank the presenters and the participants and the presenters for giving us this opportunity to listen to such diverse presentations. And I thank all the audience, each one of you, for patiently listening and giving some interesting observations and questions. And thank you for all the support. I thank the chair, Dr. P. Indira Devi, for effectively guiding and facilitating the session and ensuring that it runs smoothly and efficiently. And I also thank the evaluators of these sessions. Especially we thank the organizing secretary, Dr. Sridhaya, and the team for giving us this opportunity to chair and co-chair this session. Thank you once again. Thank you all.
I'm taking the liberty of 2 minutes. I just want to congratulate all the presenters and contributors. And see, this enthusiasm should remain among other young faculty also. I have a small advice to the presenters as a senior faculty. When the time is limited, you just cut down the introductory part, because this is an audience which are aware of the whole subject. So you can cut down. You can just delete the introduction part and directly get into the methodology and research. That will save time. I can see one of you didn't get to the time to actually explain the methodology and come to the results in a detailed manner. So that approach can be effective in future. So thank you once again. I once again congratulate and appreciate the efforts taken by the organizing committee, Dr. Sridhaya, and also giving an opportunity for me to come back to my alma mater. Wishing you all the best. Thank you very much.
With that, we conclude technical session 1 on urban and peri-urban agriculture for sustainable cities. We sincerely thank our chairperson, Dr. P. Indira Devi, and co-chairman, Dr. N. Kurivula, for their excellent guidance throughout the session. A special word of appreciation to our rapporteurs for their meticulous documentation. We also extend our gratitude to all the presenters and participants for enriching this session with thought-provoking ideas and research. Thank you. invite Dr. Nisha S.K., Assistant Professor, Department of Vegetable Science, College of Agriculture, Vellaini, to present her work on innovative vertical farming in watermelon, maximizing production and income in urban spaces.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we will start with the business because we have very limited time. I am Bhaskaran. I was formerly the head of Department of Agricultural Extension. We have a very important technical session ahead. The limitation is time. Therefore, we have to set an example of minimizing our own time. We are not taking much time. However, I have the pleasure of introducing my co-chairperson, Dr. Seduraman Sivakumar, who is a principal scientist in the CTCRI Trivandrum. Dr. Seduraman Sivakumar, you will know, he is one of the leading lights in extension research methodology. We have 3 budding scientists who are going to help us in rapporteuring the technical sessions. Dr. Tasnimol, Dr. Isakimuthu, and Dr. Anurag. Welcome to all of you. Again, I want my co-chairperson to set the rules of the game for once again to be very clear.
Thank you, sir. This presentation, kindly introduce yourself at the beginning and then please focus on the research problem and the solution what you have conceived as well as key takeaways which will be more relevant for the society. And one more thing, sir wanted that the audience should be more, maybe like a more interactive. Sir has offered that from student side, if there is any intelligent and smart question, sir will give you a surprise gift at the end. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Nisha S.K., Assistant Professor in Department of Vegetable Science. I'll be presenting my research, Innovative Vertical Farming in Watermelon, Maximizing Production and Income in Urban Spaces. So as we all know, when we are taking up cultivation in protected structures like rain shelters or polyhouses, we have some advantages. That is, year-round production is possible. The quality of produce will be better when compared to open cultivation, and also the dependence on chemical pesticides will be less, as the pest incidence will be less when compared to open situation. So when we take the condition about Kerala, only limited number of crops are being recommended for protected condition like capsicum, cucumber, yard-long bean, tomato, etc. So there is a need to extend the number of crops that are suitable for protected situation so as to improve the productivity as well as the income that can be recovered from such crops. In this context, we have selected watermelon. It is a high-value crop and it is the most popular cucurbitaceous crop grown throughout the world, especially in tropics and subtropics. In case of Kerala also, watermelon is having very high demand, but the area under cultivation is very limited in our state. But during the recent years, the cultivation is gradually gaining momentum due to the promotional activities by several agencies. Conventionally, watermelon is grown by trailing on the ground horizontally. but we have to resort to techniques that will permit us to grow them vertically. That is, we can utilize the vertical space so that more number of plants can be accommodated in unit area. This is more particular in areas where urban and peri-urban regions where the land area available for cultivation is limited, or rather the land area is diminishing year after year. In this background, we have taken up the research work with an objective to standardize the different spacing levels, the training levels, as well as the pruning systems that has to be followed in watermelon. And regarding the materials, the research was mainly done in a rain shelter at Department of Vegetable Science, and the design adopted was completely randomized design with 3 replications and 13 treatments. And the variety used was Saraswati, which is a hybrid. It belonged to mini watermelon category. That is, it is having fruit size less than 3 kilograms. And the treatments were factorial combination of 3 factors. The first factor was population density. Here we tried 3 spacings. First one is 1.5 into 0.6 meter. Second is 1.5 into 0.45 and 0.30 meter with a population density of 222 to 444 plants per 200 meter square. And the second factor was training. 2 treatments were there. One was the plants trained to single vine, and the second one was plants trained to double vines. And the third factor was we have allowed the plant to grow, and it was pruned to 2 meter height. And the second treatment was the plant was left unpruned, and there was a control where the plants were allowed to grow under open condition and the plants were trained horizontally. And these are the photographs of field experiment. The first thing we have done was to clean the roof, which was completely infected by algal deposit, and it was cleaned so that light penetration will be more. And then the land was prepared well, beds were taken, mulching was done, and the planting was done using pro-tray seedlings of 2 weeks age. And this is the training level. In the first one, only the main vine. In single vine training, we allowed 1 main vine to grow, and in 2 vine training, when the plant attained a height of about 30 centimeter, we nipped off the terminal portion and allowed the 2 laterals to climb up the vertical structure. And these are the 3 planting densities. First one is at a wider spacing, and the second one at a medium spacing, and the third one is at a closer spacing of 1.5 meter into 0.3 meter. And this is the control. And this is the general view of the rain shelter. And we have given support to the fruits by using net bags. And coming to the results, among the growth parameters, the vine length was more under plants that were widely spaced. In such cases, it might be due to the lesser competition for natural resources. But in case of internodal length, we can see that the internodal length was more in plants that were closely spaced. That means there might be competition for sunlight. And days to flowering as well as node number in which the first flower appears is an indication of earliness. So we can see at a wider spacing, the plants were early in flowering, both in case of node number as well as days to flowering. And in case of training, the plants which were left unpruned were early in flowering, and in case of pruning, the plants which were left unpruned were early in flowering. And in the interaction also, the similar trend was followed. And we compared the control as well as the treatment. That is, control was raised under open condition, and the difference was significant. And the control plants had longer vine length when compared to the treatments under rain shelter. And regarding the yield parameters, the node to first fruit was set at a higher level in plants raised at wider spacing. And the fruit equatorial diameter and fruit polar diameter gives the size of the plant. And at wider spacing, the fruit size was more. And when in case of training, the plants which were trained to single vine has bigger size fruits, and the plants which were pruned had bigger size fruits, and the ring thickness had no effect on these treatments. And regarding the interaction also, similar effect was seen. And coming to the yield and yield attributes, the yield per plant was highest the per plant yield was highest at a wider spacing, and there was no significant influence on fruits number of fruits per plant as well as fruit weight. And regarding the yield per plot, we can see that in case of planting density at a wider spacing, the yield was about 55 kg per plot, but it was more at the closer spacing of about 78.37 kg. That was the yield per plot at a closer spacing. And regarding the training treatments, when the plant was trained a single vine, the yield was 58.3, whereas it was high to an extent of about 72 kg per plot at double vine training. And comparison between control, the fruit weight was high at in outer condition where the plants were growing horizontally. And regarding the quality parameters, we have SS, TSS, lycopene, ascorbic acid, reducic acid, and non-reducing sugar. These were not influenced by any of these treatments, indicating that it is mainly a genetic character. And regarding the economics, the BC ratio was highest in case where the plants were planted at a closer spacing, and the plants were trained to 2 vines, and they were left unpruned. And this is the best treatment. And to conclude, when we are taking up cultivation of watermelon by growing vertically, we can resort to a closer spacing of about 1.5 by 0.3 meter, and plants can be trained to 2 vines and they can be left unpruned. So these things has to be scaled up, and this has to be tried under different soil climatic conditions. Thank you.
I promise that I will not interfere. But this is such a tempting topic that I am inclined to comment about this project. Is it your PhD project?
My PhD project, and this is my student's project.
You are continuing with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, for the first time, I have been in the field of agriculture for the last 50 years or so. For the first time, I have come across watermelon in the vertical system. I don't know how many of you have seen it, and it's a very promising thing. You have used Saraswati hybrid.
Yes,
Where
sir.
from it is generated?
Sir?
Saraswati is from?
It is from Non-U Seed India, private limited, private company.
Okay, very good. And as you have summarized it beautifully, D3 is the best treatment.
Yes,
D3
sir.
in the sense, you have the highest population
Yes, sir.
per
Correct.
plot.
Yes, sir.
And also that with around 400 plants or so. It's not. So closer spacing is desirable.
Yes, sir. We are using fertigation.
And one more thing is without any pruning. The
Without
highest
pruning.
yield
Without,
you got
without
from
top
the-
pruning. Not
Top pruning.
Not top pruning, but side pruning has to be done.
Very, very, very encouraging work. Very encouraging work. You know Dr. T. Pradeep Kumar?
Yes, sir.
He has come out with a variety
Yes.
which is seedless.
2 varieties. 2
Are you
hybrids.
doing any trials on that variety here?
Sir, we have evaluated those varieties, but since it was not used because the duration of this crop is very less. Within 65 days, we can remove the crop from the field. But in case of seedless type, it is having long duration. For the fruit to mature itself, it takes about 50 days.
Okay, I'm sorry I have taken more time. Now it is open for the delegates, particularly students, to ask questions.
Yeah, really, it was very wonderful to see what watermelons growing vertically. So, what is the maximum weight of the fruit that can be grown? You said less than 3 kg something?
Yes, sir. We have selected those varieties. They belong to mini category, and icebox types can be used. That is, they are having lesser weight.
Okay, and these are all now available in the markets also. What is the preference of the consumers for these type of small size?
Small size is being preferred. Even very small, up to about 1 kg weight fruits are now available, so that just we can scoop and take an individual fruit.
Quality means taste-wise,
Quality,
sweetness.
yeah, it is very sweet.
So, maintain. Any challenges in this?
That is, we have to continuously do the pruning operation.
Side pruning.
Side pruning, and then we have to bag it.
But why this, if you do the top pruning, it decreases the yield?
Top.
You said it has to be top pruning.
That is, that we have limited to 2 meter height. And if you are permitting the vine to grow, again it will produce fruits. So this is actually a practice in Western countries, China, Korea, Asia also, they are doing in polyhouse, where they will be harvesting only single fruit. That is, after harvesting of one fruit, the entire crop will be removed and they will be planting the second one.
In India also we are following the same now?
In Kerala itself, some farmers are trying.
Okay. Thank you, very interesting study.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good questions. Very good questions. I appreciate, ma'am. Your inputs are very well valued. And now, any student takers, I told you we are going to give you a gift. If the questions are coming from students. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not a student, but I'm still taking. Maybe we are also offered some gifts if that is possible. Anyway, very interesting study. Because the theme of this session is about inclusive growth and livelihood opportunities, I also wanted to urge you to talk a little bit, if it is possible, about cost and other things involved, because the difference between the cost makes it inclusive. That is what is more important, right? How accessible it is to middle class or middle level farmers.
Yeah.
So polyhouse, let us keep it common because that is fine, but other costs, because you have to give a bag, you have to prune, the labor cost, everything. So how it can become more efficient in terms of economics.
The thing is, now the government is promoting rain shelters. So the structure is almost not a problem, but this can be left without pruning also. That we have tried one trial where we have left the plants unpruned. With unpruned also, but it will be growing thick and also the chance of infection by disease and pest is there if we are left it unpruned. But the pruning is not at all a problem because the farmers, they used to visit the vegetable field daily, because whether it is a fruit crop or other crop, they can wait. But for vegetables, every day the farmer will visit. And this pruning is one thing, but that is not at all a problem because we are pruning the side branches up to the third leaf stage, third node. So hereafter, the multiplication is very less.
Any questions? Okay.
Cost-wise. Cost is the labor, the initial requirement for trailing and then pruning. That only will come additional, but the benefit is that when we are trailing the plants in an open situation for about 200 meters, we can take only about 33 pits. But in case of this vertical, we can plant about 444 plants. So that is the difference. And within vertically growing means the fruit will be of good quality. So when we are growing in the outside condition, that below the fruit, that ground spot will be there. That can be avoided in this.
I have one more question. Have you taken up any organoleptic studies?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
There is no difference.
No difference?
No difference. Because almost these are varietal character. That is what I found.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you,
It
sir.
was a very wonderful presentation.
There is an announcement. The evaluation of various posters is currently in progress. All poster presenters are kindly requested to report at the indoor stadium immediately for the evaluation process. Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Now I welcome Ms. Grace Paul, MSc first year student from Department of Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Vellanikara, to deliver her presentation on challenges and strategies for urban and peri-urban ownership in Kerala.
I think the candidate is not here. Okay, call the next presenter.
Now we have Ms. Gobika P. Hassan, Assistant Professor in Community Science, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Wayanad. She will present on growing health in small spaces, fenugreek microgreens in urban agriculture.
Good afternoon, everyone. Warm welcome to one and all, respected dignitaries, faculties, and my dear friends. Myself, Gobika. I am here to present on the topic on growing health in small spaces, fenugreek microgreens in urban agriculture. Through the slides, we will see the objective, methodology, results, and conclusion. Before moving to the objective, we'll see what microgreens are. Microgreens are the tender, immature greens produced from the seeds of crops having two fully developed cotyledon leaves with or without the emergence of a rudimentary pair of first true leaves. So these have delicate textures, distinctive flavors, and various nutrients. And these are also nutritionally benefited and are also known as nutraceuticals or superfoods due to its health promoting properties. Now coming to the objective, the study was to ascertain the sensorial, nutritional, phytochemical and therapeutic properties of fenugreek microgreens. Coming to the methodology, first was to setting up the fenugreek microgreens. Next is the quality evaluation of fenugreek microgreens, selection of the best treatment, evaluation of culinary application of fenugreek microgreens, and next the assessment of in vitro anti-diabetic efficacy of fenugreek microgreens. First is the preparation of the trays. Here, perforated plastic reusable trays with dimensions 35 into 25 into 6 centimeter were used. And in this trays, different growing media were filled up to a height of 2 inches. The growing media selected were tissue paper, cocoa peat with soil and burlap. And the control was taken without any media. And the fenugreek seeds soaked overnight for 5 to 6 hours were broadcast on the surface of the medium on the trays at the rate of 4 seeds per centimeter square. First is the evaluation of the overall visual quality of microgreens. Here the microgreens were harvested at the 2-leaf stage, and the harvested microgreens were then rinsed with tap water and allowed to dry. It was then packed in polyethylene Ziploc covers and stored in the refrigerator for a period of 9 days. And the overall visual quality evaluation was done on the 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 9th day. So the parameters for the overall visual quality were color, freshness, mechanical damage, brightness, and general appearance. And the chemical parameters were moisture, tannins, total polyphenols, total flavonoids, crude fiber. And the nutritional parameters were total minerals, calcium, iron, beta-carotene, vitamin C. And the antioxidant activities also recorded using the DPPH assay. And the best treatment was selected using this formula. And after finding the quality evaluation, a selected treatment was found, and it was then selected for the culinary application and the anti-diabetic activity. Next, in the evaluation of the fenugreek microgreens with salad dressings, 5 salad dressings were used, namely the shallot vinegar dressing, melon dressing, curd, lime juice and lemon drink, and mayonnaise. And in the anti-diabetic efficacy, the alpha-glucosidase enzyme inhibition assay was used. Coming to the results, the time taken, days taken to germinate the fenugreek microgreens were 4 to 5 days, and the days taken to harvest was 14 to 15 days. Here, the overall visual quality of the fenugreek microgreens recorded on the day 1, 3, day 6 and day 9 are given. Here we can see the microgreens grown in M4, that is in soil, was found to have the highest values for color, freshness, brightness and general appearance. And the lowest score for mechanical damage was also found for the M4. As we can see, as we move from day 1 to day 9, the values decreases, showing the decaying of leaves. Here we can see from day 1 to day 9, we can see the area of the chart decreases as we move to the day 9, and the mechanical damage increases as we move to the day 9. Now the effect of media on the phytochemical content of the fenugreek microgreens. Here we can see the microgreens grown in soil, that is M4, has the highest moisture content, 91.34. The tannin content was the lowest in M0, that is in the control, that is 1.19 milligram. And the total polyphenol content was 3.58. The total flavonoid content was 3.25 milligram. And the crude fiber was found to be 4.83 in those microgreens grown in soil. Now coming to the effect of media on the nutritional content of the fenugreek microgreens, we can see the total minerals was found to be 3.47 gram in M4, which was found to be the highest. Similarly, the calcium content was found to be 340.84 milligrams, iron content was 2.89 milligrams, beta carotene was 2.34 micrograms, and the vitamin C was 39.65 milligrams. And from this, it was found that the selected treatment from the sensory as well as the nutritional quality evaluation, we found that fenugreek grown in soil was found to have the highest values. Now the mean scores for the sensory evaluation of salad dressings in fenugreek microgreens, we can see in dressing D3, that is curd, it was found to have the highest value for the parameters like appearance, color, texture, flavor, odor, taste, and overall acceptability. Here this is the alpha glucosidase inhibition activity of A-carbose, which was used as the standard, and the fenugreek microgreens. Here we can see the fenugreek microgreens recorded a value of 138.21 IC50 value. So coming to the conclusion, we have found that soil was found to be the best medium for cultivating fenugreek microgreens, and it can be stored in the refrigerator up to 6 days and is safe for consumption. And they are also rich in the micronutrients like vitamin C, beta carotene, iron, and calcium. And the vitamin C content of the microgreens was in the range of 39.42 to 39.65. The beta carotene content was from 2.07 to 2.34. The iron content was from 2.54 to 2.89. And curd was found to be the best and the most acceptable salad dressing for fenugreek microgreens. And they also found to have the anti-diabetic property with an IC50 value of 138.21 microliter. And to conclude, we have found that fenugreek microgreens represent a remarkable fusion of the health, flavor, and sustainability, and they're rich in nutrients. And they are also having a quick growth cycle, which enable us to engage in the sustainable agriculture practices. And thus, they serve as a versatile and environmental friendly option, and thus can promote a healthier lifestyle. Thank you.
It's a very significant study as far as Kerala is concerned, because Kerala is now emerging as the diabetic capital of India. And fenugreek has a lot of implications for control of diabetics. I have a number of doubts, but I want to give opportunities for the participants to air their questions.
Medias you have used for raising fenugreek?
Tissue paper, cocoa peat with soil alone, and burlap. And control was also taken without any media.
That microgreens mat you didn't use?
No, ma'am.
No. Coir pith alone is not a good idea.
Okay.
Because moisture holding capacity will be very high. No? And you have mentioned that fenugreek in soil is more. But we are eating it raw, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Then if you are cultivating it in soil, it will be coming only 1 to 2 inch only. Then there will be some soil. So the edibility, no, that will affect. Marketability will be get affected.
Yes, ma'am. But if you are properly washing it and
no, it won't go properly.
Actually, if you are taking that part into consideration, we should take other options for cultivating. But if you are taking this nutritional point of view, it is best grown in soil.
But if you are using mat, no, mat means along the root you can
yes, ma'am.
Can supply it fresh on fresh side.
Yes, ma'am. That's one. If you are thinking in a business point of view, coir pith is much more preferred. But if you are thinking in household levels,
even more than that, you can mat. You can adopt. Mat is available in the market.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take it.
It is there. Okay. And that type of trays are also available in double.
Yes, ma'am. I've taken that type of tray.
Okay.
Any other questions? Questions from the students, please. See, I have given an incentive. In spite of that, there are no questions coming from the students.
Okay, Gopika, it was very interesting because that is my also area of expertise on microgreens. We already carried intensive research on this. Just a couple of questions that what was the idea behind selecting fenugreek among so many other seeds here? One thing. And this you have in that recipes that you have developed, why only the dressing aspect? There are so many things that can be done. And did you do any relative study of nutritional value of microgreen fenugreek versus matured leafy fenugreeks? Anything to see what is the difference in the nutritional composition of microgreen versus matured fenugreek leaves?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the first one is this was as part of my research work. I was studied in 10 different crops, but after studying 10 different ones, I found fenugreek to be the better one among the selected 10 crops. That's why.
The other 10 crops you had considered?
Ma'am, green gram, red gram, horse gram, cowpea, mustard, fennel, amaranth, coriander.
And you had seen some pre-study you had done before final selection.
Yes, ma'am.
And
I have found that fenugreek was found to have better nutritional in the nutritional parameters also. Fenugreek was found to have more nutrients as well as in anti-diabetic activity also.
So did you do any study on diabetic patients of feeding?
No,
and then
only in vitro study was done.
Only, because detailed study we have already carried on this, so it was very close to my area. So, but we in our study we had cooked also and done the sensory evaluation and all that. Still found that the nutritional value of the cooked varieties with microgreens is also high than what we get the matured leaves in the market. So maybe you can try again.
Excellent.
Like that. So it is to be tested.
Okay.
Even some of the nutrients 40 times like that. It is.
Yes, ma'am.
Results are there. I didn't test it. You can do that. That will be.
Yes, ma'am.
That clear picture is needed. No.
Yes. I haven't done studies, comparative studies between microgreens and mature greens. But the studies have proven that microgreens are much better than the mature greens.
It is result is saying 4 to 40 times many of the nutrients.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the students? If the students are not asking any questions, there can be only 2 reasons. One, you have understood everything. Second, you have not understood anything. Which one should I take? You have understood everything? For the time being, I rest with the assumption that you have understood everything. Let us see. See, my dear Miss Godiga, this is a wonderful work you have done.
Thank you, sir.
See, I have a doubt, a basic doubt. See, fenugreek seeds are used by the diabetic patients as a measure of containment. Now you are growing microgreens. Microgreens means you are taking the leaves instead of the seeds.
Yes, sir.
Will it be useful? Because when you are advised by the Ayurvedic physicians to take fenugreek seeds, and if you are giving an alternative to people in the form of greens, will it be effective?
Yes, sir. Because we can include microgreens in our diet also. Even if not in Kerala, in other parts also, we are using it in our regular recipes like paratas or dal or soup. And all, we are including the leaves. So if they are finding it difficulty to consume as seeds in that form, we can consume it in the form of leaves. And this has also many other nutrients also. It's rich in dietary fiber also. So I think than seeds, it will fenugreek in the microgreen form will help them better, in a better way.
Okay, I have a question. Before asking you, I will ask my student friends. My question is, what is burlap? If any of the students can explain what is burlap, I will give the gift right now. Either you don't know or you don't want to answer. I assume that you don't want to answer. You know it, but you don't want to answer. What is it? Burlap.
The sack, jute sack.
Okay.
Okay. Only one aspect which I just want to ask. Who will be the consumer for this product? How will you position your product?
Sir, from children onwards, we can promote it because I have used it in salads and you can mix it with mayonnaise. So in sandwiches or any other snack items, if you are incorporating microgreens in that snack item, even children can have it. From elderly to children, anybody can have.
Okay, because I just want to share one of our experiences. This is spirulina cookies from CAFT, and it's a very famous product worldwide. And we started selling in our sales counter, but it was not even sold a single packet. Because there are people who are sitting in Trivandrum, or maybe people who are coming to the kind of shops where the product is very good, but still we are placed in some other wrong place. Maybe that's why I asked, because you are an university, you are coming from a very prestigious university, and definitely university is going to take up this product. So when you are sitting in business meeting, they will ask. Even the previous one also, it's good, like the size of watermelon. So you have to, when you are doing research, you have to know that who will be buying my product, where I can pitch my product, so that it will give more of a, like Sir said, no, social impact. It will give money for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the next candidate, Harihara Tripathi, PhD third year scholar from Agriculture Extension Department of College of Agriculture, Velayani, to present on the topic, Value Addition in FPOs, Transforming Farm into Agri-Entrepreneurs.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Somiranjan Behra, at the third Sisters Kada. I am presenting this paper on the behalf of Harihara Tripathi. Coming to the slide. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. As you see, we need a platform to flourish ourselves. So as a farmer, they also need a platform to flourish. They need to develop themselves. So FPO is a concept, is an initiative, or you can tell government initiative, or you can tell a plan that can flourish farmer economically, basically, and emotionally also, because we need money, we need home, shelter, everything for survive as a farmer point of view. So this FPO lead extension addition, it will transformative for the model for farmer to make a agripreneurship is a sustainability. So we'll next forward to my topic. FPO is a concept where we can say that we can the small farmer can benefit from them. Then they can become the agripreneurship by this concept, by this model activity. And we can say that FPO is not only dealing with the farming, they are also dealing with the value addition, processing, marketing, and transporting of the agriculture product from farm to and table. So the locally food also available. Whenever we saw the local farmers, they don't have any idea to sell their product, and they don't know about the market idea. So this FPO concept is helping them to sell their product in the proper manner and proper price with proper channel. That will help to eradicate the problem between a farmer to a producer. This gap we can decrease by the FPO concept. Now my objective is to explore the role of FPO in the promoting value addition and agripreneurship among farmers. The second one is to assess the impact of skill development and identify the challenges, support mechanism for in transferring farmer into agripreneurs. When I have gone through from the review of literature, 20 papers I have been founded, and 5 papers have been found effectively for the FPO model that will that effective for the agripreneurship for the farmers. Next. The research methodology I have gone through review of paper, and one more paper, 20 articles have been for the FPO and more online sources, and one of the 8 articles has been effectively working for the quality model and agri-entrepreneurship through value addition and selected. And more of the article having the primarily focused on value addition, marketing, and their development. Coming to the result and discussion, we found there is a lot of problem and prospectus. Problem, we can see the more of farmers are having less educated, and they have don't have access to the land, and they, due to marginal farmers, they cannot available the loan from the different banks. So this FPO model helps them to get the loan and they get the visible in the financially, and they can effectively marketing their products with a definite price with profitable manner. Then we can say the FPO also helped for the establishment of their economically stability, and they are also selling their product. And after the selling their product, they will think about their economical standards and how they survive with the models and how they can improve themselves after the marketing. Even after the selling of a product, still we have a lot of things to do that cannot be proceed without the help of FPOs. Then we can see the role of FPO in the value addition method. We can see the infrastructure support in the case of Krishnagiri in the Tamil Nadu district. You can see area under mango cultivation has been 40,000 hectares, and the annual mango production approximately 4 lakh tons. When with the help of FPO, they have increased the 22 units, and annual mango pulp production they have been approximately 1 lakh tons. And this is the total berry variety. They have been they changed this variety, and they made this wastage product to their better product. Then next you can see the branding that Sayadri farms. They can convert the raw grapes, tomato, ketchup. Now Sayadri started as a farmer producer organization. Now they have 12 retail stores across the Mumbai, Pune, Nasik, and enhancing the direct consumer engagement. And now they have the product in international and national, with the national in international trades also there by countries like European and other countries. By the APO formation, they have, you can see in the annual turnover like 1 lakh 5,049 crore, and total produced also you can see the grapes process, tomato process, and the village has been covered 252. You can say the number of villages has been covered by this POC intervention. Then another facility is that aggregation of the scale and financial and technical help, and then introducing the entrepreneurship development and innovation. We can see one by one, aggregation and scale. You can see the model where we can support from the government policy. When all the leadership will be the foundation there, there is no pressure of political pressure. There is, and the linkage between the extension organization is more over than in this FPO model. And this model has been found, has been that Indian agriculture and their problems and prospects, and they have the direct linkage, how the farmer can eradicate the problem by this linkage through the multi-linkage of markets, channels, and by incoming more income facility through the APO's operational model. Then you can say that the technical and financial support, we have credit facility, insurance scheme like Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, then training facility through organization community offer the training facility, and market linkages like NGOs and ISFs, they are having the linkage between FPO and the markets. Like that. Next section. And where you can see the one of the example in Divyajyoti SH in Jarapani, Raulkela, Odisha. They have formed the FPO in the 3 lakh of the loan. Then they have that 43 millet variety. Then they marketed the 43 variety. Now they are having 2 crore of turnover in the current time. So this is the successful intervention made by FPO. So how the women are having self-help to the different FPO model. Then we can say the impact of, I can say the challenges. The challenges are they having the FPO having, the farmers are having low education, less education, low accessibility in market. They have less market knowledge, and they don't have how to sell the products. So these challenges have been eradicated by the FPO. These are the impact of training program. You can see in paper, Kumar and Sharma stated that 67% 10 farmers has been, Tamil Nadu reported better ability manage their enterprises after the market fairs. And training helps the different farmers to expose number of market channels to sell their product and to become a stronger entrepreneurship. And you can say, I told my challenges, lack of unable valuation, farmers fee entity, and the lack of market quota. So we can say the moreover, financial help like PMFP Yojana should be promoted properly in the rural area, and public-private partnership should be facilities more, and it should be mentorship, and agribusiness farms should be monitoring and evaluated by the government authority, and rules should be online and should be flexible for farmers that they can accessible, and farmers like Enam company, they should have intervention to change our market facility for the farmers. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's also a very useful study you have made. As you admitted, it's a review work.
Yes,
you have conducted extensive review of all the available farmer producer organizations. It's very important because in Kerala also, we are now promoting farmer producer organizations. One more value that we have to add. See, there is a distinction between farmer producer organization and farmer producer companies. In Kerala, we have already established some of these type. You must have heard about the Mayil Farmers Producer Organization in Kannur.
Yes, sir.
Then there is another for Samagra in relation to poultry.
Yes, sir.
And you must have heard about our own neighbor, Mr. Balendra Nair, who is doing a wonderful work of organizing farmers in Pallichal and adding value to vegetables and banana. It's very nearer to our college. He comes to our college very often. You could have made some mention about the works that are being conducted in Kerala also, besides what you have done. Anyway, it's a very valuable information. Now open for the delegates to ask questions.
So I understand that you have done secondary source. You have used secondary source for your study, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Only the secondary source.
Yes.
For the case studies also you used the secondary source?
More about the research paper, ma'am. Yes, secondary source.
Entirely all case studies and all, everything
Yes.
completely 100%.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know about systemic review study?
Systematic review study. Yes.
Systemic review research?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
Like from, as per my knowledge, from the, like 10 years things are there from like this is 25 and we can sell from 2015 to 25 year by from this 10 year studies with the year of review means we can find out the results of from that paper.
No, it means you are not aware of. Might know you. Well, in systemic review, it is step-by-step elimination of all non-relevant pairs, sources that you have collected. You might have collected 100 through Google search engine, and then when you give specific keywords, come to your specific objectives, at every step you keep on eliminating, and finally you will end up maybe by only some 10-15 papers that will be directly related to your study. Nowadays, systemic review research is extensively being used for these type of secondary studies. So I hope that if you would have collected the case studies through primary source, it would have added more value to your study.
Sure, ma'am.
Just a
Definitely.
suggestion.
Next time we will find out. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? ഇവിടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചോളം മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയാം. ഞാൻ ഇതൊരിക്കലും ചോദിച്ചത് മനസ്സിലായില്ലെങ്കിൽ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയും. അല്ല എന്നെ തല്ലരുത് അമ്മാവ ഞാൻ നന്നാകത്തില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ വിട്ടേക്കും.
So can you give some, because FPOs are basically the group of aggregation of the farmers, can you give some example where the, other than farmers like in urban farming, terrace cultivation and others, is there any kind of collective, something like a FPO, which is directly aggregating the produce from terrace gardens and others? Have you come across any kind of system?
Mostly I gone through the only for the FPO which working for us in India only, and over the producer company they are actively in international trade. So far I didn't went for the urban farming or urban agriculture related questions.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. You know what Madam said about systematic review.
Yes, sir.
You have to learn lessons from such questions also.
Yes, sir.
It will be useful for your thesis.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to the next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Now I welcome Dr. Bindu JS, Assistant Professor at IFSRS Karamana, to present her work titled Green Terraces for Nutritional Security and Sustainability.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected chairman, co-chairman, and distinguished guests. I am presenting the topic, Green Terraces for Nutritional Security. I am Dr. Bindu, Assistant Professor Agronomy from Integrated Farming Research Station, Karamana. Presentation, please. We know the land holding size of Kerala is declining day by day and the population is increasing. No presentation, please. Sir, can I wait? Alla, presentation, slides, sir. Presentation, PPT. Please share that PPT. It is there. UB IFSRS Karamana can share. That is from the left second computer it has. Okay, thank you. So we are going for, Kerala is now going for carbon neutral farming. So adding some green spaces to urban agriculture is very important. So urban green farming is a climate smart agriculture. And we have increasing the agriculture production and profitability. That is, we can integrate the resource at a farm level also, and then diversify the livelihood security. And it can be scaled up very quickly and easily maintained by the family members in their leisure time. So as a part, we started a model terrace garden as part of All India County Research Project on IFS, a homestead-based IFS model of 50 cents, of which terrace garden is a component. That is terrace garden of 3 cents. To evaluate the suitability of different crops on terraces. And the methodology, first we have a simple random sampling of 200 urban residents. That is, they are practicing the urban farming. And based on the survey, various crops and other subsidiary components were introduced into our terrace farming. And a model terrace garden was developed in a single-story building of 120 meters square at IFSRS Karamana. And the survey results, the most preferred vegetables among the urban farmers were amaranthus, okra, chili, that's a popular tomato, and cowpea, that is the popular vegetable of Kerala. And the primary objective of the urban farmers were to produce some range of crops with a staggered harvest so that it is available throughout the year. And we have the integrated terrace garden with the diverse crops. Starting, we have vegetables, medicinal plants, fruit crops, then some pulse crops, cereals like maize, then one poultry unit with and again asola, and also a vermicompost unit. And at present, 125 pots then placed on this terrace with 8 vertical structures, and all the pots were placed on bricks, and the growing medium is 1:1 equal proportion of soil, sand, farmyard manure, and compost. And these are the different structures. There we have the used buckets, then earthen pots, grow bags, then used sacks. All are used for growing vegetables. And initially, the first 2 years, we recorded all the production of different vegetables. And the first 2 years, the average gross returns comes around 14,000 rupees. And the cost comes around rupees 6,500. Of which non-recurring cost for first buying the birds, poultry unit, then as well as pollen sheets, vermicompost trays, that comes around 3,000. And other is the recurring cost. And all garden is maintained by organic farming. And initially we are not sufficient to produce enough food. So to maximize the production, we have to intensify by vertical intensification, and we develop different structures for this. And these are the pictures of some structures, and they are with attached roofs, different components. Let's see. This is a normal per meter square. We can only place 4 grow bags. By vertical intensification, like staircase wise, we can yield, that is within a space of 1.1 meter square, we can hold 22 grow bags. And the production is also, here you can see 5 times more than that of the conventional. And different structures that is used in our terrace for vertical intensification. These are some pictures. For shallow rooted crops, we have the split PVC pipes. We can grow amaranthus, coriander, mint, etc. And the circular type can hold 21 grow bags within a space of 2.69 meters square, and it costs only 9,000. And this is a rotating type and with a detachable roof, and it is also act as a rain shelter. And this one is wick irrigation with, we can have the sub-irrigation type, and the water requirement is very much reduced, and we can also, or the slurries and manures also, we can done through the irrigation water. This is a bucket drip system that is installed, that is a gravity-led system, and the average water requirement is just 7 liters per day for 19 grow bags. So it increases the water use efficiency. And we can compare this with the conventional vertical models with the conventional models. And we have 8 types, and the area ranging from 1.11 to 2.8, and the number of pots varied with the models. And we have the production that is also very high with the conventional models. And to summarize, this is a vertical structure can house 22 to 29 pots instead of 4 pots in conventional, and cost ranging from 8,000 to 15,000 depending on the structure. And we can integrate it with the wick irrigations, drip irrigation, rain shelters, or bucket-led gravity system, etc. And the production of different vegetables could be enhanced 200 to 300 times % over the conventional production system. And we have the sustainable nutrient management, and that is the crop residues we got, it is converted into the vermicompost. We are producing 20 kg vermicompost per year. Then we can have the Banasola unit. And then one poultry unit also there. We can get the 2 to 3 birds are there, and we're getting around 400 to 420 eggs per year. And we compare this system from over the 5 years, the production has enhanced around double times, and also double, and the total earnings also 7,000 in 23-24. It is rupees 14,500 just from 3 cents. So adopting a terrace garden with vertical intensification satisfy the nutritional requirement of 2+2 family. So to conclude, it can be an eco-friendly, and it can be scaled up very quickly, and it adopted by farmers of the urban areas. Thank you.
Dr. Bindu,
sir,
I must profusely thank you for presenting very useful information for urban agriculture, the
Thank you,
subject
sir.
on which we are deliberating for the last two days. I must suggest to you that you may add one more variable. I have experienced that because of this terrace garden, there can be a temperature fall in your ground floor as well as in your first floor.
Yes, sir.
Then the second thing is that the relative humidity will also be different.
Okay, sir.
Air quality will increase considerably.
Yes, sir.
That way, climate resilience, an answer is this.
Yes, sir.
There is a equally attractive proposition from IARI, that is ARCA vertical garden.
Vertical garden.
ARCA they are promoting with very heavy
Yes.
subsidy and all that.
Yes, sir.
Probably you can think about a comparative study of ARCA vertical gardens and the vertical structures you have developed.
Okay, we will do it, sir.
That is from child side. Any more suggestions, questions from audience? You want to ask a question? Somebody came as if he has a question to ask. ഇല്ല ആർക്കും ചോദ്യമില്ലേ? അപ്പം ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യപ്പെടാതെ പോവുകയാണ്. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
It's a very good study. In fact, there are many systems which are suitable for different kind of people. Like I hope that you already commercialized some of the.
Yes, vertical structure, transfer technology from KEU, we transferred. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next presentation, please. And
Thank you,
probably
Dr. Bindu.
This is last.
Now I invite Dr. Rakhi R, Assistant Professor, Department of PSMA, College of Agriculture, Vellani, to present on her topic, Enhancing Urban Food Security through Microgreens Production, a study on germination and post-harvest quality.
I'm sorry, there is one more presentation there. This presentation was considered as drop, but now it has been added. Welcome.
എവിടെയാണ്? Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and venue. I am Rakhi R, PhD in service student, Department of Vegetable Science. Now, yesterday, one of our speakers was commenting that hunger and malnutrition is not a rural phenomena anymore. So, urban malnutrition and hunger should also be addressed. So the absence to access to quality food materials is also a problem of concern. So microgreens is an important sustainable solution for this constraint. Now, microgreens are considered as functional foods. That is, they are dense, they have dense nutritional backgrounds, they are rich in vitamins, minerals, phytoauxins, antioxidants, etc. So they are also available in vibrant colors, velvety textures, good taste, different taste, and also they have short life cycle and they are consumed raw so that no nutrition is lost during cooking. Now, I am presenting the topic, Enhancing Urban Food Security through Microgreen Production, a study on germination and post-harvest quality. Now, in short, we can say that microgreens are tender seedlings which are harvested or which are produced from grains, herbs, or vegetables. The objective of this study is to assess the performance of different microgreen treatments for various agronomic and qualitative characters, to evaluate shelf life and post-harvest quality of microgreens under different packaging materials. Now the study was carried out under controlled conditions, temperature 22 to 25 degrees Celsius, relative humidity 60 to 70%, and 12 hours dark, 12 hours light photo period. Light source white fluorescent tubes were given, 400 to 700 nanometers. Light phase photo irradiance was 150 micromoles photons per meter square per second. Now we have selected 8 microgreens, that is based on the taste, availability, and their texture, color, etc. The microgreen selected was bok choy, purple kohlrabi, green mustard, white radish, red radish, sango purple radish, sunflower, wheatgrass, and yellow mustard. Now we have done we have taken different observation on agronomic traits, sensory studies, and also on packaging materials. Now, for agronomic parameters of different treatments, we can see that the germination percentage was highest for T4, that is white radish, followed by sango purple radish and sunflower. The germination percentage is important for determining the quality of seeds. Now, survival percentage was highest for T3, that is green mustard, and shoot length was highest for white radish, and root length also we can see the significant values, total seedling length, plant fresh weight, plant dry matter, etc. we can see. Dry weight percentage was highest for T8, that is wheat grass, and allometric index was also high for wheat grass, and seed vigor index we have sunflower and cotyledon area, that is true cotyledon leaf area. Harvest index is determined when the cotyledon leaves are fully expanded. So cotyledon area was highest for sunflower, and 100 seed weight was highest for sunflower. Germination time was highest, less for bok choy, and it was highest for sunflower. It was highest for red radish. And days to harvest also, it was yellow mustard took long days for harvest, that is 8 days for harvest, and sunflower was harvest at 6 days, an average of 6.5 days. That is, it attained a seedling height which can be harvested early. The total yield was highest for sunflower. We obtained 310 grams, and the next was for sango purple radish. Now I have given the data in a tabular form, so it will be difficult for you to understand. So it was just represented for a visual view in a bar diagram. That is, the treatments differ variably for different treatments. So we can see different bar diagrams for different agronomic treatments. Now, this is the mean plot value for yield. From this diagram, we can see that all the treatments are significantly different for yield, and we can see the range also. For sunflower, which is the highest, there is yield is between treatments is less, and the mean value is broader for T8, that is wheat grass, and T4, that is white radish. This is the correlation metrics for yield, that is the total yield is highly correlated to shoot length, total seedling length, plant fresh weight, seed vigor index, followed by germination percentage and survival percentage. Now we have the antioxidants, vitamins, ascorbic acid, etc. Also, we can see the bar diagram shows the different range. The sensory parameters, we have studies different sensory parameters, color, flavor, appearance, overall acceptability. Among this, the T7, the sunflower was the highest for overall acceptability. This is the violin plot showing the overall acceptability. This is the scatter plot showing the mean antioxidant property with hedonic value. That is how the antioxidant property is related with sensory evaluation. Now, shelf-life studies, we have taken 4 packaging materials, that medium polyethylene covers, low density polyethylene covers, and high density polyethylene covers, and PET boxes. From this, we have found that the PET boxes was the highly suitable for long shelf life of crops, and this shelf life varied with different crops. This is the interactive plot showing the mean shelf life. These are the results. T7 sunflower was the highest, good treatment, followed by Sango purple radish, and third one red radish. This is the conclusion. Yield T7, T6, T5 was good for yield. Antioxidant T7, T3, T2, vitamin A, T3, T2, T7, and vitamin C, T3, T5, and T8. Sensory evaluation T7, T6, and T2. PET boxes T7, T1, and T8 emerged as the best treatment. High density polyethylene was the second treatment which emerged as the second treatment. Now this sunflower variety emerged as the most productive and nutrient rich, and seedling height can be recommended as a harvest index, and also this microgreen production can be considered as a business, agri-business entrepreneurship. Any homemakers can make little money from little space in any urban system. So it is a good viable system for urban and peri-urban systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting presentation, and which is very important when we are trying to popularize microgreens in urban agriculture. Now, I have a skepticism that the treatments you have used 7 treatments or so, 7 plants, 8, okay, 9. Of which, to me, none of these plants is common in Kerala. See, sunflower has got the highest sensory perception. And, is there anybody who is using sunflower as a microgreen?
So, we are not common with these microgreens in our food plates. But those people using microgreens, we are preferring different, they will have different tastes. Some prefer pungent microgreens, that is radish type, mustard type are sweet, and sunflower has a sweet and nutty taste that it resembles groundnut taste. So this is preferred among other tastes because microgreens are not familiar to our food plates. So those who are eating for antioxidants or nutritional health benefits, they are first going for this acceptable microgreens. But this Sango purple is very vibrant in color. It's very full of nutrients also, but it is liked by men, not women or children. It is quite highly pungent. So there is a difference. We have to incorporate that food habit into our food plate in younger stage itself. Then only we can have fresh microgreens used.
Ma'am, don't you think that we have to concentrate on microgreens which are very common in Kerala, like grams, greens? I think
grams?
they are also liking to
Yes,
have.
yes. So one of the problems is we need quality microgreen seeds. That's quality greens is very important because when we raise this, it should be free from pathogens because we are consuming is raw. So it should be free and it should be highly quality seeds should be available for raising. These seeds are more available, and also our solanaceous vegetables have some anti-nutritional properties. So they are not commonly used for microgreens, and also these grams etc. are used for sprouts etc.
Madam, you used to so many treatments. Is there any control?
No, sir.
No. So you generated so much of data, like you could have done some more like a PCA and a cluster to get what are all the things which are very closer to each other. By putting so much of data, like you can make some little bit more interpretation from your side. Maybe you'll be doing it, I hope so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question, suggestion? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So we will have the last presentation. Do we have the last presentation?
Thank you, Dr. Ragi. Next, we have Ms. Anjali GR, Research Assistant, Barrier-Free Consultancy Cell, Department of Architecture and Planning, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. She will be presenting on the topic, Towards Inclusive Nutrition, Evaluating Food Access in Kerala's Welfare Schemes for Persons with Disabilities and Elderly.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Anjali GR. I am a research assistant at Barrier-Free Consultancy Cell at the Department of Architecture and Planning at College of Engineering, Trivandrum. And the Barrier-Free Consultancy Cell, just for a short introduction, is a cell that is working with the government to make life easy for persons with disabilities. And my topic is Towards Inclusive Nutrition, Evaluating Food Access in Kerala's Welfare Schemes for PWDs and Elderly. Coming on to food security, I know that you wouldn't need an introduction to this. Food security is all about when all people at all times have access to food. And the focus that I am trying to do is on the economical and physical access to food. So, food access. Food access. So there are several components, which is the physical, economic, and social components of food access. And with the physical, we mean the proximity to the food sources, and the economy means the individual's purchasing power to obtain nutritious food, including cooking equipment and fuel to cook the same. And social includes the wider social, cultural, and political factors that affect a person's ability to obtain food. Coming on to my other focus is the vulnerable individuals. These are individuals who are susceptible to food insecurity due to various factors, including age or status, including children, persons with disabilities, pregnant mothers, etc. And we have persons with disabilities. These are the significant definitions. And elderly includes the persons who are older than 60 years of age, according to the definition. And we all know that nutrition plays a great role in the health of both persons with disability and those who are elderly. And coming to the context of Kerala, we have over 2.6% of PWDs, that is persons with disability. I will be referring to them as PWDs going on forward. So, which is even higher than the national average of 2.1%. And an elderly, Kerala has the fastest elderly demographic in India, and which is over 16.5%, and which is going to be exponentially growing over the years. And Kerala obviously has a lot of service schemes for persons with disabilities and elderly. Next slide. So to what extent do these welfare schemes prioritize food access for these vulnerable groups? So the vulnerable groups that I am considering would be persons with disabilities and elderly only. So coming to the research part, again, the aim is to extend the assess the extent to which food access is incorporated. And we'll come on to the methodology while we go ahead because of time constraints. Okay. So methodology includes the identification of key players who actually build these schemes and data based on the schemes that are actually implemented. The study is largely based on secondary study only, so based on the information that's available on government reports, websites, and so on. This is only the beginning of our study. We are actually planning to go into the actual execution as well in the later stage. For now, so what could be the barriers that actually hinder this access for vulnerable individuals. Next. So the basic barriers can be classified both for PWDs and elderly as the physical barriers, that is the inaccessible premises, including the inaccessible ration shops or any other services that actually exist, and the economic barriers, that is the lack of financial access to these resources, and communication barriers, that is the lack of being able to communicate with those people who are actually providing these services. For example, many people who are hearing impaired or persons who have a speech and language disability may not be able to communicate their needs to people, and attitudinal issues, that is a stigma and discrimination that is associated with being elderly or being a person with disability. And the close relation between the food security, disability, and nutrition is very valid for both PWDs and elderly. Next. So I have just discussed the legal framework. The one major thing that I would like to focus on is the National Food Security Act, which emphasizes right-based approach and focuses on food being provided for all people, including the vulnerable population. The Kerala Food Security Rule was also introduced, but this is in line with the NFSA. Next slide. We also have several guidelines and several legal mandates that were brought about for PWDs. This includes the international guidelines, that is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and the national policy, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act at the national level. Coming to the Kerala level, Kerala has a state policy for persons with disability, and while the national policy and the Kerala state policy only describes about health and provision of basic amenities, it doesn't specify the provision of food security or access to food as such. And coming to the legal framework for elderly, again, national policy for older persons was initiated in 1999, and this was revised in 2011. Kerala's old age policy was also revised in 2013, and it adds an emphasis on adequate nutritious food, unlike in the case of PWDs, where it's generally encompassed under the heading of health. Next. So, the next task is to identify the key organizations that actually implement or bring up these welfare schemes. So, Kerala State Planning Board plays a major role in crafting these schemes or crafting where the focus needs to go on every year or during the 5-year plans. The LSGD, the local self-government department, also has an important role to play, and the various organizations are also listed. I'll move on to the next, the ones that are highlighted, that is Social Justice Department plays a major role for both PWDs and elderly. And in the case of PWDs, it's mostly Kerala Social Security Mission, Kerala State Differently Abled Welfare Corporation, and NIPMER, which has direct contribution to the nutrition and food access. So we'll come into the schemes later on. Next. So these are some of the schemes that details about food access for PWDs. We have 3 schemes. The first one speaks about homeless people who are actually resource poor, and fund is available for food along with other expenses until they are safely accommodated into a safe rehabilitation facility, and a crisis management solution including food is also mentioned. The Pradiksha scheme is actually meant for people with mental or intellectual disabilities, and the scheme allows NGOs to actually provide funding for them to make nutritious food accessible to the inhabitants. That is, they prepare a nutrition diet plan with the help of a nutrition expert, and they actually provide meals according to nutritional standards. And the Pari-Raksha scheme offers crisis support. And there are also several schemes, even a large amount of schemes focusing on PWDs is largely economic. These include financial assistance, scholarships, other pensions, and so on, and fund allocation for operation of care homes. So as you can see, the focus is largely on economic access, and in group settings, that is in old age, care homes or rehabilitation facilities, physical access is also considered. Next slide. Yeah, we have several schemes for the elderly as well. This is also like made by SJD itself, that is Social Justice Department. We have the Vayoraksha scheme, which is again a crisis management initiative. The Second Innings Home Project, which is a care home based initiative, and the Sayam Prabha Homes, which includes a daycare facility which provides nutritional food for people facing malnutrition 2 times a day. And Vayo Poshanam scheme, which actually gives kits, nutritional kits that are actually made with food items that are listed by the state nutrition board and with recipe guides so that they can actually access good food. And the Biomitram project also enables them access to health, and then again the fund allocation for care homes. Next slide. Here we can see that a lot of the schemes focus on physical access also because these are based on group settings. These are already like linked to group homes or provisions based in group homes. Next slide. So then innovative schemes that were brought with the media publications and not on the SJD website include the OPAM scheme. It is the scheme that is supposed to remove the access barriers in the public distribution system. I'll need some more time. The beneficiaries include elderly individuals with locomotor disability. So basically they brought food to their doorstep through the service of auto rickshaw drivers. And this was a free service. This was done in association with a lot of local self-government departments, the Panchayat, the Kudumbashree missions, and so on. And the community kitchens during COVID-19 was something that received praise globally. Many people who did not have access to food during the lockdowns were provided with cooked food and meal kits during the COVID-19 period. And the cooked food thing is especially relevant because even there was increased rations or welfare schemes that actually allowed for financial assistance. Many people actually wanted these cooked meals to be brought to them because they did not have access to other facilities during the time. Next slide. So both of this ensured physical access. Next. So coming on to the findings, we know that food access is addressed only to a limited extent for PWDs, while it is highly explored in the case of elderly, because this is clearly stated in the planning board document that their major concern was food and nutrition, and that other elements need to be brought into in the case of elderly. While in the case of PWDs, it is never explicitly mentioned that this needs to be considered. And there was an emphasis on crisis management in both the cases. And there was, again, that thing I talked about, cooked food versus food kits. And care homes versus individual provisions. There were care homes actually focused on physical access to food, while individual homes actually focused on financial assistance in the case of PWDs. And for elderly, some other issues were also identified in other studies. These include lack of sensitivity to the diverse needs of elderly population. For example, the nutritional needs are totally different. You might be diabetic, you have different health conditions. So the nutritional needs vary a lot, and this was not considered in the standard kits that were given. Next slide. So while there are similarities in the provision of food-related provisions, there were like clear differences. Next. So what can be done to bridge this gap? So some of the policy insights include ensuring both physical and economic access, provision of tailored nutrition or diet plans. I know that this is financially may not be the most viable approach, but there were cases where the local governments actually brought about crowd-based funding systems to support this initiative. So that could also be included. Now coming on to a strategic framework, this is something where I need your input as well. So this includes a strategy that we are working on to ensure food access for PWDs. So the first one would be to legally mandate the provision that is explicitly mentioned that food security is an essential aspect for the welfare of PWDs. And the next one would be a data-driven approach. So creation of a comprehensive database. For example, the panchayats already have the list of persons with disabilities in each panchayat. So you can actually look into the data and add maybe health and nutritional demands, their health requirements, any other things that they can or cannot eat. And, weigh these resources with the existing food that we produce in Kerala. The surplus demand can actually be calibrated with the needs and then provided into tailored nutritional requirements, and a spatial mapping of physical component of food access. This could include mapping of the ration systems, the ration stores, or any other economically viable stores, plus the delivery mechanism. So if this is easily approachable by auto rickshaws or even the Swiggy or Zomato kind of food delivery mechanisms, it should also be included in the spatial mapping of food access. And this can also aid in setting up of new systems. And considering the design and implementation of schemes, the new technologies can also be used to integrate the needs and what kind of food needs to be provided. Those kind of customized plans can be created with the help of AI. And awareness creation is an essential part, as many of the schemes remain unknown to the beneficiaries actually. So the schemes need to be well disseminated to the people who are actually accessing this. And coming to the monitoring and evaluation, the needs need to be rechecked every time. Maybe somebody who has a disability might have become bedridden over a period of time. So we need to recheck their access to food. And this feedback can feed into the iteration. And any system that actually works really well can be disseminated to the public through the key players, again, the Social Justice Department or any other like the civil supplies or so on. So this is the strategy that we are trying to propose through this scheme. So that's all. Thank you.
So thank you, because you have given a very valuable information, particularly with reference to the theme of this international seminar. See, this is the only paper I have come across with inclusive, and almost you have reviewed all the available programs implemented by the governments. That's a very good thing.
Thank you.
You have to make further exploration of how these are delivering the goods.
Yeah.
You have only made a review,
Yeah.
but to what extent people who are affected are satisfied with this.
Yes.
And now we are lagging much behind. So one or two questions.
So I have a question. Like I said, Dr. Bhaskaran said, it's a very good work. In fact, I would be very happy if I see some data, like how much of the current food access schemes will be able to reach out to the people, and what are all the problems and the constraints faced, and because this is something which we would like to have. There are, this is something like the area that disability. Disability means government is saying, like Sarya said, it is a kind of section which you have to reach out to them in terms of the food security, food access, because these people are located in different regions, maybe in the houses or maybe in the some like a hostel kind of things, camps kind of things. So this is something which is very much required for us, like to achieve a government objective. Maybe hopefully your team is already working on developing strategy and implementing it. Hopefully there will be some kind of significant impact which will be coming in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. And it's, yeah, please.
Okay, so I have one question, please. Really, it was a good, interesting study to see the inclusive approach in there. But I just want to know that after this study, what is your next, how are you going to make use of this results? What will be the next step?
Okay. So as I said, I'm working for Barrier-Free Consultancy Cell. So we are closely working with Social Justice Department. We are set up under grant from the Social Justice Department. And we are currently working on developing guidelines for implementing accessible panchayats in Kerala. So we are actually trying to incorporate insights into that, how much of it can be incorporated through strategizing for an accessible panchayat at this level. And going forward, food systems and access for them to PWDs is something that I'm also interested. I would also like to thank my co-authors who are actually working in University of Buffalo Food Systems Lab. She has been working there for over 4 years right now. So she's already working on food systems for rural and urban livelihoods. So I think that would also be a continuous part of this. But the strategy is something that we are trying to revise for the guidelines as such.
So panchayat means you will be starting with the rural areas?
Well, as we said, there is no like rural, urban, the clear definition is not there, but for the legal rules or the statutory body as such, we'll be focusing on panchayats for now. So there is this concept of age-friendly panchayat that already exists. That's a plan by Social Justice Department. So similarly, we are developing guidelines for accessible panchayat. The implementation of it is the next
What elements of urban agriculture are you going to incorporate in your future plans?
This is only something that we are venturing into right now, ma'am. So food access is one thing, and the next thing would be persons with disabilities are actually interested in engaging in urban agriculture or agriculture in general. So how do we support that? We have a colleague who's a person using a wheelchair who's really interested in agriculture, but he can't, he's a person using a wheelchair and he has limited ability to engage in agriculture. So how, actually your studies have been quite inspiring in the sense that these urban agricultural system, hydroponics, aeroponics, a lot of these are accessible to PWDs. So encouraging that would also be a part of it. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Okay,
yet.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I am told that there is one more presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Anjali. Now we move on to the last presentation of this session. Ms. Shalini Jayar, she'll be presenting on the topic Growing Healthy Futures, Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture, Role in Nutrition and Food Security.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Jaya Shalini, PhD scholar from Department of Agricultural Extension Education. Here I am to present on the topic of my, based on the review. Firstly, I would, before stepping into the further slides of presentation, I would like to introduce a background of the study. Here, nearly 50% of the world's population reside in urban areas, and of which more than 800 million people depend on the food that are grown in urban areas, which has created a demand for increasing the significance of urban agriculture in recent years. Also, it has created a global food insecurity, which need to be addressed. To begin with, I would state that rapid urbanization that has happened and happening in and around our societies has played a crucial role towards the growing shift towards urban agriculture. The urbanization and the effects of urbanization has created a malnutrition scenario among the population that resides in urban area. There are several studies and reports that highlights the need of urban agriculture to address food security. There is also a report which states optimizing an urban agriculture would be a pathway to food security in India. With this note, I would like to introduce the topic of my presentation, which is Growing Healthy Futures, Urban and Peri-Urban Agricultural's Role in Nutrition and Food Security. The objective of this presentation is to assess the urban and peri-urban agricultural's role in nutrition and public health. Methodology used for this presentation is based on a comprehensive review of literature, which has identified as peer-reviewed journals that with the keywords of urban agriculture, health benefits, and the nutritional benefits that are associated with urban agriculture. Finally, the articles that are published from 2017 has been included in the study to ensure that the contents present stays current and relevant. Since this presentation is highly focusing on the nutrition security, I state to increase the urban agriculture ultimately contributes to the dietary diversity that reflects on the nutrition and public health as well. This dietary diversity is attained through the increased access to fresh food and is also interconnected to the other sources, such as it creates additional income source and also mitigate the external shocks that are associated with the urban areas. This urban agriculture serves as a nature-based solution by creating a green spaces around the urban areas. Langer and his co-workers also stated that urban agriculture, rather than addressing the food security as a whole, it addresses the urban household food security in two ways: by promoting improved access to food product, and then the other way through increased household income. The scenario of urban agriculture, urban gardening, has its history way back. The impact of COVID pandemic, which occurred in 2019, has created a large impact and prominence towards the growing shift towards urban agriculture. Since this COVID pandemic has created a supply chain crisis, which has created an increased demand on the population that reside in urban areas, and also due to the increased inaccessibility to the resources, this urban agriculture has gained its significance by addressing these issues. Several studies also support the statement of taking part in urban agriculture has led to the change in consumption pattern and also improved nutrition level, and it also bridges the gap between the nutrition education among the students, which ultimately focusing on marching towards household nutrition security. Here I would like to present on few more cases that supports the initiative in addressing public health. Firstly, I would like to highlight on the vegetable development program that has been implemented by Government of Kerala, including the school children in their initiative. Here, through this initiative, the vegetable gardens has been established in the school premises with the active collaboration of students, teachers, and parents, through which the produces are inculcated into the diet of the students through the midday meal scheme that are operated in the school, has reflected on the increased nutrition level among the students who have taken part in the initiative. And another case is Niravu experiment, which is happening in Kozhikode district of Kerala. Here, under this initiative, the community members who are the residents of a community have come together to take a part in an initiative of taking up the native vegetable crop cultivation within their residential areas in the form of vertical gardening and rooftops as well. And the issues addressed with this experiment is they have attained 100% food security in all the native crops and have also proven the improved nutrition level, and no serious diseases have been detected among the community members. Apart from this nutrition and food security aspects, it also contributed to address the climate change by focusing on reducing air pollution and high temperature effects. Here are few of the research cases that goes on par with my statement of urban agricultural's role in nutrition and public health. A study conducted by Audit and his co-workers on the urban agriculture and its significance on the nutrition and food security states that urban agriculture, apart from addressing the economic and environmental impacts, also addresses the mental health and the physical health of the individuals that reside in urban areas. Similarly, Vadumestridge and his co-workers stated that this serves as an holistic health approach which is going on par with the nature. And Rosita and his co-workers state it has contributed to the varied consumption pattern among the participants, creating a dietary diversity and mental well-being and fatigue. And Pradhan and his co-workers states that urban inhabitants, by taking part in urban agriculture, has created an accessibility to healthy food, active lifestyle, and this also serves as an healing and the therapeutic effect, which ultimately contributed to the improvement in mental health. And finally, Teresa and his co-workers has stated this urban agriculture initiatives has contributed to human nutrition, especially to fill the protein need when it also takes up animal husbandry aspects as well. In realizing this significance of urban agriculture and urban initiatives, the Professional Connect 2025, which has happened in 2025, states that there is a need of focusing on creating a balance between urban and rural agriculture in order to move towards a sustainable future and to attain the sustainable development goals by 2030. With this, I would conclude stating that urban agriculture, by addressing the public health challenges, improving social cohesion and economic development and community resilience, has ultimately contributed to the food security in the future. Though there are several advantages and initiatives that are existing in related to urban agriculture, I would conclude this presentation giving few of my suggestions based on the papers and research findings that has been happening. I would say there should be a multi-stakeholder engagement while taking up of urban initiatives and a few strengthened policies and initiatives in support of already existing policies and increased research and policy collaborations. And in particular, there may be any infrastructure facility such as Urban Agriculture Research Center that supports the activities of urban agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you for a very powerful presentation. You have been very vociferous in advocating urban agriculture, and along with that, you are also emphasizing that it is possible to have sustainability also. Yesterday, we had a very detailed discussion. And there was one very strong view that urbanization and sustainability cannot go hand in hand. What is your opinion?
Sir, with urbanization, though there may be additional disadvantages that are associated, this taking up initiatives such as urban farming in the forms of vertical farming or rooftop gardening, it would definitely lead to sustainability or to an extent.
Any other questions, please? If there are no more questions, I pass on the mic to my co-chair.
Sir, I think there is no question from my side. Yeah. Actually, today we had a very good presentation, starting from technology and then implementation and access. So it's a very comprehensive kind of topics covered during this presentation, and there are a few good papers also looking at the different dimensions of the how the urban agriculture can contribute to different sections of the people. So this is really a good kind of coverage which has happened during this session. Now I will request the chairman to give it.
We have had enough of discussion on the subject. As a change, I have asked my rapporteurs to make a summary statement on the basis of their observations. So impressions from the rapporteurs, Dr. Tasnimol first. Make it very brief. Everybody is almost in the mood of going.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening. Today we had in the technical session 5 under the theme Inclusive Growth and Livelihood Opportunities. We had 6 presentation, 6 comprehensive presentation covering this various dimension that helps to promote the urban agriculture, how this urban agriculture helps to promote the nutritional security or this dietary diversity. All through all this presentation, this briefly explained about these ideas. The first presenter is Dr. Nisha S.K. The topic is Innovative Vertical Farming in Watermelon, Maximizing Production and Income in Urban Areas. She presented one of the promising areas that helps to improve the food security especially under the urban agriculture. In the presentation, she discussed about that experimental trial. In that experimental trial, she used different spacing and under the different spacing that grow, she compared the growing the watermelon under vertical situation, vertically under rain shelter as double vine at closer spacing resulted in highest yield and more return. The presentation was emphasized that vertical cultivation under protected cultivation is a viable strategy for improving the productivity in Kerala. During discussion, delegates and evaluators discussed about the consumer preferences for the selected variety, and they are asked about the challenges for raising that vertical cultivation for that for such crops. Then need to discussed about the importance of pruning. Then also discussed about the this importance of organoleptic studies. Our second presenter was Gopika P. Hassan on the topic Growing Health in Small Spaces, Fenugreek Microgreens in Urban Agriculture. The study was to ascertain the sensorial nutritional aspect of fenugreek microgreens. She compared the cultivation of fenugreek microgreens under various medias and compared the color, freshness, mechanical damage, nutrient content, etc. The result revealed that the soil is the best medium for growing microgreens. The crops grown in the soil media shows highest moisture content, polyphenol and flavonoids. Microgreens grown in soil have more nutrient content like vitamin C, beta carotene, iron and calcium. Also, the evaluators discussed about the sensory evaluation of various, she discussed about the sensory evaluation of various salads mixed with the microgreens. During the discussion part, they asked to study the social impact of this such variety, that microgreens, fenugreek microgreens, the consumer preference of that microgreens. Then next presenter was Harihara Tripathi. His topic was value addition in FPOs, transforming farmers into agripreneurs. The main objectives are to explore the role of FPOs in promoting value addition and agripreneurship among farmers. The presentation was mainly based on the analysis of research papers published in peer-reviewed journals and various reports. The result concluded that FPOs plays an important role in empowering the farmers and allow them to earn more and become an agripreneur, not just producers. Next, for summarizing that other 4 topics, I will invite Dr. Isaki Muthu sir.
Respected Bhaskaran sir and Seitharaman sir and members of the House, hereby I am presenting the gist view of the papers presented in the forums. First paper, Green Terraces for the Nutritional Security and Sustainability by Dr. Bindu J.S., Assistant Professor, IFSRS Karamana. Madam gave the detailed view about the Kerala agriculture scenario in nutshells. Again, Madam is mainly giving the importance to how the nutritional garden it is established in the as a model plot in the IFSRS Karamana with a capacity of 0.2 hectares. And the methodologies adopted in this study, it's a 200 households were conducted over urban residents with the methodology of simple random sampling methods. And the results were mainly in the findings were explained that highly the profit-wise, amaranthus is occupying the first, followed by the chili, then again the cabbage, rest of the crops were occupying. The main objective is they have to make the wider range of the crops with reference to staggered market access, with reference to the various crop diversity, poultry, azolla, and vermicomposting unit. The whole capacity of this unit is the gross return it is getting over 14,597 rupees, and among that amaranthus occupying the number 1. It is highly profitable in the research studies it is reporting, followed by snake gourd and tomato. Also, there is a different structures. It has been made experimental out of the structures. Rupees 8,500 rupees the per yield component, which means 5.5 kg amaranthus per season they are getting it. As a result, there is a different irrigation methods also they practice. Since drip irrigation it is not possible, the big irrigation is highly practiced in these type of structures. In total, 8 to 15,000 units they can able to get it as part of this integrating the various structures with reference to the sustainable nutrient management systems. As a result, madam, this presentation is highly impressive in terms of the nutritional security and how within the 3 cent of land area how we can able to make 300 to 350 kg of vegetables. The next presentation is Enhancing the Urban Food Security through Microgreens Protections, a study on germination and post-harvest quality by Raki Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Horticulture. And this Madam is in this presentation highly enlightening about the importance of the microgreen with reference to various conditions and the treatment. The study is conducted in the different treatments, and again among the study, treatment number 4, it is high germination percentage and high surveillance percentage. It is noted. The notable remark, one more thing, is that the sunflower crop is playing a very important role when it comes to the correlation matrix of the particular pictorial representation of that. As a result, they can able to get the higher shoot length. It is one of the things. The microgreen lens, it is also giving the importance with reference to antioxidants and ascorbic acids with reference to the highlighting of the studies. The next presentation is towards the inclusion and nutrition evaluating the food access in Kerala's welfare schemes for persons with disabilities and elderly by Anjali GR, Research Assistant, College of Engineering and Technology, Trivandrum. In our study, it is mainly presenting about the importance of the food security with reference to different access in terms of the economic, social and physical access, mainly the food accessibility. Over that, she made a big significant interpretation is that out of the 2.6% PWD's populations in Kerala has become the higher than the national average, and again 16.5% is elderly people it is growing the exponential growth. As a result, in this paper, it has been highly the physical access and the economic access. It is made a clear-cut distinction with reference to the attitudinal issues with reference to nutritional and disabilities. Again, this paper, it is highly explanation about the legal framework as well as the different schemes with reference to the major initiatives taken by KSSM with reference to the health schemes based on certain initiatives. The last presenter, the growing healthy future mainly for the urban and peri-urban in the context of nutrition and public health by Shalini JR, PhD Scholar, Department of Agriculture Extension. And the student is highly giving a lot of emphasis over how this access to urban agriculture and peri-urban agriculture with reference to it is reducing the mental health, and also with showing that statistical figures in terms of the data starting from the year 2017 to 2024. And she made a very clear-cut distinction between the urban agriculture and nutritional security, and how the supply chain crisis it is mainly affected during the period of COVID-19, how it made the significant impact in the school education system in Kerala. Again, set up initiatives like Niravu, how it has happens in the different pockets in Kerala, in Kozhikode districts. So as a result, it is mainly, the presentation is highly focusing on the food security and public health. Thank you all.
So, thank you for simplifying the chairman and co-chairman's work. Our work only is to thank you all, particularly the rapporteurs for making a summary statement of the proceedings. I also congratulate the presenters for the excellent presentations. I thank all the participants for sitting through the session 5, for so long, but with so much of patience. Thank you very much.
That concludes all the oral presentations for technical session 5. This session has brought forth a range of innovative ideas and practical models for ensuring inclusivity and sustainable livelihoods in agriculture, particularly relevant in today's changing socio-economic landscape. We sincerely thank our chairperson, Dr. C. Bhaskaran, and co-chairman, Dr. Seduraman Shivakumar P., for their thoughtful leadership throughout the session. We also extend our gratitude to our rapporteurs, Dr. Taslimol F. and Dr. Isaki Muthu M., and to all our presenters for contributing meaningfully to this discussion. That concludes our technical session in this venue. We now break for tea. The valedictory section will commence shortly after, so we request everyone to return and be seated promptly. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have now reached the concluding chapter of this enlightening and enriching event. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of this international seminar. We are honored to be joined by an esteemed gathering of dignitaries on the dais and a distinguished audience comprising scholars, delegates, faculty members, students, and guests. Thank you for being part of this journey. To begin this ceremony, I now invite Dr. Roy Stephen, Dean of Faculty, Faculty of Agriculture, Kerala Agriculture University, to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening. Yeah. So good evening, all of you. So because of the paucity of time, I don't want to take more time. Now I request our Director of Extension, Kerala Agriculture University, to chair this session. So on behalf of all those who have assembled here and on behalf of Kerala College of Agriculture, Velayani, I extend a very warm welcome to our Director of Extension, Dr. Jacob John, who is the president of this function. And we have our chief guest, Dr. G. Shankar. I think he needs no introduction. So it was very glad that he has visited our campus again. And within a very short span of time which we have discussed with him, so he has given many ideas and he has invited our students to visit his house. As I think I ensure that our students will visit his house and learn from his ideas. So on behalf of all of you who have assembled here, I welcome you, sir, to this Green Heritage Campus. I welcome the Secretary of Achyuta Menon Foundation. Sir was there for the last 2 days. So I welcome you, sir, for this function. I also welcome Dr. G.S. Sridhar, who is the Associate Director of Extension and Organizing Secretary. So he was the major pillar for organizing this particular program. And before welcoming her, I request that she should come out with some academic plan, with some collaboration with that foreign university in finalizing some academic program where our students will get an exposure visit to that particular university and vice versa. So, and we also want a chair for that. It's a very modern area, no? Like urban agriculture. So I think she should take initiative in establishing a chair on urban agriculture by taking funding from some potential agencies. I also welcome Dr. Anil Kurivilla, Professor and Head of Agriculture Economics, and all other well-wishers here, Bhaskaran sir and other team. So all scientists, teachers, and my dear students, delegates. So I welcome all of you to this particular function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We shall now have a presentation of the seminar report capturing the highlights, deliberations, and outcomes of the various sessions held over the past days. May I invite Dr. Anil Kurivilla, Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Economics, College of Agriculture, Velayani, to present the seminar report.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Platinum Jubilee celebration of College of Agriculture, Velayani started with the international seminar on innovative policies and community-led solutions for sustainable agriculture and peri-urban agriculture on 21st May 2025. This seminar was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Sri P. Prasad, and it was followed by a keynote address by Professor Trine Hoslefied, Program Chair for Masters in Urban Agriculture, Norwegian University of Life Sciences, Norway, and Director, National Center for Urban Agriculture, and Head of the NMBU Sustainability Arena, Green and Smart Cities. This inaugural session was followed by two lead talks, one by Professor Ramakumar and another one by Professor Trine Hoslip. The first lead talk by Professor Ramakumar was on the agriculture policy and food security in the context of urbanization, in which he highlighted upon the motivations behind the urban and peri-urban agriculture, the idea of food sovereignty, and how to finance UPA, the policy risks in urban and peri-urban agriculture, and the reasons for failures of these projects, and what should be the focus of policy on UPA. Professor Trine Hoslip, her lead talk was on the topic, building the future of urban agriculture through education, global insight for the community, and city resilience, in which she shared her experience on urban agriculture in Norway. And she has also vetted the curriculum for masters in urban agriculture in a global perspective. And she shared her experience in the master's program and the program in connection with the urban agriculture in her university. And she was describing urban agriculture as a means of attaining not only food security, but also ensuring social, environmental, and economic sustainability. And this was followed by a panel discussion of esteemed panelists, Professor Trine, Professor Bijakumar from Dean of Faculty of Science, University of Kerala, Dr. Seema Purushothaman, Professor Asim Premji, University, and Mrs. Sheetal Patil from the School of Environment and Sustainability, Bangalore. This panel discussion, they highlighted on integrating ecology, equity, and policy pathways to sustainable urban agriculture. It highlighted the role of technology generation, policies, and the knowledge among the stakeholder groups in urban and peri-urban agriculture. It emphasized the need for tailor-made models for different situations and socioeconomic groups. This was followed by the invited talk by Sri Tanveer Ahmed, founder CEO of Uptown Urban Farms Private Limited, on scaling smart urban farming models, innovations, challenges, and opportunities from the ground up. On day 2, that is 22nd May 2025, there were 4 lead talks, one by Dr. Sushila, former Professor High-Tech Research and Training Unit of KU on high-tech agriculture in urban and peri-urban areas, and in which she highlighted the importance of soilless cultivation, including aeroponics, hydroponics, etc., in achieving agricultural production in urban areas. This was followed by the lead talk by Dr. C. George Thomas, former chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board and former professor of KU, on different dimensions of urban biodiversity and city biodiversity index, in which he detailed the importance of urban biodiversity in promoting environmental sustainability, public health, and climate resilience. And also he highlighted upon the indices, especially the biodiversity index and other indices in connection with this. This was followed by another lead talk by Dr. Ajit Kumar, Director, Center for Digital Innovation and Product Development, Digital University, on smart farming in urban spaces, the role of AI, IoT, and decision support systems in shaping resilient food systems. As the title indicates, the role of AI in transforming agriculture was well explained. And the next lead talk was by Dr. Vinita Kumari, the Deputy Director and Head, Center for Gender Studies in Agriculture, Manage Hyderabad, where she explain the gender inclusive extension and entrepreneurship models for urban and peri-urban farming. So this talk highlighted the emerging opportunities for entrepreneurship in urban and peri-urban farming. This was followed by 5 technical sessions in 5 thematic areas where we had 40 oral presentations and 27 posters. And the first theme was Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture for Sustainable Cities. And this session was chaired by Dr. P. Indira Devi, ICR Emeritus Professor and Director, Kerala State Farmer Welfare Board and former Director of Research, KU. The second thematic session was on climate resilience and ecosystem services through urban agriculture, and the chairman of the session was Dr. George Thomas. Then the third theme was on circular food systems and sustainable value chains, where Dr. Susan John, Principal Scientist from ICR CTCRI, chaired the session. The fifth thematic session was technology and smart solutions for urban agriculture, in which the chairperson was Dr. Sushila P. And the last thematic session was inclusive growth and livelihood opportunities, in which Dr. C. Bhaskaran, former professor and head Department of Agricultural Extension Education, KU, headed. He was the chairman of the session. All the conclusions and the policy suggestions of these sessions will be made into a policy document and will be communicated to the government for developing a policy on urban and peri-urban agriculture, especially with reference to Kerala, for making informed policy decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Presiding over this valedictory function is Dr. Jacob John, Director of Extension, Kerala Agriculture University. May I now invite Dr. Jacob John to deliver the chairperson's address.
Very good evening, most respected members on the dais, my dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm very happy to be here. As we had envisaged this program under the aegis of the Directorate of Extension of the Kerala Agriculture University, under the leadership of KITE and also Velayani College. And I'm happy that this has materialized, because this is an emerging topic. And I just want to acknowledge here the presence of, one is some of my very people who are very dear sirs or my gurus, who made me even able to actually empowered me to even stand here. One is Bhaskaran sir. GT sir is here. We call him GT sir because he is George Thomas sir. We call him GT sir. Then Sushila teacher is here. Even last day she mailed me something about hydroponics. She is still doing a training on that, and I also propagated that. Then my dear friend, my senior Dr. Faisal from CTCRI, Susan Jechi, Sunil Bhai, and all the others, my friends. So see, we are trying to evolve or get more into the public, and a lot of researchers and lot of people are working, educationalists are working and teaching a lot of things. But what we intend to do is to see that this gets into the general public. How do we do that? Now these are some minor programs, but there are a lot of programs envisaged in the Velayani College itself during the coming week, where our technologies, whatever scientists have actually done, will reach out to the farmers, people who have to propagate it more, and that is what I think eventually is required. Now, one thing I would like to say is that we have an eminent personality like Shankar sir here. Actually, I was enlightened by his speech, his talk, not speech I say his talk, on December of during December of last year. That was during Christmas period. He came to my church and he delivered a lecture. He delivered a lecture not scientifically, but on what he has done for the general public, where he has worked out and where he has actually handheld the poor people. And I think as scientists, I always say, because forgive me if I am wrong, getting 2 lakhs per month, what is the type of output that we do? What is the type of output that we actually, how do we handhold the people who are down there? That is our social commitment that we have to realize. And I think we have got a very good person here, Shankar sir, who went even to the states which were even downtrodden, I must say, and low cost houses. For building that, the government sent him. He went there. He has made plans for the people over there. Actually, we have not done such things. And I that day itself, I heard his full speech. I was just looking at him with awe that people like me, what have we done? What have I done actually? And he went there and see, in Malayalam, if I tell you, അങ്ങനെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്നതാണ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത്? 2 ലക്ഷം രൂപ ഒരു മാസവും വാങ്ങിച്ചിട്ടാണെങ്കിൽ പോക്കറ്റിൽ ഇട്ടിട്ടാണെങ്കിൽ 4 പേർക്കാണെങ്കിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രയോജനമുള്ളത് ചെയ്തില്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ ജീവിതത്തിന് അർത്ഥമുണ്ടോ? That's what I ultimately ask you. So I appreciate Dr. Roy and others in inviting Shankar sir here. And I see my teachers are so great. They have given me a lot of moral values. And I don't want to extend too much on this. All my teachers and my AD over here, Dr. Daya, she's also doing a very fine job. And Dr. Roy here, and being part of this college and this alumni here, I'm proud to say I'm an alumni of College of Agriculture, Bellani, and I'm proud to say that each teacher sitting here in front of me has been instrumental in making me what I am today, and what I have made the other students. That comes through me to them. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored to have among us today a visionary in sustainable architecture and urban planning, Padma Shri Dr. G. Shankar, renowned architect, planner, and a key member of Common Review Mission and National Commission on Urban Planning, Government of India. It is my privilege to invite our chief guest, Dr. G. Shankar, to deliver the valedictory address.
The chair of this function, Dr. Jacob John, Dr. Anil Kurivula, who presented the report, Dr. Roy Stephen, functionaries of C. Achyutamenan Foundation, functionaries of SHM, my friend Dr. G.S. Sridaya, an august galaxy of academicians, practitioners, and my dear friends. You must be wondering why I am here, an architect, urban planner. What has he to do with urban agriculture and planning? I have sustainability concerns. I also have a dream talking about community-led solutions, and I always talk about a language of innovation. That's exactly what you are talking. We have been talking for the last 2 days through this international seminar on innovative policies and community-led solutions. paving new directions to urban agriculture. I'm here because of one reason. I too have a dream. Many years earlier, it was on August 17th, that a black man was walking up the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in United States and proclaimed to the world that I too have a dream. This particular speech that he made, blasting the notions about colored communities, blasting the notions about discrimination among world communities, Martin Luther King Jr. made a epoch-making speech at the square. He said, my children who are going to live in this country should not be judged by the color of their skin, but they should be judged by the content of their character. That's an epoch-making speech. And finally he said, he talked about transformation. This is what we are also talking about today. We are talking about transformation in the wake of the challenges of urbanization. Urbanization, as you know, cannot be wished away. 30 years back, we were talking about 30% urbanized land, and we were talking about 70% still remaining in the rural sector. My dear friends, I've been following urbanization as an architect, as an urban planner for the last 30, 40 years. And let me tell you, with such conviction, the whole world is going to be urbanized by 2050, 60. The whole world is going to be urbanized. Urbanization, in many ways, is a promise. It's a catalyst. Why do people migrate to cities? In search of livelihood options, in search of opportunities, in search of securities. They want livelihood security, they want food security, they want medical security, they want health security, they want their children to study in good schools and colleges, they want educational security, they want knowledge security, they want all that. Only cities offer that. That is why people continue to migrate to cities. Rural areas, Kerala has a very different settlement pattern. We really don't have rural areas per se. It's a string of small and large towns right from Kasaragod to Parashala. It's a very different settlement pattern which you won't find elsewhere in the country, elsewhere in the world. So having said that, how do urbanization affect your life is the question. It's not about urban agriculture. It's about everything that pertains to our life. Now, when I say that urbanization brings in opportunities, it's a promise, things like that, it's a catalyst for growth, things like that, it brings a lot of pressure on the infrastructure, it brings a lot of pressure on the common man, and it brings a lot of pressure on livelihood options, it brings a lot of pressure on basic sectors like agriculture. That is why we are trying to innovate through technologies, through our other interventions, community-led solutions, to better food security. We need food to eat. That base, I mean, look at India's whole paradigm shift. It's actually, when I look at it as a social activist, I feel very sorry about it. India had a GDP, gross product, talk about more than 50% coming from agriculture sector. Look at the percentage now. If you look at the 2020 statistics, you'll find that the GDP from the agriculture sector has dwindled to a mere 15%. We had an agrarian economy. We were an agrarian society. Most of the people were living on agricultural income. Where have they gone? What is happening? You see, the moment India gained independence, even before that, after the industrial revolution happened, there was a shift to industries. And we had a clear shift to industries, and that actually brought a lot of issues as far as the soil, looking at the soil quality, basic sustainable agricultural practices, food securities, and things like that. As a social activist, I had a great problem with Green Revolution. They say that Green Revolution actually revolutionized the Indian agricultural sector. it also brought in a lot of woes to people like me. We actually made our soil very toxic. I'm telling you, using these chemical fertilizers to increase the productivity. We did all that thing and called it a green revolution. We are going to suffer from that green revolution. I'm telling you, my dear friends, as agricultural students and practitioners and academicians, you should really look at the life of the soil before you look at anything else. You have to look at the life of the earth. You have to look at the quality of water before you go further. We need clean water, we need a clean earth, and we need clean agricultural practices. How do you do that is the question before you. This seminar, I'm sure, would have brought in a lot of insights into what the promise of urban agriculture, as we call it. We need a lot more green spaces. We need clean energy. When I stand here in front of you, having all the doors and windows shut, all the lights on, what are we talking about? This paradigm shift, the shift between the word and the deed, is something which is really disappointing. I'm telling you, my dear friends, as academicians and practitioners, these seminars have a role to play. It's to instill a dream to you. Whatever you do has to be done with passion and compassion. If that element is missing, it's for the people of India that you're going to do. It's for the marginalized people who are always denied the food security. So, whatever innovative supply, you talk about supply chain issues and things like, whatever innovative policies that you're going to bring should eventually benefit. Forget about the rich and the powerful who have made our life very miserable. I'm talking about the people, marginalized people, where starvation is still a reality. I'm telling you, still a reality because I'm working across the world. I'm working in many parts of Africa. I'm working in many parts of Asia. I work in many parts of Bimaro states in India, where starvation is still there. Starvation is still there. Bimaro states, we call them 6 states. Starvation is still there. I have many friends who are working in the construction sector who eat only 1 meal a day. 1 meal a day is a blessing. But only 1 meal, they can't afford to have 3 square meals that we can always boast of, Food security is still an issue. I'm a member of this PMSKY. They call it Sinjai, some Prime Minister or the Pradhan Mantri, Krishi Sinjai mission and things like that. I've gone and seen some of the community institutions across the country. Beautiful practice, my dear. You're talking about beautiful, innovative experiences in watershed development, water scarce area. I'll tell you about one little district near Kerala, Namakkal. Namakkal is really short of water. Namakkal is a dry area, but how people use watershed development and sustainable practices to earn their living, more than everything else, not only to earn their food, but to earn their living is something that you should study about. I believe in community actions. I believe in sustainability. And that's exactly why I am here. My dear friends, I don't want to prolong this speech further because we are already late. We are running very late. I came here at about 3:15. She said, Dr. Daya said the meeting will start at about 4:30. It's 5 past. I don't want to waste your time. But it's my privilege and honor to be here, to be a part of this think tank session, as they call it. Lots of ideas have come. A lot of young researchers have put in their papers. A lot of eminent people have presented their thoughts about urban agriculture. I also want you to go back to history. We had a world leader. We had a man from Venezuela called Hugo Chavez. 25 years back, he started making urban agriculture as a mandatory planning parameter. We want to build a house, right? Now we have rainwater harvesting as mandatory. We talk about certain things as mandatory requirement. 25 years back, before we started talking about the challenges of urbanization, there's a world leader was called Hugo Chavez, the earlier president of Venezuela, who made agricultural practices. How did he make it? Terrace gardening, urban gardens, the new concept of vertical garden, making your own vegetables in your own yard. Very mandatory. As urban planning if we want to build a house, you have to have this land on your terrace, on your land, where you could earn your food, at least for yourself. Urban farming was made mandatory planning parameter by a visionary called Hugo Schaff. We have many examples like that. I work with many initiatives like that, and I also would like to welcome you to my own house, where you can see, although I am not a graduate of agriculture, how I respect my Mother Earth, how I nourish my Mother Earth, and how I make my food security a reality. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we now proceed to the distribution of mementos to the dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their presence and support. May I request Dr. Roy Stephen, Dean of Faculty, to kindly come forward and assist with the presentation. First, we invite Dr. G. Shankar, our esteemed chief guest, to kindly accept the memento. Thank you, sir. We are deeply indebted to Sri Achyuta Menon Foundation for supporting this international seminar in a very big way. We invite Dr. Prabhakaran Nair, sir, of Sri Achyuta Menon Foundation to accept our token of love. We invite Dr. Sugumaran Nair, sir, of Sri Achyuta Menon Foundation to accept our token of love. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. C. Bhaskar, sir, former professor and head of Extension Department, Kerala Agriculture University, to accept our token of love. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Sunil Kumar, Principal Scientist, CTCRI, to receive our token of love. May I now invite Dr. George Thomas, former Biodiversity Board Chairman and former Professor of Kerala Agriculture University, to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Sugumaran Nair, sir, of Sri Achyuta Menon Foundation for felicitation.
Respected Chairman of the valedictory session, Dr. T. Shankar, renowned architect, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, fellow participants and friends. We have come to the fag end of today international seminar on innovative policies and community-led solution for urban and peri-urban agriculture. And it's my proud privilege to be here representing Achyuta Menon Foundation. Ours is a research institute which came into existence in 1991. We have been organizing a series of academic activities and research activities, and also made outreach program with like-minded institutions and affiliated colleges, and also with Indira Gandhi National Open University, besides Kerala Agriculture University. So we have organized more than 12 seminars of national importance, like land reforms, electoral reforms, sustainable development of Kerala, sustainable development, a policy framework for Kerala, that we have organized and published in the form of a book, Mattoru Keralam Sadhyamana. And regarding the flood which took place in 2018, we have organized a 3-day seminar on common property and citizens' rights, lessons and experience of Kerala, and the revised version of which we published in the form of a book titled Ecosystems and Resource Choices, Lessons from Kerala. And regarding Mahatma Gandhi also, we organized a seminar, the revised version of which we published in the form of a book, Mahatma Gandhi, a contemporary reading. Besides, we have we undertook projects, research projects, and one of the most important projects that we published was Development Politics in Kerala, the role of left politics in Kerala, a disinterested perspective. Now we are undergoing another project titled Labor in the 21st Century. And in addition to that, publication is also one of the major objectives of the foundation, and we are publishing a peer-reviewed quarterly journal, and which have, so far we have published 17 volumes, 68 issues of which 10 were special numbers. So I'm happy to state that when we received a request from Kerala Agriculture University, we were extremely happy to collaborate with this prestigious institution to organize this 2-day seminar. I'm not an expert. Agriculture is not my cup of tea. But however, in the 2 days, yesterday and today, I was at home here. I was listening to the presentations, the interactions concerning the various topics of the main theme, innovative policies and sustainable community-led solutions. And also, I am very happy to felicitate on this occasion the entire arrangements. I would like to congratulate Srideya, who is the linchpin of the seminar, and her team of experts, the respected teachers and volunteers, research scholars, and so on. But see, they are organized in a very efficient manner. Infrastructure facilities were very good, refreshment were very good, academic discussions were very good, and I cannot thank Professor. I would like to congratulate and thank Professor Bhaskaran, who was all round interfering in each and every session, and also he was inducing the students to open their mouth. And in this context, I would like to remind the organizers, had they collected the abstracts of all purpose present here, including keynote presentations, abstract of the special address, and the presentations of the renowned, the research scholars, experts and students, etc., and published in the form of a book, it would have been, and distributed to all delegates, it would have been much easy for them to go through it, and thereby it might have induced them to interact with the paper presentators. Anyway, I congratulate this prestigious institution, the organizers, and I hope that the entire presentations made here, the deliberation that followed, etc., will give a clear-cut perspective of this main theme, and the organizers should publish the entire proceedings in the form of a book. I wish all success to this seminar, and I am, on behalf of Achyuth Foundation, I am extremely thankful to the organizers, the entire academic committee, and all the participants who are here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the much awaited moment, the prize distribution ceremony for the best oral presentations. I kindly request Dr. Jacob John, Director of Extension, Kerala Agriculture University, to do the honors. Let's begin with the awards. The best oral presentation regarding Theme 1, Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture for Sustainable Cities. First place goes to Tansmida Bindi Sharif, CN. Second place goes to Nigel KS. Theme 2, Climate Resilience and Ecosystem Services through Urban Agriculture. First place, Nida Rose CD. Second place, Fida Banu. First place, Nida Rose CD. Second place, Fida Banu. Theme 3, Circular Food Systems and Sustainable Value Chain. First place, Aditya Ravindran VM. Second place, Dr. Shija Kiraj. First place, Aditya Ravindran VM. Second place, Dr. Shija Kiraj. Theme 4, Technology and Smart Solutions for Urban Agriculture. First place, Dr. Geeta Radhakrishnan. Second place, Dr. Chitra MT. Theme 5, Inclusive Growth and Livelihood Opportunities. First place, Dr. Nisha SK. Second place, Anjali GR. Let's move on to the winners of poster presentation. Theme 1, Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture for Sustainable Cities. First place, Needu JS. Second place, Nikhil KS. Poster presentation. Theme 1, first place, Needu JS. Second place, Nikhil KS. Theme 2, Climate Resilience and Ecosystem Services through Urban Agriculture. First place, Dr. Nisha MS. Second place, Jinisha Blessy JP. Theme 3, Circular Food Systems and Sustainable Value Chains. First place, Manjima Anil. Second place, Tanya TT. Sorry, Tanuja TT. Theme 3, first place, Manjima Anil. Second place, Tanuja TT. Next, theme 4, Technology and Smart Solution for Urban Agriculture. First place, Rinju Lucas. First place, Rinju Lucas. Second place is shared by Srimati Rakhi R and Narla Abhigna. Second place is shared by Srimati Raki R and Ms. Narla Abhigna. Theme 5, Inclusive Growth and Livelihood Opportunities. First place, Adina UP. First place, Adina UP. Second place, Shruti Oil. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we now proceed to the distribution of mementos to various scientists and dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their presence and support. First, I invite Dr. Meera A.V., Assistant Professor, IFSRS Karamana, to receive the memento. Next, I invite Dr. Shalini Pillai P., Professor and Head, Department of Agronomy and Associate Director of Research, RARS. Now I invite Dr. Rani B., Professor and Head, Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry. Dr. Sharada S., Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Vegetable Science. Dr. Sharada S., Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Vegetable Science. Dr. Sudha B., Assistant Professor, Department of Agronomy. Dr. Sangeeta KG, Assistant Professor, Department of Agriculture Extension Education. Dr. Swapna Alex, Professor, Department of Biotechnology. Dr. Beela GK, Professor and Head, Department of Community Science. Dr. Deepa S. Nair, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Plantation Crops Management. Dr. Geeta Lakshmi PR, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Post Harvest. Dr. Sharada S., Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Vegetable Science. Dr. Anil Kuruvula, Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Economics. Dr. Beena R., Assistant Professor, Department of Physiology. Dr. Faisal, Professor and RC, College of Agriculture, Vellayani. Dr. Joy M., Professor, Department of Plant Pathology. Dr. Suma Divagar, Professor, Department of Community Science. Dr. Radhakrishnan NB, Professor and Head, Department of Plant Pathology. Dr. Reggie Rani OP, Professor and Head, Department of Entomology. Dr. Safir MM, Assistant Professor, Instructional Farm. Dr. Srigala GS. Dr. Abarna B. Dr. Naveen Lino. Thus, we come to the end of the memento distribution. Thank you to all our dignitaries for your presence and invaluable contributions. And finally, to conclude the ceremony with gratitude, I invite Dr. G.S. Sridhaya, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Chair, Director of Extension, and today's Chief Guest, Shankar Sir, and respected Dean of Faculty, Dr. Roy Stephen Sir, and our Dr. Sugumaran Nair Sir from Achyuta Menon Foundation, Dr. Anil Kurula, and respected teachers, students, and other dignitaries. So the two-day international seminar come to a close today. So when I look back, right from the beginning of the organization of this seminar, the first doubt was whether to associate from a private organization. Though it is a renowned organization in Thiruvananthapuram, it was a doubt whether a public institution can interact with a private institution. Though public-private partnership is there, but my controlling officer, Director of Extension, and of course, Dean of Faculty, Dr. Roy Stephenson, they ruled out any such type of apprehension, and both of them supported me in like anything to go ahead. And in return also, they have given permission, both of them given permission to associate, to go for such association. So that apprehension was removed. And then we started with the seminar. And as I told, there were two seminars already in last 2 years. And the outcome, as the outcome of the second seminar, we were trying to get this masters. And there also, there was a little bit apprehension there also, because the scheme I am working is a Center for Agriculture Innovation and Technology Transfer, was earlier known as Training Service Scheme. So the name scheme, it is the main objective is mainly give to training, but the farmers usually ask for TADA. See, the name scheme was little bit annoying, and there also my two officers. So my controlling officer is a Director of Extension, and here also Dr. Roy Stephen is there, sir, giving all strength and support to and also clarity. So both of them, through these two officers, I could approach our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and I am thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor that he understood the need. And within 24 hours, the orders were issued, transforming the name, changing to Center for Agriculture Innovation and Technology Transfer, which gave the center a wide platform for initiating this masters and go beyond our training institution. Of course, this training institution itself is a great strength, but beyond moving to a training platform was a great strength, and I'm thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dr. Jacob John and Dr. Roy Stephen for that support. And to this particular seminar, I already told, it started in March, and as any international seminar, it was a teamwork. It was a teamwork. You could see the team behind this particular seminar. Dr. Aparna, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Radhakrishnan, and Dr. Naveen Lino, and Dr. Sharada, a lot more, Dr. Sapna Alex, Dr. Sangeeta, and above all, my home department and its staff, Dr. Alan Thomas, and Dr. Anil Kuruvula. You can see the team economics was throughout here for the last 2 days, and it was a major strength for me in organizing this particular seminar. And regarding the seminar content, actually yesterday we discussed, mainly it was concentrating on policies and the role of communities in creating a resilient and a circular economy, city. So the short-term goal after this particular, I could not, to be frank, I could not listen any of the presentation properly because I was running, but we are having this recording. Throughout the recording is there, 2-day recording. Live streaming is also there. So we'll be watching it and we'll be coming with a policy document. And the short-term goal is, as I told, the masters. And not a long-term goal, but in intermediate goal, we can say, an association with Urban Directorate and also the community-led groups. In Kerala, it is Kudumbashree, and going beyond that, we will definitely move to a community-led group support for urban agriculture and trying. She was also telling a lot of support. She was offering support from Norway also. So she has extended invitation for a team of scientists to Norway. So maybe I think in 2025 or in early 2026 we can visit Norway. She has given an invitation also, a collaborative project also she was telling. So in that is a end product of this seminar, and I'm thankful to all my senior officers and our chief guest, Dr. Shankar sir. And actually Dr. Shankar sir, my hobby is driving. എനിക്കൊരു സ്ട്രെസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ സ്ട്രെസ് പോകുന്നത് ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് വഴിയാണ്. ആ സ്ട്രെസ് പോകുന്നത് ആക്ച്വലി ചില വീടുകളുടെ ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ, ശങ്കർ സാർ വെച്ച വീടുകളുടെ ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ ഞാൻ പോയി കാർ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ട്, ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് എൻ അർബൻ ഫോറസ്റ്റ്. ഐ എം എ സ്ട്രോങ് ഡിവോട്ടി ഓഫ് ശങ്കർ സാർ. ഒരു 100 വീടുകൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 3 സെൻസിൽ ഒരു വീട്, ഹി ക്യാൻ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് അർബൻ ഫോറസ്റ്റ്. ആൻഡ് ഐ യൂസ് ടു സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ഇൻ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഹിസ് ഹോംസ് and look at these homes and enjoy. It is a stress relieving living moment for me. So he's a Padma Shri awardee, and I personally visited his home at Mudan Mughal in 2 acres, and that is another story. Dean was telling he has put invitation for the students to visit his home. We must visit that home. It's a forest in 2 acres. So thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. And when I told Dean, he happily agreed, and he was so happy to extend the invitation. Thank you very much, sir. And he waited here for almost 1.5 hours. Thank you, sir. And my director of extension, as I told, he's a supporting pillar. Anything out there, you do it. And such a supporting system he has developed, and I have a great respect and love for him. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And Dr. Anil Kuruvula, I told already, he was the chairman of documentation committee, so he has presented 2 days report. And Achyuth Menon Foundation, as I told, Actually, we have to remember that this Kerala Agriculture University was established by former Chief Minister C. Achyuta Menon. And this is a fortunate coincidence that the major institution under KU is celebrating, has started our Platinum Jubilee celebration with their support. So thank you very much for that wonderful support from Kerala on behalf of Kerala Agriculture University. So that is it. The team, the program committee chairman, Dr. Abarna, documentation technical committee chair, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Sapna Alex, Dr. Radhakrishnan sir, Dr. Naveen Lino, and everybody was there. I'm thankful to Secretary Achyuta Menon Foundation and all other members, Dr. Sunil, and the team of scientists from CTCRI, because we were very particular that the evaluation must be very impartial and neutral, because 75% of papers were from KAU. So we KU teachers were away from the evaluation, and Dr. Sunil and Dr. Susan ma'am from the team, they visited, and also Dr. Ajit from Digital University, Dr. Harish from NIST. So team of scientists were here to support us to complete the evaluation process. So, and Dr. George Thomas sir, he was the first person to accept the invitation, and he had booked his ticket by his own, and he was not at all disturbing me. He has made all his arrangements. So thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And Dr. Sushila is there. Thank you very much, madam, for your presence. And Dr. Indira Devi ma'am was, last year also she was here, and this year also she has given valuable input for me. Sridhar, you do these things, this, etc. Not for the conduct of the seminar, but beyond that, after how we should proceed forward. So I'm thankful to Sushila madam, and mostly I'm thankful to Dr. Trine for her presence. She is leaving tomorrow. So these are the things. And I'm thankful to my colleague teachers, my students, and my own staff at KITE, and all the other persons from the PV persons, the persons who supported food, and also Dr. Suma Dibagar. So without Dr. Suma Dibagar's presence, this food, the proper supply of food was impossible. So thank you, madam, for that support. So I thank all the team and all the teachers. And finally, you see, I don't believe in godfathers, but I do have a mentor, Dr. C. Bhaskaran, and I'm not thanking him, but his presence throughout this 2-day seminar, and his suggestion, his guidance, he's a genius, as all of us know. So thank you very much, sir, for that. Thank you, and thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite the trainees of Agri Clinic and Agri Business Center who have exhibited their products here, Srimati Surya S. and Srimati Darshana R.S., to receive a token of appreciation. And I kindly invite Dr. Roy Stephen, Dean of Faculty, to hand over the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the conclusion of this valedictory ceremony. Thank you all for your active participation, insightful discussions, and unwavering enthusiasm throughout this seminar. Your contributions have truly enriched the experience for everyone involved. And we sincerely hope that the ideas and perspectives shared here will continue to inspire your meaningful change and innovation in your respective field. Thank you once again.